Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into second part of What If Harry Potter Declared War on the Corrupt Wizarding Elite. Here is short summary. Rescued by the Grangers, Harry's life changes forever when a mysterious soul bond with Hermione uncovers truths that challenge the wizarding world's foundations. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. We have to go to the only place Harry can be safe, and this time I will be with him. The professor nodded. Harry just looked puzzled. Harry, we have to go back to the Dursleys. Vernon Dursley was happy. Or at least Vernon Dursley was as happy as it was possible for Vernon Dursley to be. He wasn't exactly known around the company as a ray of sunshine. After an enjoyable breakfast of Frosties followed by bacon, fried eggs, baked beans, tomatoes, fried bread, mushrooms and toast, he had yelled at the paper boy for being late, almost ripping it from his hands, sending the terrified boy running. For once the traffic lights had been working properly, which meant that he had arrived at work with 15 minutes to spare. He liked arriving before his secretary so that he could shout at her for not working as hard as he did. He was a good boss, he thought, paying his secretary well over the going rate. She had left school at 17, just before her A-levels end, to care for her two small nephews, or was it nieces? Who would have gone into care when her older sister and her husband died. One of them had something wrong with it, and the money he paid her helped for nursing care far beyond what the National Health Service would pay for. He knew what it was like to have some brat dumped on you, so he paid her enough that she could keep what had been her sister's house. Of course, if he expected her to be nice to him in return, that was only fair. To really make his day, she had arrived late. One of the brats had been ill again, giving him the excuse to reduce her to tears with threats of dismissal, then consoled her by having her sit on his lap while he had her take dictation. As usual, she had said nothing as his hands wandered. The early start meant that he had finished his work early, so, until the canteen opened, he had gone out for a quarter-pounder with a large portion of chips to keep him going until lunch. Why that silly restaurant insisted on calling them fries, he would never understand. But what could you expect from Americans? When he returned from his morning break, his secretary had been suitably grateful for keeping the only job that paid enough to allow her to keep the brats in the house. The canteen had his favorite for lunch, beef stew with dumplings, potatoes and vegetables. For afters, he had opted for a double helping of syrup pudding with custard. He headed the department meeting in the afternoon, with his secretary taking notes. Of course, she had worn the short skirt he had insisted that she buy. He liked to show her off to the shits that worked under him, to rub their noses into it. They were a bunch of incompetents, of course. Today a sales representative made a serious mistake. He had reported below quota sales for the second week in a row, so he had been able to enjoy the task of firing him in the meeting, after reducing him to a quivering wreck first, of course, the perfect end to Vernon's year. He hadn't liked the man. He was ambitious and had too many good ideas for Vernon to take them all as his own, but nowadays you had to find some sort of excuse for firing someone. He had felt so good after the meeting that he had locked himself in his office with his secretary for the next hour, then informed her that she'd be required for a business trip that weekend. He had left early enough to miss the worst of the traffic and arrive home early. Perhaps he would take Petunia out to a restaurant tonight for New Year's Eve. When he opened his front door and walked into his lounge, his mood changed drastically. "You!" he cried loudly. Then he turned to where Petunia was sitting and roared, "What's that freak doing in my house?" He was startled to find a small girl with long bushy brown hair standing in front of him, with a stick pointed at him. He was about to hit her, when Petunia screamed, "Vernon! Don't! That's a wand! She could kill us!" The girl in front of him smiled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. "Mr. Dursley?" she asked in her best sweet little girl voice. "How old is Dudley?" 11. "Why?" he asked, angrily. "Well," she replied in a voice which could have frozen steam, "if you want to live to see his 12th birthday, you will never use that word again." The girl's eyes were as hard as her voice, and he looked across to Petunia. Petunia was looking across to where an old man was sitting. How hadn't he noticed that old freak before? And where was Dudley? What have they done with Dudley? He asked, angrily. Petunia explained. I didn't want Dutters around these people, so I sent him to his room. Hermione added, and as soon as he saw my wand after he said something about Harry, he was suddenly eager to go. This freak threatened our Dutters. He looked nervously at Hermione, who said nothing, but raised her wand. Professor! Petunia almost screamed. They aren't allowed to use magic out of school. Stop her. Oh, don't worry about me, the old freak replied. Just pretend I'm not here. I'm sure if you sit down, Hermione will explain. Hermione stood aside to allow him to sit beside his wife. She turned to Petunia and said, "We may use magic, as legally we are adults." That's preposterous. Vernon spluttered. Perhaps, nonetheless, it is correct, Professor Dumbledore confirmed. When Hermione here rescued Harry from your abuse, a magical bond occurred, which is very rare and usually only happens amongst adults. This bond makes them be married under our laws, which in turn concedes them an adult status. Ridiculous. Maybe, but that's how it is. Hermione is quite correct in that she and Harry can legally use magic. They will be able to protect themselves when they come back here. But he hates us, Petunia protested, looking at the glowering Harry. We can't have him here, he'd kill us all. Sadly, the law would not allow that. He would be arrested and tried before a wizarding court, although, I must admit, given your attitude to the wizarding world and your past treatment of Harry, it might be difficult to find anyone that would convict him, or Hermione, as she will be coming with him. What do you mean? Vernon asked. Have her here. I don't want any father. He looked at Hermione, who was smiling in a way he didn't like, any of your lot here. We have to come here for Harry's safety, Hermione explained. Why should we care about him? Vernon sneered. Because if he dies, you will die too, Hermione replied, coldly. Is that a threat? Petunia asked, petulantly. Not at all, the professor interrupted. Perhaps I can explain. We have bigots just like you in our world too, those who think that you muggles, people without magic, are little better than animals. They don't believe you should have rights and should become avs. Harry could see his uncle fuming. One wizard, Voldemort, Petunia will have heard of him, decided. That he would rule Britain and allow only pure-blood wizards any rights. He and his followers frequently used to torture and kill muggles for fun. Harry's parents were part of a group that fought against him. To put it another way, they were killed for your freedom. Petunia moved uncomfortably on the sofa as the professor continued. Voldemort killed them and tried to kill Harry, but Lily had sacrificed herself to save him, so the spell rebounded and defeated him. He wasn't seen again until this year. The magic Lily invoked that night is old blood magic, so while Harry lives at least some of the time with you, he is protected from Voldemort, who still wants to kill him. If this Voldemort wants to kill the boy, why should I care? One less father. Vernon noticed Hermione's hand had gone back to her wand. I think wizard was the word you were looking for, suggested Professor Dumbledore, helpfully. Harry had been trying desperately not to laugh at Vernon's obvious fear of a 12-year-old girl and finally gave up the struggle. Everyone turned to look at him. Even Professor Dumbledore seemed amused, but managed to keep a straight face as he continued. To put it in words you will understand, the blood protection doesn't just protect Harry. It protects his family, for want of a better word, meaning you. Why should your maniac be interested in us? You're Harry's family. You'd be target number one. We'd just explain we have nothing to do with him, began Petunia. That would be worth seeing, said the professor, affably. A pair of muggles, and Voldemort hates muggles with a vengeance, trying to explain to the aforesaid wizard, Voldemort, that they aren't really family to Harry Potter because they hate wizards. May I watch? Asked Hermione, innocently. Now, let's not get nasty, said the professor. It wouldn't happen anyway. Voldemort wouldn't allow you to say anything. He would just kill you, unless he wanted to torture you first. You see, to him, you are the freaks. Vernon paled. If we take him in, asked Petunia, are you sure that it will protect us too? Yes, it will, if you willingly take him in. Dumbledore emphasized the word, willingly, trying to convey the not-so-subtle message that they had to acquiesce for a reason other than brute force. He reflected, for a moment, that not all muggles were created alike and that it was a shame that someone as genuinely decent and caring as Hermione's father, would be sacrificed to Riddle's wanton bloodlust. We'll take him, she said quickly, before Vernon could argue. Very well. Harry and Hermione will stay for a short while now, so I can recast the wards, then they will return to you at the end of summer term. Both of them. I didn't say anything about both of them, but there's no spare bedrooms. They can share a room. They are, after all, married. At Petunia's shocked look, he added, but as they are so young, I will, of course, conjure another bed. At this point Vernon looked like he was about to be sick, but he got up and said, I'm going down the pub. Nobody stopped him leaving. He drove away and only stopped until he hit that ruddy pub on the far side of Little Whinging. Different area, so people didn't look at him funny. Damned social worker, and damned headmaster, not defending a fellow from Smeltings. Having watched Vernon go and firming up against her wish to follow him, Petunia gripped the arms of her chair and faced the old man who seemed to disrupt their lives whenever he wanted to. Headmaster, she asked, what makes Harry so special? I mean, why does Voldemort want to go after him anyway? And why bring him here now? Professor Dumbledore smiled. Harry, if you remember where it is, do you think you could take Hermione and your things upstairs and show her your room? He turned to Petunia and explained, they've heard all this before. Yeah, okay, Petunia replied. You know where it is. Harry nodded politely and then turned to leave. Hermione made eye contact with the headmaster, as if conveying to him that she expected him to say something, and then followed Harry out of the room. The professor began to explain. Before he was born, the wizarding world was at war. Voldemort was almost killing people at will. He was gaining supporters quickly while he was killing ours off. Then there was a prophecy, that someone born at the end of July would be the one with the power to kill him. James and Lily went into hiding, protected by the most powerful wards and charms we know. Voldemort killed them anyway, but as I said earlier, he was stopped by the magic Lily had created by sacrificing herself for him. Lily had achieved what I could not, she had stopped Voldemort. That protection lives in her blood, in your blood, or we would not be here. At Hogwarts this year Voldemort returned, having taken possession of a teacher. Harry defeated him. Then Voldemort, knowing that if Hermione was killed, Harry, as her bondmate, would also die, came after Hermione. Her parents are Muggles, so I cast the majority of the wards myself. Once again he overcame the best protection I, and the best ward casters I could find, were able to provide. He killed her father and her mother is lying unconscious in hospital and likely to remain that way indefinitely. Then, once again, Harry defeated him. There was a knock on the door. As Petunia got up, Professor Dumbledore said, that'll probably be for me. I will be here most of the night with some other ward casters to set up the blood protection here. But before he could answer the door, Harry and Hermione had run downstairs and answered it. It was Bill and Remus and a tall dark man they didn't know. Mrs. Dursley, may I introduce Bill Weasley, who works in the curse-breaking department at Grangers. Remus Lupin, one of Lily and James's best friends, and Kingsley Shacklebolt, one of our top warriors. Remus will be taking Harry and Hermione out to eat, while Bill and Kingsley assist me in casting the protections. Remus, do you have the emergency portkeys? He nodded, pulled 2 spanners out of his pocket and tapped them with his wand, saying, activate, then handed them to Harry and Hermione. All you have to do is squeeze them and say, home, and they will bring you back here. Let's go. Now, where do you want to eat? Harry turned to Petunia and asked, Aunt Petunia, is there a McDonald's here? She gave him directions and they set off. Hermione was unusually quiet that night. They hadn't stayed very long at McDonald's as it was closing early for New Year's Eve. She hardly said a word after they came back from dinner and decided to go to bed early. To their surprise, as they had begun to walk up the stairs, Petunia had called out, Hermione. To just want to say I'm sorry about your parents. Hermione had said a broken, thank you, and they had continued upstairs. They had put the light out and both lay awake. Then Harry heard her crying quietly. Hermione, are you all right? I'm never going to see him again, am I? Not knowing how to answer that, Harry got out of his bed and slipped in beside Hermione. While we were at the Burrow, it wasn't real. Now we're here, and we're never going home. I'm never going to see either of them again. I'll take you to see Mum, Harry promised her. It's not the same. It's like she's not there. Harry sighed, at a loss for an answer, so he just hugged her until she cried herself to sleep while he lay awake thinking. It had only been a day and a half since Hermione had dropped the bombshell about returning to the Dursleys. He was ashamed of his reaction. He had exploded at her, accusing her of wanting to abandon him, and would have stormed out of the room except that Professor Dumbledore had done something so that he couldn't open the door. Then Hermione had told him through her tears, "I'm coming with you. I'd never send you alone." They had cried together then, Harry apologizing for doubting her, Hermione saying it didn't matter, though Harry knew that it mattered a lot. Then, suddenly, as if their row hadn't happened, Hermione turned to Professor Dumbledore and asked, "Are the wards there still active?" "No. They will need to be recast. I'm afraid you will have to stay there for a week to charge them, which will make you a few days late for the start of term, but I'm sure you can catch up." "Actually, it's only Harry that needs to charge them. He's not going there alone," Hermione had snapped. Dumbledore had smiled. "I never thought for a moment that you would let him. The wards will not be at full strength until you have been there for a month or so in the summer." "May I ask why this sudden change of mind, Mrs. Potter?" "While I was at the Burrow, I asked Bill if there had been anything wrong with the wards, as Voldemort got through them so easily. I know you wanted us to be at the Dursleys and I wondered. I'm sorry. I had to know." Professor Dumbledore had nodded. "Of course you did. In your position, so would I." "Well, he said that wards on houses are never as strong if the caster doesn't live there, but they were the strongest he'd seen outside of Gringotts and Hogwarts, as strong as the Ministry itself. He said that Voldemort could probably break in there if he wanted to. That he was so strong that only the thought of fighting you directly ever scared him. I'm sorry for doubting you, sir." "Mrs. Potter, Hermione. It is to my lasting regret that the wards I cast were not enough. You did warn us they might not be. I find no satisfaction in my fears being proved correct," the professor said sadly. "I just couldn't bear being the cause of some other family dying," Hermione said frankly. Then she had turned to Harry and said, "Anyway, we're adults now. We can use magic. If the Dursleys try anything," she pulled out her wand and mimicked casting a spell, "I'm sure the Weasley twins know some good hexes." Although Hermione hadn't originally intended to, they returned to the Burrow that night and Hermione spent the rest of their time there taking notes from the Weasley twins on hexes and other useful spells. To her surprise, this met with no objection from Molly. Molly also taught her some housekeeping spells. "Hermione, I wish you would both stay here," she had said. "It's all right, I'm not going to argue with your decision. I know your reasons and I know that Professor Dumbledore agrees with you. But if those Dursleys do a thing to either of you, send Hedwig to us and we'll be there to make them regret it." "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley." The next morning, their breakfast at the Burrow was spoiled by the arrival of the Sunday Prophet. It had a large photo on the front page of a distraught-looking Harry with Hermione clinging to him. "Boy who lived loses another set of parents," was the headline. He quickly read down the short article and threw it back on the table in anger. "They don't even mention you, Hermione. It's like you don't matter at all. To them, I don't, Harry. Perhaps you'd have been better bonding with a pure-blood witch." Harry awoke to find Hermione holding him. She was still asleep and Harry, not usually the most observant of people, could not help seeing how peaceful she looked in her sleep compared to how upset she was at the moment when she was awake. Not wanting to disturb her, he edged his way out of her bed, managing not to wake her, then crept downstairs to prepare breakfast. To his surprise, his Aunt Petunia was there. "You're not allowed to cook," she said, as she saw him picking up tools to help with preparing the food. "That girl said so, remember?" It took a moment, but the memory of that particular conversation was clear enough, once she mentioned it. Before his Uncle Vernon had arrived home, Hermione had said that they wanted to stay here, but Harry wasn't to work, but she would pay for their room and they'd feed themselves. His aunt hadn't had a chance to agree before Vernon had arrived. Harry couldn't help a smile at the memory of his Uncle Vernon being held at one point by Hermione. Hearing shouting from upstairs, Harry raced up to find Dudley blocking Hermione's exit from the bathroom. "Leave her alone, Dudley." "Why should I? She got me sent away." Harry pulled out his wand. "This is why. Want to see what I can turn you into?" Dudley backed off a little. "What are you two freaks still doing here anyway? We live here now, until we go back to school. Her parents chuck you out." Hermione's eyes went wide, then she gave a sob, pushed past Dudley and ran into their room. "What's up with her? Her dad was killed last week and her mum's in hospital, bad." Dudley actually looked abashed. "Two didn't know." Harry nodded in acknowledgement and left Dudley standing there looking stunned. Hermione, are you all right? She nodded. I said horrible things to him. Who? Dudley. Hermione pulled a face. No, Dad. Harry remembered the conversation the day before Christmas Eve. They had been invited to the Weasleys. Ginny had been telling them that she was worried about her friend Luna, who lived in the same village and was being bullied. George smirked and replied, perhaps we should set Hermione on them. She can blast them apart like the troll. Instead of the laughter he'd been expecting, Hermione and Harry had looked stunned and stayed silent. The silence was broken by, troll. What's a troll? Hermione. It's a bit like a man, only bigger and stupid. It's not really dangerous or anything. Mr. Granger's eyes narrowed. So my daughter kills something big and stupid for no reason. Is that the way we brought you up? She had to, Harry blurted out. It knocked me out and would have killed us. Your first week at school and you fought some monster. Cried Mrs. Granger. Was that when you ended up in hospital, Hermione? Hermione shook her head. No, the troll wasn't until Halloween. So how did you end up in hospital? Or weren't you going to tell us? Wire. If you are going to get yourself in danger like that, perhaps you shouldn't go back. This time it was Ron who almost shouted, that wasn't her fault. Those bloody Slytherins had her trapped in bed and covered in sores, till Harry blasted his way in to rescue her. There was a gasp from all the adults present. And when were you going to tell us about that, Hermione? We've been waiting since you came home to give you the chance to say what happened. Sorry. But I was all right and they took me out of Slytherin. They do have a very good hospital wing, said Mr. Weasley. Some injuries are not unusual in a magical school. Ron and the twins ended up in there for a short time as well. If you don't mind me asking, what were they doing for the three of them to end up in hospital? Asked Mrs. Granger. Playing chess, said Ron, miserably. Only we were being chess pieces and the other pieces knock you out if you are taken. And that's the kind of recreation they think is suitable for children in Hogwarts. Mr. Granger fumed. It wasn't like that. Fred tried to explain. We had to stop Snape. Only it wasn't Snape, it was Quirrell, Harry corrected. At least you two weren't involved in that, said Mrs. Granger in a relieved tone of voice. At the guilty look on both Harry's and Hermione's faces, she asked, were you? Hermione nodded. Well, you're obviously not going to tell us what happened unless we ask, Mr. Granger said icily, so I want to know everything about it, Hermione. So Hermione related everything which had happened on the night they stopped Quirrell. When she was questioned on how they knew about the stone, she had to tell them about Harry's encounter in the Forbidden Forest. To her surprise, at the end of the tale, her father simply said, now I want to know exactly what happened to you while you were in Slytherin. When she had finished, her father looked ready to explode, but his voice was steady. So let me get this right. You get bullied in Slytherin and even in class, and even though teachers know about it, nobody does anything until you are hurt enough to need a hospital, and even then it was Harry that rescued you. Then you go into Ravendor and Ravenclaw. Huh, it's Ravenclaw, Dad. He sighed. You go into Ravenclaw and they steal your clothes. I got them back. Besides the point. Then, a few weeks later you and Harry nearly get killed by a troll. After that, you get taken into a forest where Harry nearly gets killed again. Then before the end of term, you take it on yourselves to stop a deranged teacher, and after half your friends are injured, Harry, you only survive because for some reason the teacher burns himself when he tries to murder you. Have I summed it up fairly accurately? Yes, Dad, both Hermione and Harry admitted. Then you won't be surprised that I have no intention of letting you return to Hogwarts. Dad, you can't. I'm sure your mother agrees with me. I know you wanted to go there, but it's simply too dangerous. Hermione looked to her mother expectantly. I'm sorry. I agree with your father. The Weasleys had simply looked shocked, but none of them said anything. But you can't. Hermione protested again. Harry has to be there. Why? For when Voldemort comes back again. That's a good reason to take you both far away, young lady, your mother had replied. Ask the Weasleys if they believe Voldemort will come back, Hermione cried. And if they think Harry needs to be there. With the greatest respect, it's not up to them, her father argued. Just ask them what they think. Her father had turned to Arthur Weasley, who had become a good friend over the past few years. The other father sighed heavily. When Voldemort went away, a lot of us believed he would return and that the boy who lived would have some role in defeating him permanently. It appears that we were right about the first part. Nobody knows yet about the second. So you see, Dad, we must stay at Hogwarts. I'm not putting you in danger, and I apologize for this, he said in an aside to Arthur, for some superstition. Dumbledore believes it, said Fred, suddenly. And he knows something, but he's not telling, added George. All the adults looked at the twins in surprise. I'm sorry, Hermione. Dumbledore or not, you are not returning to Hogwarts. You can look through the brochures for the other wizard schools which accepted you and choose another one. Hermione snapped. You don't understand, she cried. You're just muggles. She turned and grabbed some flow powder, yelled, the Grangers, and flamed away. Molly Weasley turned to the adult Grangers and said, regardless of what we believe, you must do what is best for them. She'll come around. The next day, David Granger had Harry send an AL to Professor Dumbledore to inform him that Hermione and Harry would not be returning to Hogwarts. Harry, if he insists, we have no legal right to take you away unless we adopt you. Would you like us to do that? Harry had simply replied, I want to be with Hermione. Hermione hadn't come around, as Molly Weasley had predicted. All the next day she barely spoke to her parents, and when she did say anything, it was just snapping at them in anger. Hermione, her mother had attempted, we may be just muggles, but we're still your parents. She had turned to her mother and said, yes, but in the wizarding world we're legally adults now. You cannot stop us if we want to go back. The atmosphere in the house had remained icy right up to Christmas Day. Hermione, Harry had begged. Please don't be like this today. I know you're really angry. Aren't you? Don't you want to go back? Harry hesitated, nervous of her reaction. Not really, no. That had taken the wind out of her sails rather. Seeing the opportunity, Harry had gone on, please don't spoil today by hating them. Shocked, Hermione had replied, I don't hate them. It looks like it. Hermione had tried her best to be her normal self until just before Christmas dinner, when Harry had said, you should say you're sorry to them. I will. I promise. After dinner. Then the attack had happened. Harry knew they were both remembering the same things. Hermione turned again to him and said, I never told them I was sorry. I never said I still loved them. Harry had no idea what to say to comfort her as she wept. He knew how hurt their parents had been. What was worse was that he could actually feel her sadness, her guilt. He wanted to tell her it was all right, it didn't matter, but it did. It did to her and it had to their parents, so he just held her as she clung to him, crying, for what seemed like ages. It was a long while before she got up to have a wash, obviously pushing aside her feelings just as Harry did himself. Then they went out to the shopping center to have some lunch. As they ate, Harry asked, how are we paying for this? Professor Dumbledore gave me some muggle money, don't you remember? Not really, Harry admitted. Even before Vernon's blustering arrival, Harry had been too distracted by being back in the home he had hated and feared as a child to take much notice of what was being said around him. Well, he gave the Dursleys enough money for rent for the week, and we have to buy our own food. There's a laundrette where we can wash our clothes. I thought you could just make them clean with a spell. Harry asked. You can, but it's not the same. They are still better if you wash them sometimes. That's what Mrs. Weasley says anyway. Oh. Hermione looked at the prices on the menu and then into her purse. I don't think Professor Dumbledore's been out in the muggle world for a while. We're going to need more money. How do we get that? I don't have any. I do. I don't know why, but I have this huge pile of money in a vault in Gringotts. They said my parents left it to me, which is silly. We ought to go there tomorrow. How? There isn't a flow at the Dursleys anymore. I've been reading about it. There's a bus we can take. A bus? To Gringotts? Harry sounded incredulous. Not a muggle bus. A wizarding bus. It's called the night bus. Where does it stop? Anywhere you want. You just hold out your wand. Wanting to try it out, Harry began to get up. Hermione put her hand on his arm. Not today, silly. Gringotts won't be open on New Year's Day. At least I don't think so. We'll go tomorrow. They stayed out most of the rest of the day, deciding to watch a film at the cinema, eating out again. This time Hermione refused to go to McDonald's, insisting that they should eat proper food, and not arriving home until gone 8 o'clock. Dudley opened the door and let them in, initially without saying anything. As they climbed the stairs, he called out, "Oi, Potter, how come you've got a girlfriend in your bedroom?" Hermione stopped and looked down at him from where she stood on the stairs, her eyes flashing angrily. "I'm not his girlfriend. I'm his wife." Dudley actually laughed at her joke, until he realized that nobody else was laughing. Then he turned and ran into the lounge and Harry and Hermione could hear him saying, "How can the freak be married?" They couldn't quite make out the reply from Petunia, but then heard Dudley yelling, "If he's allowed a girl in his room, I want one," at which point both Harry and Hermione collapsed into laughter on their beds. "And I thought the number 67 was bad," Hermione laughed as they got off the night bus the following day. Muggles had been unable to see the huge purple bus which had stopped moments after Harry had held out his wand. Hermione had insisted that they catch a Muggle bus to a nearby town before calling the night bus, so nobody would know where they were living. Harry hadn't thought of that, but thought it was a good idea even if the thought of Voldemort putting his uncle under the Cruciatus for a while brought a smile to his face. When they entered Gringotts, Hermione asked to make a withdrawal and showed her key. The goblin looked at Harry and his eyes flicked up to his scar. Harry brushed his hair back over it in annoyance. "Mr. Potter, your hand please, so I can make you a key." The goblin stuck a pin in his hand as he had done to Hermione a few years before. Again he went away with the bloodied paper and returned with a key, handing it to Harry. "Let's go and see my vault first," Harry said, excitedly. "I didn't even know I had one. Nor did I when I came the first time." The ride was as terrifying as Hermione remembered. She almost thought she'd prefer being on a broom. "But this is my vault," she cried as the door swung open after the goblin had inserted Harry's key. "It's the one you brought me to when I first came here." Then it dawned on her. "You knew I was bonded. But it must have been Harry's parents who left all this gold, not mine." Harry was puzzled. Hermione knew it was his money she'd been spending, she'd figured it out once she found out that they were married. He was going to say something then realized that she still wasn't herself after what had happened. The goblin had no such reticence. "Of course we knew," the goblin snapped. "And if you are bonded, they were your parents too." He spoke as if it were obvious and Hermione was just being immensely stupid. When they left the bank, Harry wanted to stay in Diagon Alley for a while, but after the third person came up to him and said how sorry they were about his parents, virtually ignoring Hermione, who was becoming tearful, Harry turned and said, "I've had enough of this. Let's go back." The journey back to Little Whinging was uneventful and an anticlimax. Relations over the next week in number 4 Privet Drive were a little strained as they got used to the 5 of them living there together. Dudley stayed out of their way as much as possible until he returned to Smeltings the following Sunday and Harry and Hermione either stayed in their room, especially when Vernon was home, or went out. Finally, early in the morning on Wednesday the 8th of January, there was a knock on the front door and Petunia opened it. Harry and Hermione had been forbidden to answer the door in case it was normal people visiting them. "It's for you," Petunia had called, hurrying Professor Dumbledore inside before the neighbors could see him. "Harry, Hermione, looking well, I see. Everything all right?" "Yes, Professor," Harry answered. "Good. It's time to go back to Hogwarts." Turning to Hermione, he added, "All your teachers have left notes for you on what you need to catch up on. You haven't missed much, yet. Are you ready to go?" "Yes," Hermione had replied. "We're ready." Walking up from the gate, Hermione paused as Hogwarts Castle came into view. Dumbledore carried on walking quickly, explaining that he had to prepare for a lesson, leaving Harry to ask, "What's wrong?" "We wouldn't be here if Dad was alive," she replied, a tear beginning to roll down one cheek. "I wouldn't have gone against him." "But you said." "I know what I said," she snapped, angrily. "But I wouldn't have. And now, it's like I'm betraying him." Her voice failed her. "We can go somewhere else if you like. We don't have to come here." "We do, Harry," she said sadly. "I just know we do." The rest of the walk up to the castle was made in silence. Harry couldn't help think to the last time they had come here, although then they had flowed from Hogsmeade. It had been after the funeral, the day he had learned of the prophecy. After exploding at Hermione, thinking that she meant to abandon him at the Dursleys, she finally calmed him down. Then he turned to Professor Dumbledore and protested, "But surely, Voldemort's dead. I killed him. I saw him die." The professor shook his head sadly. You saw Professor Quirrell's body die. Even though I'm sure that Voldemort had no idea of what you could do to Professor Quirrell, he would have left the moment I arrived if he hadn't had some way to be sure to stay alive. But how? I wish I knew. I am researching into how he could have stayed alive all these years. But I'm certain that he will come back, just as he did after trying to kill you before. Can he ever be killed? Really killed? Nobody can live forever, Harry, not even Voldemort. How did I kill him? It was the protection your mother gave you. It lives even in your skin. It was love. Someone as distorted as Voldemort could not stand it. If the protection works without me being at the Dursleys, why do we have to go? The protection in your skin only works by touch. Voldemort, or any of his followers could kill you with a spell. Do the Weasleys know the prophecy? No. Why? They believe it has to be me, that kills him, I mean. Especially Fred and George. They said you were hiding something. The professor smiled. Those two are more intelligent than they would have us believe. But you will find a lot of people already believe Voldemort will return and it will be you that defeats him again. Why me? That is something we may never know, Harry. We just have to live the life we were given. The life we were given, Harry thought as they crossed the threshold into the entrance hall. Hermione had seen her father killed, her mother tortured into a coma and then been tortured herself. Surely the life she had been given would have been better without one Harry Potter in it. They hadn't spoken as they had made their way to the Hufflepuff cellars. The moment they entered the common room, the conversation died to silence. The circle of students sitting around the central fire all stood up, and the oldest one in the circle spoke up. Hermione. We just want to say how sorry we were to hear about your parents. And the prophet was awful to you. If there's anything we can do. When Hermione burst into tears, she found herself hugged from all sides by the other Hufflepuff girls, while the boy who had spoken turned to Harry and said, I didn't mean to upset her. Harry turned to him and said, it's okay. Thanks, Cedric. Anything sets her off. Right now, but it means a lot to her. Cedric nodded. You'll take care of her, right? Harry nodded grimly. At first, Harry was sure that Hermione would have preferred to have been left alone and he had been tempted to rescue her from the fray, but looking at her, now seated on a sofa between two of the girls as they all cried together, he wasn't so sure. It was only half an hour to the Defense Against the Dark Arts class when Susan Bones said, Hermione. Do you want to wash your face before class? Which class is it? I can't remember where I put my timetable. Hermione began to panic. It's here, in your bag, said Harry, and it's Defense Against the Dark Arts. He waited for Hermione to collapse into tears again, but she didn't. Who's taking it now? Apparently Dumbledore's taking it himself for the rest of the year, Hannah Abbott said. And when he can't take it for some reason, Flitwick or McGonagall are going to fill in, whoever's free, Susan added. The girls went into the bathroom and when they finally came out, you couldn't see that Hermione had been crying. Does my face look all right now? Hermione asked Harry. Yeah, it's fine. Susan knows some brilliant spells, Hermione said. She's going to teach them to me later. Great. And it'll be great having Professor Dumbledore to teach us must know so much. Probably remembers Merlin himself, Ernie Macmillan piped up, only to receive a look of muted disgust from Hermione. To the surprise of all in the class, Professor Dumbledore decided to stray from what Professor Quirrell had been teaching on various forms of blood-beeping creatures in Eastern Europe, and instead began to teach them the Protega, shield charm, which, of course, Harry, Hermione and Ron already knew. I am going to make this an exception to the usual rule about no magic outside of class, he said. I want you all to practice this as much as possible. Do not, however, aim it directly at someone close by. The hour for the class passed quickly and afterwards quite a few of the Ravenclaws came up to Hermione to express their condolences. Harry decided to get her back to the Hufflepuff cellar as quickly as possible before she started crying again. Lunch was interrupted by a visit from Malfoy. Ah, well, two down. The Dark Lord will return and finish you all off. Pity he left the Mudbowl. His sentence came to an abrupt end as Harry's fist hit him in the mouth. His two goons, Crabbe and Goyle, immediately grabbed Harry. You'll pay for that, Potter. Really? I just killed off your Dark Lord again. What makes you think I can't handle you? By this time, Professor McGonagall had arrived at the table. What is going on here? Nothing, Professor, spat Malfoy. We were just talking. Go back to your table, and Mr. Potter, I thought better of you than to get involved in a common brawl. That's 10 points from each of you." She walked away angrily. Malfoy was back at his table muttering, 10 points when he was the one who attacked me. "Wait till my father hears about this." "Your father," retorted Professor Snape, who had made his way down to the Slytherin table, "got where he is by use of subtlety and a certain charm. He will not be pleased to know that you appear to lack both. I would strongly suggest for your own sake that you do not inform him of this fact. You will do detention with me for the rest of this week." "You can't do that, Mr. Malfoy." "I not only can do that, I have done so. I will see you tonight." As they left dinner that night, Neville spoke quietly to Hermione. I was sorry to hear about your parents." He looked like he wanted to say more, but couldn't put it into words. Hermione replied, "Thank you, Neville. I don't know how you've coped all these years with your parents like that." Neville just shrugged his shoulders and walked away sadly. Neither Harry nor Hermione felt like socializing much for a while, and Harry couldn't help but notice that Hermione was growing increasingly quiet. All the other Hufflepuffs knew she was sad about her parents but had no idea how to help her. Even the teachers were worried as the standard of her essays were dropping. Even Professor Snape had seemed concerned. At any rate, he hadn't made any biting remarks to her since they had returned to school. It was just over a week after they had returned from school, when Neville approached Harry again. "Hi, Neville," Harry said. "Sorry if we've been ignoring you, it's just. I know. Can I have a word? Alone?" "Yeah, okay. I'll meet you downstairs, Hermione," Harry replied and followed Neville. Neville started by saying, "Hermione's not looking good. I wonder why that is?" asked Harry, bitterly. "Has she been to see her mother yet? We went straight after it happened." "Why? No, I mean, has she visited her at all?" "No," Harry replied, feeling confused. "What's the point? She's still unconscious, Madame Pomfrey told us." "It might help her," Neville insisted. "How can Hermione visiting possibly help Mum when she wouldn't even know she was there?" "I mean Hermione. It might help Hermione." Harry didn't look convinced. "Talk about it with Madame Pomfrey," Neville suggested. "I know, when I was old enough to understand, my gran insisted I went with her, and although I hated it, it just felt like it helped, you know." Harry hesitated. "I'll ask Madame Pomfrey." It was quite late, after Hermione had gone to bed, that Harry crept along to the hospital wing to see Madame Pomfrey. She opened the door dressed in a nightdress and a thick toweling dressing gown. "Mr. Potter, Harry, is something wrong? Are you hurt?" "No, Madame Pomfrey. You'd better come in before someone sees you. If you're not hurt, you've no business walking around Hogwarts at night." Harry slipped inside the door. "Now, tell me, what is it that brings you here when you should be in bed?" "It's Hermione. She's not getting better." Madame Pomfrey nodded. "I know, Harry. Some things take a long while to heal. Can't you do something? Cast a spell or something?" "No, I'm afraid not," Madame Pomfrey replied sadly, shaking her head. "I could cast a cheering charm, but that would only help for a short time. You'll just have to give her time." "It's just that," Neville said. Harry hesitated. He said it might help her if she saw Mum. "It's possible," Madame Pomfrey agreed. "Why don't I see if we can arrange that, then, if we can, I'll speak to Hermione myself." "Agreed." Harry nodded. "Now, I'd better take you back to Hufflepuff before you are missed." "Thank you." So they walked back to the Hufflepuff cellars together, and Harry went to bed feeling a little happier than he had felt for a while. "Are you sure you don't want Harry to come, for support?" Professor Sprout asked Hermione. "I have to do this alone and—" Hermione's voice faltered. She took a breath and continued, "I think I'm going to be a mess and I don't want—" "You don't want him to see you like that," Professor Sprout finished for her. "He needs me to be strong," Hermione said firmly as they stepped into the flow. Professor Sprout privately disagreed, but felt that Hermione didn't need an argument right now. When they arrived at the ward, they were surprised to see Miss Collier there. "How did you manage to come here?" Hermione asked. "Mrs. Weasley brings me whenever she can." "How is she?" "Just the same, I'm afraid," Miss Collier replied. Hermione was now standing beside her mother's bed, looking down, uncertain what to do, biting her lip. "She's still your mother," Miss Collier said gently. At that Hermione broke down, then took her mother's hand. "Mum, I'm so sorry. If I hadn't been a witch we'd listened to Professor Dumbledore." Let's have none of that, said a brisk voice. Hermione turned around. Hello, dear, I'm the Medowitch in charge of this ward. How is my mother? Hermione managed to ask. The same, I'm afraid. Hermione, isn't it? Hermione nodded. Why don't you sit down? I want to explain something to you. Hermione did as the Medowitch said. There is no easy way to say this. Nobody in this ward is ever going to recover. The mother you knew isn't here anymore. Hermione noticed Miss Collier stiffen at this. I've tried to explain to your friend, there is a reason nobody visits this ward. We've found it's best if people move on with their lives. Mrs. Longbottom visits, Miss Collier protested. Yes, replied the Medowitch acidly, and drags that poor boy here whenever she can. Can you imagine what's it's like for him, seeing his parents like this all his life? He'd have been better off forgetting they ever existed. She turned back to Hermione. We care for their bodies, but their minds are gone. I never knew your mother, but I'm sure she wouldn't want you to sit here, making yourself miserable. She'd want you to grow up and become the young woman you can be. I'm not saying forget her. But she's part of your past now, not your future. By this time Hermione had tears running down her face. The Medowitch patted her on the shoulder and said, I really am sorry. Then she turned and left them alone. Mrs. Collier spoke up, Hermione, I'm not a witch and this isn't really any of my business, but I've been talking with a friend who's a doctor. At Professor Sprout's sharp look, she quickly added, I didn't say anything I'm not supposed to, I just described Mrs. Granger's condition. And? Asked Hermione. Professor Sprout looked displeased at the way Miss Collier had lit a spark of hope in Hermione when there could be none. There's been a lot of research into what they call irreversible comas. Some people have been brought out of them by listening to music, by being talked to by their loved ones, by being touched. It usually takes a long time and doesn't often work, but I thought, I want to try. I tried to explain to the Medowitches, but they aren't interested in Muggle ideas. I brought a tape player but it didn't work. It wouldn't, said Professor Sprout. There's too much magic here. Can it be charmed to work? Hermione asked. I don't know. Probably. Let me go find a flow and I'll ask Professor Flitwick. When Professor Sprout had gone, Miss Collier explained, Hermione. I don't know anything about Crucius curses or anything, and I don't want to get your hopes up. For once, Hermione didn't correct Miss Collier. Her face was firm, showing none of the sadness of a few minutes before except for the red lines left by her tears, as she replied, I understand. But if there's the slightest chance, I have to try. That's what I thought you'd say. By the time Professor Sprout returned, Hermione was sitting beside her mother, holding her hand and stroking her hair, while talking quietly to her. Professor Flitwick had come with Professor Sprout and immediately asked Miss Collier what she wanted him to do. After hearing the explanation from Miss Collier, he replied, yes, I'm sure I can do that. If Professor Sprout agrees, why don't you take Hermione with you? You can choose some favorite music, perhaps record Hermione's voice. When you've made some tapes, bring them to me with the thing that plays them and I'll charm it to work here. He called the Medowitch and explained what they were going to do. She frowned. This is a Muggle treatment. He nodded. Then it isn't allowed without authorization from the hospital's chief Medowizard, and he doesn't approve of Muggle treatments. That could be a problem, Professor Sprout admitted. Does this mean we can't do it? Hermione asked anxiously. Hermione, you go with Miss Collier. Leave the hospital bigotry to me, okay. Okay. Hermione took an amazed Miss Collier to Grangers and withdrew enough money to buy what they would need. Then they took an ordinary London bus to one of London's many shopping areas. On the advice of a man in the queue at the bus stop, Hermione decided to avoid the better-known areas which were more expensive. Miss Collier laughed. You have all that money and you want to save a few pounds. Hermione looked embarrassed. I didn't mind spending it before, but now I know it's Harry's money, it doesn't feel right. I thought it was now legally your money too. I know, Hermione admitted, but it doesn't feel like it's mine. Am I being silly? I can't answer that, smiled Miss Collier. I've never been soul-bonded or whatever you call it, so I can't say what's normal and what's not. Why doesn't it feel yours? Hermione looked down at the ground. Hermione, is something wrong? I'm not sure. Is it about you and Harry? Hermione nodded. You seemed so close. We are. Hermione hesitated. We were. What's wrong? I remember you were afraid he would lose interest in you. It's not that, Hermione answered quickly. He's been great since it happened. Miss Collier looked at Hermione, concerned at the agony on her face. Knowing that Hermione needed time to get her thoughts in order, she said, let's go and get a tea or coffee or something and we can talk. Hermione nodded. After ordering a pot of tea for two in a local cafe, they sat down. Miss Collier waited patiently. It's me, Hermione admitted. Harry's been so good, I mean, really. When I've wanted to cry, or just sit quietly, he's just been there when I've needed him. I sense there's but, coming. I've been awful to him. When I needed someone to cry on, I've used him. I'm sure he doesn't mind. He doesn't. So what's the problem? Other times I've just ignored him, pushed him away really. At that point they were interrupted by a voice calling, tea for table 10. Miss Collier went and picked up the tray and brought it back to their table and began to pour out the tea. You were saying you're pushing Harry away. Why's that? This is going to sound awful. I shouldn't even say it. I can't. You can't bottle it up inside. It'll make you ill. Hermione took a breath. It's just that when I see him, I don't want Harry, I want my mum and dad. Hermione broke down in tears. Hermione, when you were younger and you were upset, who did you go to? Usually Dad. Why was that? Hermione smiled. He could always cheer me up. If I was upset, often Mum got upset too. And who do you go to now? Harry, Hermione answered instantly. And Harry isn't like your dad, is he? I would guess he's more like your mum. Hermione nodded. I can feel him getting upset when I am, and I know it's hard for him, so I try to hide it from him, but I can't for long. It's okay to miss your parents, Hermione. It's okay to wish it was your dad comforting you instead of Harry. It doesn't mean you love Harry any less. It doesn't. Of course not. No one person can give us everything we need. That only happens in romance stories. Hermione almost laughed. Did I say something funny? I don't think Harry's got a romantic bone in his body. Why do you say that? He doesn't see me like that. It's like we're brother and sister. He's only 11. But, I see him as more than that. Why can't he? I'm sure he will, in time. Boys take a lot longer than girls. And you are very mature, even for a girl. I suppose so. It's just annoying. Miss Collier suddenly laughed. At Hermione's surprised look, she explained, he's an 11-year-old boy. He's supposed to be annoying, especially to girls. Hermione giggled. Now, shall we go spend all that money? The two professors had met with a blank wall of refusal from the chief Meadowizard and returned to Hogwarts by flow and explained the situation to Professor Dumbledore. Do you think there's any chance of it working? He asked Madame Pomfrey, having called her to his office and made the two professors explain Miss Collier's idea to her. I have no idea, Madame Pomfrey admitted. She's a muggle. It's a muggle therapy. But a Cruciatus curse isn't exactly like a muggle disease, Professor Dumbledore pointed out. But the effect is a long-term coma, she replied. So who knows what might help? We don't have a treatment, that's for sure, so why not try it? I agree. That leaves me with the problem of the chief Meadowizard. Madame Pomfrey, could you ask Harry to come to my office when Hermione returns? And could you come with him, please? Where are we going, Professor? Harry asked. We are going to visit the chief Meadowizard at St. Mungo's. Madame Pomfrey can explain Miss Collier's idea. We are taking Hermione as it is her mother we are talking about. And in case my influence isn't enough, we are taking you, Harry. I know you don't like to think about being the boy who lived, but just this once, I think your status may help us. Harry looked uncomfortable, but agreed, and a few minutes later they were in the office of the chief Meadowizard. His deputy was also there. After listening to Madame Pomfrey's explanation, he replied, I'm afraid I can't agree that a muggle therapy can have any worth in treating a magical injury. We have had our best Meadowizards working for years on a cure. He laughed. You can't expect muggles to find a cure which we haven't. He turned to Hermione, I'm sorry dear. I know it must be hard for you. You won't even try. Mrs. Potter. I have listened carefully to what you have had to say because I have respect for Professor Dumbledore, not to mention we all owe your husband so much. But you won't take any notice. Hermione said, trying to stay calm. If I thought there was a chance it would do any good. Professor Dumbledore sighed and turned to go. I'm sorry, Hermione. I really am. As they walked out of the office, Harry was last. He had just turned down the corridor outside the door when he heard the chief Medawizard turn to his deputy and say, "Damn cheek. She's just a muggle. If it wasn't for him we wouldn't even have her here." Harry turned around and almost ran into the office again. "Just a muggle. Just a muggle," he screamed, bringing the others running into the office after him. The chief Medawizard looked embarrassed. "I didn't mean anything by it. She is my mother, or as good as," Harry said angrily. He turned to Professor Dumbledore. "I don't care how much money you have to take from my vault. I want her out of here and in a muggle hospital away from these quacks." "How dare you?" spluttered the chief Medawizard. Harry's eyes flashed dangerously. "You know, you will expect me to save you from Voldemort when he returns. Just tell me one thing. Why should I save your world? Tell me that." He stormed from the room, leaving the others standing. "I want her out of here," he shouted as he ran down the corridor. At the end of the corridor, he leaned against a wall and slid to the floor, his head between his knees, his body rocked with silent sobs. Madame Pomfrey turned to Professor Dumbledore and Hermione. "I never thought I'd say this, but we're no better than Rita Skeeter." At their puzzled look, she explained. "The prophet talked about Harry losing another set of parents and totally ignored you, Hermione." Hermione looked ashen as Professor Dumbledore said, "And we've done the opposite. We've tried to make allowances for Hermione and forgotten Harry." "That, Professor," stated Madame Pomfrey, "is a little boy who's lost the only parents he can remember." "I didn't even think," cried Hermione. She ran to where Harry was sitting and sat beside him, putting her arms around him. "Harry, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." After a few minutes, Professor Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey helped the two children to their feet and walked with them to the flow. "I mean it," said Harry. "I want her away from those bastards." Not even Hermione objected to his language. "Hermione, she is your mother too," Professor Dumbledore stated. "Legally you are her next of kin. Do you agree with Harry?" "Yes," she said quietly, all the fight having gone from her. "I will see it done," the professor promised. Professor Dumbledore was as good as his word. The following Monday, he flew to the ministry to speak to someone in the department that dealt with all wizard-muggle liaisons and asked them to arrange for Mrs. Granger to be moved to a reputable muggle hospital. If his staff had hoped that the visit to St. Mungo's would have improved Hermione's state of mind, they were disappointed. Monday evening, Professor Sprout met with Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing. "I don't know what to do with either of them," she despaired. Hermione moping around was bad enough, but now they both are. "Perhaps they just need time," Madame Pomfrey suggested. "They are getting worse, not better. You heard what happened in the Hufflepuff common room last night." Madame Pomfrey shook her head. Harry and Hermione were also being talked about in a classroom. "Thank you for coming, Weasleys and Neville," Susan began. "What's this all about? You haven't heard what happened last night?" "No. Why? I'm surprised it hasn't got out." "Well, you all know that Hermione has exactly been herself this term. It's hardly surprising. You can't blame her for that," Ron almost shouted. "We're not here to blame her. We're here because we're worried about them," Susan snapped. "Now they're both ignoring everyone, barely making it to lessons. If they do have to talk to anyone, they just snap at them. The last 2 nights they've been sleeping on a sofa in the common room where they can be together. It's where they spend most of their time," Ernie added. "From what we can see, they're hardly eating. And last night when one of the older boys accidentally woke them, Harry was so startled that he used his shield spell and nearly blasted him out of the room. He's okay. He wasn't hurt much and he wouldn't go to Pomfrey as he didn't want to get Harry in trouble." "So you're trying to stop the boy who lived becoming the boy who exploded," said Fred. Ron looked at his older brother angrily. "It isn't funny. It would be if you could get Snape to wake him," said George. For once, nobody laughed. "Okay," George admitted. "We have a problem. What can we do?" "We don't know," said Hannah Abbott miserably. "They won't talk to anyone. Hermione just doesn't answer and Harry snaps at everything. They're just clinging to each other all the time and I don't even think they're helping each other that much," said Susan. Harry was just coming out of the Great Hall after dinner the following day, when his arm was taken by Fred and he was pulled aside. "No common room to sulk. Come on, we're going flying." He looked behind him to see that George had taken Hermione's arm in the same way and the twins were virtually dragging them outside. "Look, thanks, but no thanks. We're fine as we are," Hermione was saying. "We'd noticed," George replied. And of course you don't need to relax at all. That would be completely illogical. We were going back to our common room to relax, until you two showed up, Hermione argued. Right, said Fred, relax. I'm sure that's in a dictionary somewhere. Sitting on a sofa scowling and looking like you'll hex anyone who dares to come near to you. Leave her alone, Harry said, raising his voice as he twisted out of Fred's grip. He and Hermione ran towards the Hufflepuff cellar only to find that Neville was standing in front of the portrait. You're banned from here for the evening, he announced. Neville, get out of the way. I'm not joking. Harry drew his wand to give force to his words. You will have to make me, Neville said nervously, still not drawing his wand, but eyeing Harry's wand as he spoke. We're not in the mood for this, Hermione snapped. We know. You're in the mood for cutting yourself off from everyone again and being miserable, Neville almost shouted. And why not? Because it doesn't help. Neville, get out of the way, Harry repeated. You were my first friends. My relatives all thought I was a squib. My grandmother just kept telling me I should be more like my father and how disappointed he'd be. And the Gryffindors didn't want me. What's this got to do with us going back to the common room? Hermione asked. I know how bad it is to be alone, he explained. But we're not alone, Hermione argued. We've got each other. No, you haven't, not really, a girl's voice answered. Harry and Hermione turned around to see that Susan had appeared from somewhere, along with Hannah, Ron and the Weasley twins. You're both just sitting there being miserable. You're not facing it together, you're just sitting together to keep the rest of your friends away. Maybe you don't have to do this all alone, mate, Ron said. Harry held his wand steady until Hermione took his hand and lowered it. What do you want us to do? She asked quietly. There was an audible sigh of relief from Neville. It's time you got out of this castle, Fred insisted. But it's almost curfew, Hermione protested, before her hand was taken by George. Come on. It'll do you good, George said encouragingly. Both of you, Fred added. That made up Hermione's mind for her, and she went willingly with George. Harry and the others all followed. They reached the broom storage cupboard and Fred handed Harry a broom. He offered one to Hermione, but she refused. I don't really like flying. When they reached the Quidditch pitch, George cast a spell which turned the lights on, flooding the area with light. Someone's bound to see that, Hermione objected. It's all right, Fred insisted. Harry didn't wait to hear Hermione continue to argue, he just took off. He flew higher and higher until he disappeared above the level of the lights and they could no longer see him. Hermione, said Fred, unusually quietly for him. Sometimes, George and I, we can sense what each other are feeling. I know you two can. We haven't, she admitted. We haven't done that since Christmas. Then it's about time you did, my dear, came Professor Sprout's voice from behind her. Hermione gasped. It's all right, Hermione. You're not in trouble. Fred and George very responsibly asked me for permission to do this. Hermione turned to the twins. Forgot to tell us that, didn't you? More fun breaking the rules, Fred replied. Didn't want to ruin our reputation, George added. Hermione. Don't get distracted. Concentrate on Harry, the professor insisted. I can't even see him, she replied, but she slowly opened her mind to him. She could sense a terrible sense of guilt and anger for what had happened to her parents, almost completely masking a dull hollow ache which she knew only too well, the dreadful void left where they had been. But right at the moment, above all the sadness and anger, there was a feeling of exhilaration. She could feel the wind and the excitement. Turning her face suddenly towards the far side of the Quidditch pitch, she let out a scream, Harry. The others turned and saw a shape which was obviously Harry plummeting towards the ground at high speed. Professor Sprout began to pull out her wand but didn't have time. Just as it seemed it was too late, Harry pulled up and sped horizontally towards them, screaming with delight. Stopping a little way from them, he suddenly saw Professor Sprout and looked worried. It's all right, Harry, she assured him. You're not in trouble. Hermione snapped, oh, yes he is. Running to Harry she screamed at him, don't you ever do that to me again. I thought, and she burst into tears. By now, Harry knew what to do with a crying Hermione and he hugged her to him. I'm sorry, he whispered. That was a Wronski feint, said Susan, impressed. I didn't faint, Harry protested. Hermione nearly did, Neville laughed. Harry, said Professor Sprout. Madam Hooch told me you could fly, but I've never seen anything like it. Can you catch this? She quickly conjured a small ball and somehow stuck it to the end of her wand. As she flicked her wand, the ball flew away at great speed. Finally letting Hermione go, Harry took off after the ball, catching it easily, even though, to his amazement, it kept trying to dodge away from him. When he returned with the ball in his hand and gave it to Professor Sprout, she told him, "Our seeker is taking his newts this year and has expressed a wish to leave the team if we can find someone else. Would you like to be a seeker? Or what would I have to do?" "Well, what you just did would probably do very nicely. Now you should all be getting back. One more quick fly, Professor. Please," Harry begged. Hermione rolled her eyes. Harry turned to Hermione. "Come with me. You're not getting me up there again. You liked it last time. Come on." Reluctantly she got on the broom behind him. "No ronky feints," she ordered as she put her arms tightly around him. As they flew, she let his feeling of freedom sweep over her mind, and by the time they landed, she had to admit that she felt better than she had done for a while. During the rest of the week, Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott virtually took over Harry and Hermione's lives. Apart from the times the two girls had scheduled for Harry and Hermione to just be alone together, they weren't allowed to mope, together or alone. One of their friends was with them all the time, whether it was a friend from Hufflepuff or from Gryffindor. Hermione half-heartedly complained about it to Harry in one of their permitted, alone, times. "You're just cross it's not you organizing it," laughed Harry. "I must admit though, they've only been doing this for a few days and already sometimes it feels like they're trying to make us forget Mum and Dad." "They're not," said Hermione. "They know we won't. I think they just want to remind us we're not alone." "It might be better if I was," said Harry. At Hermione's angry look, he corrected himself, "Safer, I mean." "Harry, it's not your fault." Harry didn't reply. "I mean it. I know you feel it is. Feels like it." "Harry," Hermione warned. "It's true. If I hadn't been with you, they'd be okay." Harry's tone changed suddenly to angry as he continued, "You can't tell me you don't. Wish sometimes that you were still with them instead of me." Hermione hesitated and Harry pounced on the pause. "See." Fighting the urge to lash out back at him, Hermione said quietly, "Of course I wish I were with them. But you are part of me, forever, in a way they never could be." "But what if he gets you next time?" Harry cried. "He took 11 years to almost find a way back. If he takes as long for next time, we'll both be fully trained. Professor Dumbledore will make sure we can beat him." "It's me that has to do it," insisted Harry. "If you even try to do it without me, Voldemort won't need to kill you." "I will," Hermione retorted firmly. Friday evening, the two were called aside by Professor Dumbledore, who turned to Susan, his eyes twinkling as he said, "I hate to break up your schedule, but I have some news for these two. Your mother was transferred to a Muggle hospital last night. If it is convenient for you both, Madame Pomfrey will take you to visit her tomorrow afternoon." "That's fine, Professor," Harry replied. As they turned away, Hermione turned back and said, "Thank you, sir." With a sad smile which didn't quite reach his eyes, Professor Dumbledore replied, "That's all right, it was my pleasure." Smiling more broadly, he added, "Now, should I give you an excuse note for Miss Bones? Your mother has been transferred to the National Hospital for Neurology and Neurosurgery in London," Madame Pomfrey explained to Harry and Hermione. "It is not far from St. Mungo's, but I didn't think you'd want to go there again, so we will flow from here to the Leaky Cauldron. We did think about transferring her to a hospital closer to the borough. There are some good neurology units in Plymouth and Bristol, but this is the best unit in the country and it's the one easiest to get to by flow." Madame Pomfrey realized that she was rambling and pulled herself up straight and said, "Right, let's go. Say, Diagon Alley." Madame Pomfrey went first, followed by Hermione. Hermione stepped away from the fireplace quickly to avoid Harry, who, as usual, tripped as he arrived. After waving to Tom, the barman, they walked out of the Leaky Cauldron into Charing Cross Road. "Now we need to find the underground train," said Madame Pomfrey. "Apparently we have to use it to go somewhere called Russell Square, which isn't far from the hospital." "There's a station," said Hermione, having seen the famous roundel of the London Underground. The sign said the station was Tottenham Court Road. Madame Pomfrey gave Hermione the money to pay for their tickets. Once Hermione had done so, she looked at one of the many maps on the wall. "We need the Central Line eastbound," she said decisively, looking around her, "that way." After just a few minutes they felt the increase in air pressure as a train came speeding from the tunnel into the station. As they boarded the train, a voice from the speakers on the walls of the station said loudly, "Mind the doors please," and the doors slid shut behind them. They had to change trains to the Piccadilly line at the next station, and Madame Pomfrey commented that the Piccadilly line trains seemed cleaner and more modern. "That's because they improved them for the line to the airport," Hermione explained. It was only one more station to Russell Square. Madame Pomfrey had been given directions from there. After walking around for about 15 minutes, they found a policeman and asked him for directions, and this time they found the hospital almost at once. It took up most of one side of a small square called Queen Square. Once they walked inside, it didn't take long to make their way to the small unit where Mrs. Granger had been placed. A nurse stopped them as they entered, and once she had asked them who they were, she warned them, "Don't be frightened by all the machinery attached to your mother. We just want to monitor her for a while to find out all we can about her condition. It doesn't mean she has suddenly got worse." The warning was just as well as all three of them would probably have been worried by the sight that met them. Ms. Granger was lying in bed, just as she had been in St. Mungo's, but there the resemblance stopped. 3 or 4 different machines were attached to her by a whole mass of cables. 2 of the machines were making quiet, beeping noises. She was wearing a pair of headphones and a cable ran from them to a small cassette recorder. "It shouldn't really be plugged in here until it's checked by a hospital electrician," the nurse explained, "so don't tell anyone. I was told a visitor brought it last night." She paused briefly, then said cheerfully, "Well, I'll leave you in peace. If you need anything, just call." "Thank you," said Madame Pomfrey. "Remember to talk to her," the nurse added as an afterthought. "Quite often they can hear us even when they seem to be deeply unconscious." "I don't know what to say," said Hermione. "Just talk to her as if she were awake," the nurse advised. "Tell her how you are, what you're doing at school, all the normal things." "Okay, thanks," said Harry. Harry and Hermione sat on opposite sides of the bed and each took one of Mrs. Granger's hands. They both found that it was incredibly difficult to talk to someone who showed no response whatsoever. They found that they kept slipping into just talking to each other. Madame Pomfrey had slipped away somewhere to leave them alone with their mother. Just over an hour had gone by when Madame Pomfrey returned. "Look who I found in the hospital canteen." Hermione jumped up to give Miss Collier a hug. "What time did you have to leave this morning to get here?" she asked. "I didn't," Miss Collier replied. "Mrs. Weasley brought me yesterday as soon as Professor Dumbledore told us that your mother had been moved here. She offered to bring me again today, but I decided to see a show last night and stay in a hotel overnight. Then I did a little bit of shopping this morning." "How is she today?" "The same," said Hermione, sadly. "Don't worry. It's early yet. We've only just started trying to reach her." "So you really think there's any chance?" Harry asked her. "If I am brutally honest, very little," Miss Collier admitted. "But the doctors say that about 1 in 10 coma patients do eventually recover and live a normal life. 1 in 10 is better than those bastards at St. Mungo's would give," Harry snarled. Hermione didn't bother to correct his swearing, but smiled briefly, then with a look of determination on her face turned to her mother and said, "We'll just have to make sure you are one of the 1 in 10, won't we, Mum?" Madame Pomfrey suggested that it was time for lunch. "Where shall we go?" There didn't seem to be much of a choice in the hospital restaurant. "McDonald's," Harry shouted, before being shushed by both Madame Pomfrey and Miss Collier, the latter pointing out that as far as she knew, Madame Pomfrey wasn't deaf. Hermione just rolled her eyes patiently. Others could never understand Harry's obsession with McDonald's, but she understood very well. It had been somewhere he'd always been left outside with the Dursleys, and one of the first places the Grangers had taken him. They could have served nothing but bread and water and it would still have been a special place for him for that reason. "I'll pass," said Miss Collier. "I've already eaten." After lunch, Madame Pomfrey took the 2 children back to the hospital. Shortly after they'd got back, a doctor came round checking all of the patients. Hermione asked him about her mother's condition and what tests they were running. The doctor looked at her strangely. I don't think this is really. I'll explain to your Then he looked for support at Miss Collier, who just smiled. "Don't worry. Just answer her questions, she said, then added mischievously, anything I don't understand she can explain to me afterwards. Right, he began. At the moment we are doing various tests to see if we can find what is causing her to remain unconscious. The admitting doctor took blood for analysis and the results for most of the tests should be available on Monday. Assuming that nothing obvious shows up in those tests, she will be put down for a brain scan sometime during the next week. Until we get results, we call it a coma of unknown origin. And you can't tell me if she will get better until you get the results?" asked Hermione. The doctor looked impressed. "That's right, young lady. We may know more this time next week. Any other questions? Is there something I can read about comas? The hospital produces a leaflet for relatives explaining quite a bit about comas. It's not really written for children, but that's okay," said Hermione, a little too brightly as she tried to hide her irritation at being thought of as a 12-year-old. "Then I'll ask the ward sister to give you one. Thank you." During Hermione's conversation with the doctor, Harry had been trying to tune them out as he continued to talk with his mother. When Hermione felt strongly about something and she was close to him, it was becoming difficult not to be overwhelmed by her thoughts and feelings in his head. Despite her calm exterior she presented to the doctor, and even to Miss Collier and Madame Pomfrey, she was far from calm. After another hour, during which time the nurse had brought the leaflet to Hermione, which Hermione had read aloud to her mother, Madame Pomfrey suggested it was time to go. To her surprise, Hermione asked, "Can you apparate us to our old house?" Their old house was still empty. Madame Pomfrey looked puzzled. "Yes, but why? This leaflet has a list of books for further reading and they know me at my old library. Hogwarts won't have them and I'm not registered at any other libraries apart from my old one." Rather than take the lift, they took the stairs, which were deserted enough that Madame Pomfrey could apparate without being seen. Then they had to take a bus to the town center so Hermione could explore the relevant section of the library. Harry decided to browse the children's section, which he thought was more interesting. He amused himself by wondering what the library assistant would think if she knew that a whole set of children's books had been written about him. Fred and George had once suggested donating a set of the books to the local library in the nearest town to Ottery Street. Catchpole, the village being too small to have its own library, although it did have a van which came round twice a month. Harry hadn't been amused, although Fred's description of what he thought the rather sour-faced chief librarian would think of children's books with illustrations that moved had brought a slight smile to his face. Hermione had spent almost an hour browsing the medical section of the library before Madame Pomfrey, sensing Harry's increasing impatience, suggested that she take some books out now as they needed to go back to Hogwarts. That had been followed by another 10 minutes or so, during which time, Hermione decided which books she would borrow, changed her mind, then changed her mind again before making her final selection. Madame Pomfrey made a quick exploration of the area around the library until she found a secluded place. "Now I know this place, next time I can bring you straight here, instead of having to take the bus from your house. That'll save time." "Oh good," said Harry, in a tone that suggested he wasn't as happy as his words suggested, more time in the library. He was rewarded with a glare from Hermione, while Madame Pomfrey tried to hide a slight smirk. Madame Pomfrey thought to herself that it would not only save time, but also make it easier emotionally on both Hermione and Harry. Going back to where it had happened, and seeing what had been their home, boarded up while a decision was made about what to do with it, had obviously been hard on both children, legally adults or not. As soon as they appeared in Hogsmeade, Harry asked what time it was. "Great. If I run, I'll still make part of the Quidditch practice." With Madame Pomfrey's permission he immediately began to run back to Hogwarts. Hermione walked back more slowly with Madame Pomfrey, but Madame Pomfrey could see how eager she was to get back and start reading her books. She was so eager, in fact, that she was late for dinner that evening and Harry had to ask Hannah Abbott to go down and remind her. The conversation over dinner was a lecture from Hermione on care of people in a coma, which left everyone else none the wiser as they could barely understand a word of what Hermione was saying. Poor Susan made the mistake of asking what Glasgow had to do with it and was treated to a 10-minute mini-lecture about that as well. Life at Hogwarts continued normally. They were learning that Professor Dumbledore, who was teaching most of the Defense Against the Dark Arts lessons, was actually a very good teacher, even if it wasn't his best subject. He had previously taught Transfiguration. To the surprise of most of the students, he was not only very knowledgeable of the subject, but entertaining and at times, quite humorous. He had tried to persuade Professor McGonagall to teach defense and allow him to teach Transfiguration, but she smiled and shook her head. "Oh, no. I've never defeated any Dark Lords. You're the one with an Order of Merlin." Somewhat grumpily he had responded, "If defeating a Dark Lord is the criteria, perhaps I should let Harry teach it." Professor McGonagall looked worried for half a second until she made sure that his expression confirmed that Professor Dumbledore was only joking. Harry had begun training regularly with the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, and he enjoyed himself immensely. To his surprise, Hermione always accompanied him to the practices, though she insisted on staying firmly on the ground. "Thank you very much." Hermione had found that Harry's sheer exhilaration when he was flying made her feel better too, even if she felt slightly guilty about feeling good while her father was dead and her mother almost as good as dead. The last Saturday in February was the stage for the Hufflepuff vs Gryffindor Quidditch match, a long and rather boring game, which Hufflepuff eventually won, barely. Hermione whispered to Harry that they'd have won a lot quicker if Harry had been playing, as she'd noticed that he'd seen the snitch really early on. Over Easter they went to the Burrow, at Molly's insistence, and they had to admit that Molly's occasionally overbearing form of love did make them feel much more that they weren't alone. As supportive as their friends at Hogwarts were, it wasn't the same. Hermione especially loved helping to care for all the younger children now living at the much enlarged Burrow, even though she'd previously never really thought of herself as the maternal type. She wondered how Molly could take caring for so many in her stride as she did, yet still have time for her and Harry while they were there. She even found time to apparate Harry and Hermione to the hospital almost every day and got Arthur to do it when she didn't have time. The only downside to being there was that so many children weren't exactly conducive to calm, and Hermione did occasionally wish for time alone, some peace and quiet to read. On the first Saturday, Miss Collier visited. During term time, of course, she had been here every day, teaching mostly Muggle-born children in the school. The new school building, a short distance from the Burrow itself, had been enlarged to have 2 classrooms since they had left for Hogwarts, one for Miss Collier to teach in, and one for Remus Lupin. The twins, Fred and George, or Gred and Forge as they insisted on calling themselves, had been begging their mother to allow them to go to the hospital to visit Mrs. Granger. Molly's reaction had been predictable. "I'd never be able to show my face there again," she had cried, putting her foot down. Nevertheless, on the Saturday morning when Miss Collier arrived, the twins asked yet again. "I keep telling you," Molly replied, "the hospital has sick people there. They don't need your brand of lunacy." "Actually," Miss Collier said quietly, "they aren't sick in the normal sense of the word. Fred and George can't do any harm, and you never know, they might actually help her." Molly looked surprised. "You think so?" The brief look of hopefulness on Molly's face told Hermione in that moment how desperate Molly was for some good news about Hermione's mother. Hermione had known that Molly and her mother had become very close in the few years before Hermione and Harry had started at Hogwarts. It was obvious that Molly would be willing to try anything, even help from Fred and George, if there was the slightest chance of helping her mother. Once they entered the ward where Mrs. Granger was, Fred and George quickly pulled the curtains around the bed and stuck a small marble near the top of the curtain and another near the bottom. "What did you just do?" Hermione asked. "Just keeping the Muggles out," George explained. At Hermione's questioning look, Fred added, "They had a sticky charm to keep the curtains sealed and a mild Muggle-repelling charm to make sure that nobody would try to get in and get suspicious." "But you can't do magic out of school," Hermione pointed out. "We didn't," said Fred. "But you said, we did the charms while we were back at Hogwarts. So no magic was done here. Isn't that right, Fred?" said George, looking smug. "Right," said Fred. "Anyhow, forget about that. Take these," said George, handing Hermione and Harry each a biscuit. "George," Hermione began. "I'm Fred," George interrupted. "No, you're Gred, I'm Forge," said Fred. "No, I'm Forge, you're Gred." Seeing this looked like continuing for a while, Hermione stepped between them. "Look, this isn't a time for a prank." "Hermione," said George, suddenly turning serious. "We love your mother too." For a second Hermione could have sworn that she saw a tear in George's eye, but then he blinked and it was gone. "We want to help," added Fred. Eat the biscuits, please. Do I want to know what they do? Fred shook his head. I thought not. Look, I know you want to help but… Hermione, Harry interrupted firmly. Eat the biscuit. She turned to Harry, hesitating. Please. Hermione and Harry both ate the biscuits they had been given and waited nervously to see what had changed. After a minute, Hermione said, nothing happened, then her mouth dropped open as she heard her voice. Why am I speaking like Harry? Actually, you're not exactly. George began. You're sounding like Harry used to sound when he was about 8 years old. In that book about memories you had, like you said, hearing familiar voices can help. But it also said that older memories are more powerful, so we made you sound like Harry did when your mother first knew him. And what about me? Asked Harry, then gasped at the squeakiness of his voice. Even Hermione had to laugh, though it came out as a nervous giggle. Well, you see she's known Hermione a lot longer, Fred explained. So we made you sound like Hermione when she was about 4 years old. How long does this last? Asked Harry, still amazed at the voice coming out of his mouth. Tell me it's reversible. Ah, said Fred. Ah, asked Hermione. We haven't really had much time to test it. But it'll wear off eventually. Eventually? Asked Harry, trying and failing to sound threatening. An hour, 2, 3. Maybe a day. Or 2. Great, squeaked Harry. I might be speaking like a 4-year-old girl for days. If it helps her, does it matter? Asked Fred. Wait a minute, said Hermione. What? That book was in my dorm at school. Boys can't get in there, and you're not in Hufflepuff anyway. I told you she'd think of that, George said. You did, and you were right. Fred, George, who did you get to take the book? Nobody. But you can't get in there. It says so. In Hogwarts, a history, Fred, George and Harry chorused. And that is why, my dear Hermione, began Fred. You should never believe everything you read, George finished, then, dismissing the subject he turned to Mrs. Granger and said, Hi, Mrs. G. Gred and Forge here. We'll be back to tell you all about what they've been up to at school later, but for now we'll leave you with Harry and Hermione. Only they miss you a lot and really want you to come back to them. With that George swept through the curtains, which opened for him. Fred followed him and the curtains sealed themselves shut behind them. We'll be back in a few hours. Outside the hospital, Fred turned to George and said, Right, 2 hours to explore all that Muggle London has to offer. At the end of 2 hours, Molly Weasley entered the ward and the curtains let her in. She found a rather sad-looking Harry. What's the matter? Forgetting the charm, he answered, I hoped, after the biscuits. Mrs. Weasley, on hearing Harry speaking with a small girl's voice, said rather coldly, Biscuits. What have the twins been up to now? Us, Mum, said Fred, who had just run into the ward with George, trying and failing to sound innocent. What have you done to Harry? Oh, that, Fred replied, trying to sound casual. Of course, Mrs. Weasley wasn't fooled for a moment. Yes, that. It's nothing much. We just thought that hearing them sound younger might help. But it didn't, Harry said morosely. There's no change. Ridiculous. Now change him back at once, Mrs. Weasley said forcefully. Oh, well, actually, yes. We haven't quite worked out that bit yet, George admitted, somewhat chagrined. But it'll wear off in a few hours. A few hours? Asked Mrs. Weasley, sternly. Or maybe days, George admitted. You'll get the ministry down on us, just you see. And put your father's job in danger. All for a silly prank. We didn't do the magic here, Fred explained. We did it at Hogwarts. And if a nurse had walked in and heard Harry like this. Deciding that it was probably best not to tell Mrs. Weasley about the charm on the curtains, Harry answered, we were going to have laryngitis. We, Mrs. Weasley replied. Don't tell me you pulled this trick on Hermione too. Hers wore off a while ago, said Harry. She didn't eat all the biscuit, she doesn't like ginger biscuits. Remember that, George, said Fred. Don't use ginger if you want to prank Hermione. Don't you dare prank that poor girl again. She turned to Mrs. Granger. I apologize for my boys. I shouldn't have let them come. I'll just bring Harry and Hermione next time. The twins looked upset and not a little angry. Not one word, and don't pull that long face, hurt and angry act with me, their mother warned. We'll discuss this another time. Come on, we'd better go find Hermione. But Hermione wasn't at the nurse's station, nor in the canteen. Fred. Yes, Mum. Go back and check the ward again. Yes, Mum. And come straight back. No tricks. Yes, Mum. George went to go with him. You stay here. He's less likely to get into any trouble if you're not together. When Fred returned, he said, She's not there, Mum. I even asked a nurse to check the toilets. She said that Hermione ran off in tears. Molly seethed with anger at the boys. See what you've done now. She could be anywhere. It can be dangerous for a young girl on her own in London. It was the right thing to be concerned, she knew, as not all of London's denizens were friendly. More than one child, magical or otherwise, had disappeared on London's streets, and she didn't want that to happen to Hermione, after all the trauma the girl had suffered. We'll help you look for her, offered George. Oh no, you won't. I'm taking the three of you home at once, then I'll come back to try to find her. As they walked out of the main entrance, she was saying, almost in a mumble, I'll have to tell the Ministry, of course, and Professor Dumbledore. Her voice faltered as she looked across the street to the square. Hermione, squealed Harry, as he ran across to the square, not caring, or even noticing, that he was almost hit by a car in his eagerness to reach her. Hermione was sitting on a bench in the park, her head in her hands, crying. Hermione, asked Harry, trying to sense her through their bond, but her feelings were too overwhelmed to be coherent. It felt like trying to hear someone whispering in a noisy room full of people. Unable to reach her through the bond, Harry touched her on the shoulder, then on her cheek, and said again, Hermione. She lifted her face and he saw tear marks had run down her cheeks. What's wrong? She handed him a long piece of paper she had been grasping in her hand. By this time Mrs. Weasley and the twins had caught up with them. Hermione, I'm sorry the twins upset you. I won't let them come again. At first Hermione barely seemed to register what Mrs. Weasley had said, then, spotting the twins, she got up and flew at them, drawing them into an almost bone-crushing hug. Finally turning to Mrs. Weasley, she took the paper from Harry's hand and said almost in a whisper, the nurse gave me this. Mrs. Weasley looked at the paper, which was just a bunch of squiggly lines to her. She shook her head. It's a recording of Mum's brain waves. They changed. I don't understand. It means their mum knew they were there, explained Fred. Mrs. Weasley and Harry still looked confused. Don't you see? Hermione almost screamed. It means she's still in there somewhere. We just have to find a way to bring her back. Don't you see? Hermione almost screamed. It means she's still in there somewhere. We just have to find a way to bring her back. Hermione's pronouncement was met by stunned silence, finally broken by Harry. She's going to get better. Hermione's face fell a little. It doesn't mean that. The nurse warned me. Often it goes no further than this. But she has a chance now. Before there was nothing. Nobody seemed to know how to respond to that until Fred said, I guess this means we can come again after all. Mrs. Weasley, who had been almost in a dream following Hermione's pronouncement, was brought back to reality by Fred's comment. Your father and I will speak to you two later about experimenting on Hermione and Harry, she said firmly. The hope on Fred's face disappeared. When we get home, you can go and clear the gnomes out of the garden. Mum, cried Fred and George together. Almost under her breath, she added, you can tell them how proud I am of you. If everyone looked stunned at her sudden compliment, she brushed it aside by turning to Hermione and waving her wand. That's better, she said in a satisfied tone as her puffy eyes and tear marks vanished. We couldn't have you going back to the others with a face like that, could we? Easter Day was a day marked by chocolate. The younger ones seemed to have a knack for putting more chocolate over their faces than into their stomachs, and even Mrs. Weasley gave up repeatedly trying to clean them up until the eggs were finished. The twins didn't have any more of their special biscuits, so their mother insisted that she help them make them. We'll need a hair from Hermione and Harry. Don't get them mixed up, Fred instructed. It works a bit like polyjuice potion, George explained. Do you two know how dangerous this could have been? Their mother asked. But it worked though, George replied. His mother was unable to answer that. Hermione ended the sudden gap in the conversation. What's polyjuice potion? She asked. Nothing you need worry about until you are much older, Mrs. Weasley said, shooing everyone out of the kitchen while the biscuits were baking. Fred whispered to Hermione, we'll tell you later. His mother had heard and said firmly, "You will not. I will not have you lead Hermione into trouble." "Mum, honestly, do you think we could ever lead her into trouble? I mean, she's like having you in the dorms." Harry couldn't help snorting with laughter slightly at Fred's last comments and was rewarded with a glare from Hermione. Despite Harry and Hermione going to visit their mother in hospital every day, using the biscuits, Mrs. Granger's condition didn't improve any further. Mrs. Weasley had insisted that the twins give the Harry biscuits to Harry and the Hermione biscuits to Hermione rather than swapping, much to the twins' disappointment and Harry's relief. Miss Collier had wondered about using the biscuits herself during the term time, but the thought of the staff reaction if they heard her speaking with the voice of a 4 or 5-year-old girl put her off. Back in Hogwarts, lessons carried on as before, until the twins slipped one of their biscuits onto the staff table at breakfast. By chance it was Professor McGonagall who was the unlucky victim, and even Professor Snape had trouble keeping a straight face when he heard the rather staid Professor McGonagall speaking with the voice of a 5-year-old Hermione. She walked from the staff table to where the twins were sitting. "I know you two had something to do with this. How long does it last?" she squeaked. Harry, sitting at the Hufflepuff table, burst out laughing. "Harry Potter, come here." When he had reached the Gryffindor table, she said, "I am surprised at you, Mr. Potter. How did you do it?" Harry involuntarily glanced at the twins, which Professor McGonagall spotted at once. "I knew it. 20 points from Gryffindor. Each. In detention every night next week." The twins gasped. "Please, Professor," said Hermione, who had followed Harry. "If they get points deducted for pranking a teacher, shouldn't they get points added for doing something good?" "Make your point, Mrs. Potter." Hermione explained what the biscuits had been for and how they had worked in the hospital. Professor McGonagall was obviously moved. "We will forego the detentions," she relented, "but the points deductions stand." As she turned away, she added, "Oh, and Messrs. Weasley. Yes. 50 points for excellent potions and charms work, and 50 for helping another student." "Each?" asked Fred. "Each, Mr. Weasley." "Wow," said George as the professor walked away. 200 points between us. Even Percy never earned 100 points in one day." "Mum'll never believe it," replied Fred. May saw Hufflepuff's final Quidditch match of the season, against Slytherin. With Newt exams coming up for their regular seeker, Harry finally had his chance to play. "You do realize, you're the first year on a Quidditch team for ages," Ron had commented when Harry had told him. "Over 100 years, said Hermione. "How do you know?" Ron asked. "You don't even like Quidditch." "Not much," Hermione admitted, "but I can read a book on Quidditch history at Hogwarts if I want to." Ron sighed. "I should have guessed. A book. It wouldn't do you any harm to read some," Hermione retorted. "We might not have Newts, but we still have our end-of-year exams. I'm dreading them. Everyone says they're really hard." "How hard can they be?" asked Ron. "I mean, Marcus Flint must have passed them as he's still here." Marcus Flint was the Slytherin Quidditch captain and was well known as not exactly the smartest wizard around. That got the conversation back to Quidditch as Ron had intended, and Hermione took herself to the library to study. The match itself was rough. Most of the goals were from penalties due to fouls by the Slytherin team, especially Flint, whose main tactic seemed to be crashing into the Hufflepuff players. The score didn't really matter because Ravenclaw were almost certain to win the cup unless Slytherin beat Hufflepuff by more than 400 points, which wasn't likely. Suddenly Harry, who had been circling high above the chaos below, dived through them all, quickly followed by the Slytherin Seeker. Harry pulled up at the last moment, but the Slytherin wasn't quite so agile. He pulled up and almost made it. Almost. He avoided plowing straight into the ground, but still touched the ground as he tried to recover from the dive and was knocked from his broom and went skipping across the ground, eventually crashing into the stand. And Potter performs a perfect Wronski feint and puts the Slytherin Seeker out of the match, Lee announced gleefully. That'll teach him from following Harry around all the time. A moment later, Harry dived again, not so far this time, and caught the snitch easily. A moment later he fell from his broom, as Flint crashed into him at full speed. He woke up just a few minutes later in the hospital wing to see a worried-looking Hermione. "Did we win?" he asked. "Boys," Hermione almost screamed. "You almost get yourself killed and all you can ask is if we won." Be fair, Hermione, said Susan, who had gone with them to the hospital wing and been allowed to stay to keep Hermione calm. He didn't almost get himself killed. That was Flint and he had no right to attack Harry like that after he'd already caught the snitch. I caught it. So we won. Did we? Yes, huffed Hermione. We won. When Madame Pomfrey released him from the hospital wing the next day, Harry was the star of the victory party. They'd decided not to have it after the match, but wait until Harry could join them. The exams were over and most students in Hogwarts were pleased. Not Hermione. I thought they'd be a lot more challenging, she complained. They were to most of us, Ron commented. Neville and their other friends murmured their agreement. Only Susan disagreed. They weren't that hard, she said. Not if you studied. If you two had spent much more time in that library, they'd have had to move your beds in there, Hannah commented. I wonder if, mused Susan. Don't even joke about it, Susan, said Harry. Or you'll have Hermione wanting to form another house, the library house. The others laughed. With the exams passed, frivolity seemed to rule Hogwarts for the last few days. Fred and George were making a swift trade in their voice-changing biscuits. Even Professor Flitwick had bought some, and rumor had it that he had spent a few hours joking with his Ravenclaws with Professor McGonagall's voice. Ron and Harry had tried to make the twins say how they got hold of a hair from Professor McGonagall, but the twins weren't telling. Fred and George spent one evening creeping the halls and sneaking up behind innocent first-years and yelling at them in Filch's voice. Nobody wanted to ask them how they got his hair. In the final dinner, Professor Dumbledore began his announcement and was surprised to find himself speaking in the voice of one of the Ravenclaw first-year girls. He seemed highly amused and proceeded to award the House Cup to Gryffindor, still using the poor girl's voice. The innocent first year was highly embarrassed, but everyone else was sure that Professor Dumbledore could have ended the enchantment if he had wanted to. Hermione actually asked him afterwards and he replied, "Maybe I could have, but why spoil such a good joke?" The next day was the ride on the Hogwarts Express back to King's Cross. "You really ought to come back to the Burrow," Ron was insisting, horrified that Harry and Hermione were going to return to the Dursleys. "I'm sure Dumbledore or Bill could put up some good wards." Even Susan joined in. "After all, you killed you-know-who. It should be safe now." Harry and Hermione almost shouted, "Voldemort." Hermione added, "If he's dead now, why are you still afraid to say his name?" "Perhaps you might be better at the Burrow," suggested Neville. "I mean, your relatives don't sound like very nice muggles." Harry snorted. "It's okay. We can deal with them if they get out of line. We can use magic after all." Even Hermione was amused by the evil grin on his face as he said that. "They're not here," Hermione stated for the third time. "How many times are you going to say that?" Harry asked her, becoming increasingly irritable. Everybody else had been met by their parents and left long ago. "Well, we can't sit around here all day," she snapped back at him. "So what do you suggest?" "We could ring them up," Hermione suggested. Harry snorted in disgust. "Come on. We'll shrink these trunks and make our own way." Making sure that nobody was looking, he quickly pulled out his wand. "But we haven't done shrinking charms yet," she objected. "The twins showed me. They're always using them for pranks and smuggling stuff from the kitchen or from Hogsmeade. Are you sure you know how to do them properly?" "I'm not sure you should." Ignoring her, Harry cut off her objection by shrinking their trunks. "There. You take the 2 trunks and I'll take Hedwig." Picking up the cage he said, "Hedwig, what have they been feeding you at Hogwarts? If I let you out, can you find your own way to the Dursleys?" Hedwig gave Harry a look that could only be described as both offended and disgusted. At Harry's look of bewilderment, Hermione explained, "Firstly, you should never comment on a lady's weight, and to ask an owl if she can find somewhere, well, no wonder she looks insulted." "Okay, Hedwig," he quickly apologized. "Sorry I asked. But don't try to get in there until we get there, okay?" He let her out and she quickly flew away, after giving one loud hoot that made some passers-by briefly glance in their direction. Once they'd looked away, another shrinking charm later and Harry was holding a much smaller cage. "So where do we go?" he asked. Hermione. Hermione walked to a large route map on the wall. Obviously looking puzzled, a boy a bit younger than them asked them. "You lost." "We want to go to Epsom, Surrey," Hermione replied. "I think we need to go to Paddington," Harry added helpfully. "Paddington." The boy laughed. That's for trains to Reading, Oxford, Bristol, Wales and Devon and Cornwall, places like that. Everyone knows that. Hermione decided not to point out that obviously not everyone knew that. Harry wasn't as diplomatic. Okay. Know it all. Where do we go? The boy muttered something under his breath and walked off. Great, Harry. Now we have to queue for inquiries. Half an hour later they were rising up the escalator in Victoria Station, and quarter of an hour after that they were on a train pulling out of Victoria bound for Sutton, Epsom, Dorking and Horsham. It was almost the rush hour, so the train was crowded but there were still seats. The good thing about the crowd was the fact that Hermione ended up riding almost the whole way leaning back against Harry, with her face next to his and his arms wrapped around her waist. For a short while, Harry felt some of the tension he had been carrying around melt away. It was 3/4 of an hour after leaving Victoria that they pulled into Epsom as the platform speakers were announcing the stations it would call it on its way to Horsham. Being fairly sure that there would not be food waiting for them at the Dursleys, they ate in a cafe close to the station. Hermione was not feeling talkative and Harry didn't want to press the matter, even if he felt a certain sadness that she wasn't opening up to him the way she usually did. It made their meal together an almost unfriendly time, which, in itself, was something dramatically different than anything he was used to from Hermione. The food sat cold and hard in his stomach during the short bus ride which left them 5 minutes' walk from Privet Drive. "Oh, it's you," was the response from Petunia when she opened the front door. She turned her back on them and left the door open. "Make sure you lock the door," she said as she walked into the kitchen. "Dudley not home yet?" Harry asked, trying to make polite conversation. "No," snapped Vernon from the lounge. "Smeltings is a normal boarding school and doesn't start its holidays until the first week of July." As they walked up the stairs, Hermione muttered, "Welcome home, Harry. It's so nice to see you." As soon as Harry had returned their trunks and Hedwig's cage to a normal size and unpacked, as Hermione had insisted that they do it at once, Hermione got out one of their books. "We only just got here," Harry protested. "We've got ages to do our homework." "No time like the present," she retorted, "we might even get it all done before Dudley comes home." Her eyes returned quickly to the book she was reading. When she had still written only the title of her first essay 3 hours later, Harry knew something was wrong. "What's wrong?" he asked her, just to get her to speak. He knew what was wrong. Her feelings were strong enough that he could feel them too. Hermione didn't answer. "I miss them too," Harry said quietly. "I can't stop thinking about how it was when we went home at Christmas. They were so excited to see us, almost as excited as we were. Then, at the Burrow, it was different, but they were still happy to see us. But here," she left the rest unspoken. "Harry, it's not your fault your relatives are so," she was struggling to find a word bad enough, and failed, "horrid." The next day Hermione wanted to visit her mother, so it was back to Epsom Station. "Victoria?" asked the clerk in the booking office. "If it's London you want, you'd be quicker going to Waterloo. It only takes about half an hour." "But we need to change onto the Victoria line," replied Hermione. "Change at Vauxhall for the Victoria line." "Thank you." She took the tickets and turned to Harry, saying, "We'll have to remember that when we go to King's Cross." Unlike the train from Victoria to Epsom, the train to Waterloo had automatic doors, which Harry found fascinating. When the train stopped at Clapham Junction, Hermione remarked, "This is supposed to be the busiest station in the world. Vauxhall is the next stop." N2. The ticket they had been sold at Epsom included the fare for the Underground, so they didn't have to queue for another ticket. Another quick change of trains at Green Park took them to Russell Square. A short walk took them to the hospital. "Hi, Mum," said Hermione, in her normal 12-year-old voice once they reached the ward she was on. They had forgotten to get biscuits from the twins before they left Hogwarts. "I just want you to know we miss you. I haven't let them sell your house. We're just waiting for you to get better and come home." Harry decided to leave Hermione alone with her mother, so he crept out without her noticing him and found the canteen. After a short while he returned to the ward and he and Hermione chatted together, trying to involve Mrs. Granger as much as possible in their conversation. As they walked back to the Underground station, Hermione saw a bus. "That says Waterloo. Why don't we get that? We'd see more of London that way." The 188 bus took them through Holborn and Aldwych, but Hermione was disappointed that they didn't pass through Trafalgar Square. After leaving the bus at Waterloo, they were soon on their way back to Epsom. Hermione seemed a little more cheerful having seen her mother, even if there had been no response. The next day was bright and sunny, so Hermione suggested that they buy things for a picnic and take their books and study on Epsom Common, which was only about a mile or so away from Privet Drive. The rest of June and the beginning of July went slowly by in the same way. Sunny days were spent doing their homework in Epsom Common, while cloudy or rainy days were spent visiting Mrs. Granger in the hospital. Vernon and Petunia seemed to be ignoring them completely, which, as Harry and Hermione were doing their best to avoid them, suited them quite well. At the end of the first week in July, Dudley returned home from his boarding school, Smeltings. It had been a sunny day, so Harry and Hermione had spent most of the day in Epsom Common as usual, but as the afternoon wore on, the light breeze which had made the day pleasant began to get stronger and the sun disappeared behind increasingly dark clouds. Hermione and Harry began to make their way back to Privet Drive as quickly as they could. A short distance before they arrived back, the heavens opened and they began to run to try to get in before they got too wet. Unfortunately, Hermione tripped and fell, hitting her knee hard on the curb. As neither of them knew any healing spells, Harry had to help a badly limping Hermione home, while her knee was bleeding quite badly. Of course they arrived just as Dudley had also arrived. Dudley was opening the garage door and complaining that his father hadn't bought an automatic garage opener so that he wouldn't have to get wet. Seeing Harry and Hermione, he decided to vent his bad temper on them. "Your freaky girlfriend hurt herself. I'm surprised she even has blood like normal people." Harry whipped out his wand and Dudley's skin turned blue. They walked into the house, leaving Vernon blustering and Dudley asking what was the matter. They had just reached the door of their room when Dudley finally noticed what had happened. His shriek of a mixture of anger and fear reduced Hermione and Harry to rollicking laughter. "You freaks, get back down here and put him right," Vernon roared. "No," shouted Harry. "He looks better as an overgrown Smurf." The thought of Dudley as a Smurf sent Hermione into another fit of giggles. "If you don't change him back, you can get out now." Harry turned and walked back to the top of the stairs to retort, "Really? He's a bit big for a Smurf right now, but I know a great shrinking charm." Petunia asked, "How long will he stay like this?" "Not long," Harry replied, "this time, anyway." He looked at Petunia pointedly before slamming the door to their bedroom. During this exchange Hermione had found an handkerchief and wound it around her knee. "Tomorrow," she announced, "I want to go to Diagon Alley and get a book on healing charms." "I can't believe all the books on healing are in the restricted section," said Harry. "Madame Pomfrey insisted on it, apparently," Hermione explained. She was worried that students would do more damage trying to heal themselves. "But you're going to anyway," Harry grinned. The next day, after visiting Mrs. Granger in the hospital, they decided to play tourist and explored the area around Charing Cross and Trafalgar Square. Harry almost managed to push Hermione into the fountains at Trafalgar Square, but she was just too quick for him. A short walk up the Charing Cross road took them to the Leaky Cauldron and into Diagon Alley. Harry wanted an ice cream. Hermione insisted that they go to Flourish and Blott's first before they have a meal. "We can go to Fortescue's for an ice cream after we've eaten properly," she said. The following day was bright and cheerful, so they took the bus to Leatherhead, then another bus to Boxhill, a large country park. The view was, as Hermione had promised, wonderful. It was a little misty on the hilltop at first, but as the day became warmer, the mist dissipated and in the clear sunlight they could see a long way, right across to the hills of the South Downs, near the south coast. Even though Smurf Dudley had returned to normal by the morning after he had returned home, the entire Dursley family hadn't spoken to either Harry or Hermione since then, something Harry claimed he wasn't entirely unhappy about. Despite Harry's claims, however, Hermione noticed that Harry was slowly becoming quieter. She decided to cheer him up by taking him to Chessington Zoo, which was only a couple of short bus rides away. The highlight of their day was the snake exhibit. When they passed the Burmese python cage, N3, some annoying boy was shouting at the snake, demanding that it move. Harry walked to the cage and spoke to the snake. "I bet you get fed up with idiots like him." To his amazement the snake lifted its head and replied, "I'm used to it." Hermione shook her head in disbelief and gasped, "You're a Parselmouth." "A what?" "A Parselmouth. You speak Parseltongue. You can talk to snakes." "Oh." Why don't you try? Hermione turned to the snake and said hello, but the snake didn't show any reaction. Disappointed, but not surprised, she said, "See, Harry. It's not very common." She looked slightly jealous as Harry and the snake spoke together in the low, sibilant tones for almost 3 minutes. Turning back to Hermione, Harry said, "It's a pity we can't bring Dudley here. Can you imagine Aunt Petunia's reaction if I set the snake on her precious Duddykins?" The rest of the visit to the zoo went well and they spent almost all day there, most of which was Harry finding out that he could talk to all the snakes. After a while, Hermione left him talking to the snakes while she explored the rest of the zoo. It wasn't until it was time to go home that Harry discovered the amusement park. Hermione wasn't that interested in it, but Harry said that he wanted to come back another day to go round the amusement park and go on all the rides. Seeing Harry less depressed than he had been so far this summer made Hermione agree. A week later they were being pulled slowly up a long hill, Harry having persuaded a nervous Hermione that the Dragon Falls log flume was nothing like flying through the mouth of the dragon and dropping down to a splash, and Hermione admitted that it wasn't so bad, but then they began to go up higher again. A long turn and down rapidly until Hermione shrieked. "You knew that was coming. I'm soaked." When he stopped laughing, Harry said, "It's not that wet. Come on, let's go on the monorail." Flying again, she Ned, but followed him anyway. From the monorail, called the Safari Skyway, she pointed out many of the animals they had seen the week before. She'd not seen Harry quite like this for ages. Full of enthusiasm and life, the moment they were off the monorail, he wanted to try the Chessington Railroad. That was a long ride, and when they had finished that she persuaded him to stop for something to eat. At the end of the day, Harry had another go on the Dragon Falls, despite Hermione's warning that he'd have to go home all wet. It didn't bother him. Sadly for Hermione, it seemed that Harry was hooked on amusement parks. The next week he'd insisted that they visit Thorpe Park, another park not far from them, though it did mean taking 3 different trains and a bus to get there. Of course, Harry found another water ride, and persuaded Hermione that it was hot enough to risk getting a bit wet on the Thunder River. Although they did get sprayed, they weren't that wet, so Harry went straight to another water ride, the tallest log flume in the UK, Logger's Leap. This time Hermione refused. "I don't like heights," Hermione said. "Okay," Harry agreed. "You stay here and I'll go on it to show you there's nothing to worry about." By the time a rather wet Harry came off the Logger's Leap, he was met by a totally drenched Hermione. "What happened?" he asked, innocently. "You know what happened," she retorted. "You left me standing in the soak zone." "Did I?" he asked, trying to look as though butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. Hermione's glare was replaced by a grin when Harry added, "You know, we've just got to bring the twins here. And Ron and Ginny." "Yeah, you soaked Ginny and I'm not defending you," she said firmly. As they were already wet, they decided to go on one of the newest rides, just opened that year. Depth Charge claimed to be the world's first 4-lane water slide. Hermione couldn't really get any wetter, but Harry got sprayed quite a bit. Hermione went into the toilets and came out totally dry, then refused to dry Harry. "There's too many people and I can't use magic out here," she pointed out. "What do you say for the drying charm?" he asked. "You'll have to look it up later," she smirked. Hermione then decided they'd go on the Wicked Witch's Haunt, which was a dark ride. Both of them enjoyed that one, particularly as they now had the perspective to see how silly it was. Later they took the water bus to Thorpe Farm and ended up petting some of the animals, returning by the train. The train took them back to Logger's Leap and Harry finally persuaded Hermione to come with him. She insisted that he hold her hand the entire ride though. When they left the park, Hermione found an area where nobody could see and quickly dried them both. Despite their days out, both Harry and Hermione found the long summer holidays increasingly boring. They couldn't wait to get back to Hogwarts. Even though they'd got the twins to tell them some of their special voice changing. Biscuits, Mrs. Granger's condition didn't seem to be improving. Some days her brain waves showed an apparent response, but the next time they went, there was nothing. The biscuits did have another use though. Allowing Dudley to steal one just before he went out with his friends left both Harry and Hermione rolling in laughter, wondering what Dudley's friends would make of Dudley talking like a 5-year-old girl. The charm had worn off by the time a very angry Dudley came home. He left them alone for quite a while after that, and was too embarrassed to even tell Vernon about it. Harry wanted to try the same thing with Vernon, but Hermione said that might be pushing him too far. Just before Harry's birthday, Hermione had decided that a useful way to pass the holidays would be to go to places of educational interest. Historical places would be a good idea, she said, as Professor Binns only ever teaches us about the Goblin Wars. I'd like to see some of the museums in London too. As the Weasleys were coming up to London to visit Harry for his birthday, Harry had suggested visiting Thorpe Park again. So they met the Weasleys at Waterloo Station, which wasn't too far from the Leaky Cauldron. Arthur Weasley saw the signs for Waterloo International. Why International? He asked. It's because that's where the Eurostar to Paris will go from when it's finished, Hermione explained. How does it get across to France? Did they make it float? Hermione smiled as she explained that it wouldn't float, it would go in a tunnel under the sea. Clever these muggles, I always said they're clever. Will we be able to go on it to this Thorpe Park place? Harry couldn't help a slight snigger. No, Mr. Weasley. We'd take an ordinary train to Staines, then a bus to Thorpe Park. Arthur looked disappointed, but he cheered up once they were on the train and on their way to Staines, though Harry did have to explain to Arthur why they couldn't sit in the first-class compartment. Arthur was disappointed by the bus ride to Thorpe Park, proclaiming that it just wasn't as exciting as the night bus. Ginny disagreed loudly with her father, pointing out that Bill, the only one of them apart from their parents who had ever ridden on the night bus, was sick after being on it. Ron, however, said that he'd like to go on it. Of course, once he arrived at Thorpe Park, he was like a child visiting Honeyduke's sweet shop for the first time. Everything was amazing to him. Harry couldn't resist suggesting that he and Hermione show the Weasleys how the Dragon Falls ride worked, then they could go on it. When they were met by a set of very wet Weasleys at the end of the ride, as of course they had left them standing in the soak zone, the look on the twins' face promised revenge, while Ginny and Ron were amused. Arthur, however, declared the whole experience was fascinating. After the Weasleys had been on the ride, they went on Thunder River and the Junior Weasleys tried to splash Harry and Hermione as much as possible. Arthur finished the water fight by putting his wand into the water and causing a wave to crash over Harry and Hermione, leaving Hermione's hair plastered over her face. There was no time for them to respond in kind as the ride came to an end. After they dismounted the boats, Arthur discreetly dried himself and the boys in the men's toilets, while Hermione dried herself and Ginny in the ladies'. The rest of the day was tiring as all the Weasleys wanted to try everything, but before it got dark, Hermione had one last place she wanted to visit. They took a bus to Staines, then another to Old Windsor. Why are we standing on a riverside? Harry asked. Hermione pointed to the memorial plaque placed there by the American Bar Association to show its importance not just in British but in world history. This is Runnymede, she explained. It's where the Magna Carta was signed in the year 1215. They went to the nearby tea room and as they waited for their teas, Hermione took out a book and read. The effect of Magna Carta over the centuries was to guarantee the liberties of the king's free subjects and to restrict his absolute power. The text of the charter was copied onto the first English statute roll in the reign of Edward I and passed into English law. It has since formed the basis of the constitutions and statutes of many other countries in the English-speaking world, including the United States of America. It underlines the Declaration of Human Rights and the European Convention for the Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms, which goes well beyond its original purpose as a definition of the limitations of royal power. Then she added, and the Magna Carta is where we get our Wizengamot Charter of Rights from. At the slightly blank look from the others, she said, well, I just think it's more important than hearing about just goblins. And this place was also where the Witten, also known as the Wittenigmot, used to meet in the time of King Arthur and Merlin. The magical part of the Witten eventually became the Wizengamot. The most important ones became the Wizard Council, which later became the Ministry of Magic. Even the twins were impressed by her knowledge. When you've done your newts you should take over from Binns, declared George. No, cried Fred, contradicting his brother, she'd never let anyone ever get away with sleeping in her classes. His comment was met with a glare. And to think, Hermione said, I almost persuaded Harry not to prank you today. They went back into Staines and found a restaurant to have a meal. None of the Weasleys had tried Chinese food before, but it was one of Hermione's favorites and Harry had got a taste for it during their trips to London. Harry and Hermione laughed at Arthur's attempts to eat with chopsticks until he decided to give up and join the others in using knives and forks instead. When Arthur saw a poster advertising overnight sleeper trains to Devon in Cornwall and was told that it was possible to ride back to Devon on a sleeper train from Reading, which was a short direct train ride from Staines, and sleep in a real bed on the train, he was eager to try it, but when the clerk at Staines station informed him that it would mean getting up very early to get off the train in the morning, Ron and Ginny vigorously persuaded him against the idea, pointing out that it wouldn't be anywhere near as exciting as the beds on the night bus. Reluctantly he agreed and they all boarded the train back to Waterloo instead. They made their way to the Leaky Cauldron and Arthur bought them all butterbeers and they drank Harry's health and, for the umpteenth time that day, wished him a happy birthday. Arthur had arranged for Tom to bring out a cake, and insisted that Harry make a wish as he blew out the candles, reminding him not to tell anyone what his wish was or it wouldn't come true. Hermione was surprised that the tradition was the same in the wizarding world as in the Muggle world, but none of them would have needed more than one attempt to guess Harry's wish. His slightly sad glance at Hermione told them all. When they returned home from the Weasleys' visit, they found that they had another, more unusual visitor. First they saw a long and expensive-looking car parked in the Dursleys' driveway, a big deal for the status-hungry Vernon. Then, as they opened the front door as quietly as possible, they hear sounds of cutlery clinking and Vernon talking in the dining room. The Dursleys were apparently having a dinner with some guests, Vernon being in the middle of one of his rather long and boring jokes, so they sneaked up to their room quietly. "Who are you?" asked Harry, finding a strange-looking creature in their bedroom. "Harry Potter." Harry nodded and the creature began to speak excitedly. "Oh, Harry Potter, what an honor, sir. I'm Dobby, sir." "Dobby, the house elf, sir." Hermione asked, "What's a house elf?" Ignoring the question, Dobby continued, "I've come to warn the great Harry Potter that he must not go back to Hogwarts this year." "That's ridiculous," said Hermione. Dobby looked at her and said, "The great Harry Potter's Mrs. Potter mustn't go back either." "Why not?" "Circa. See. Cannot say. But awful things are going to happen. Harry Potter must stay home," the strange, fidgety elf said, slowly and with emphasis. "Hogwarts is my home," Harry insisted. "Tell me what is going to happen." "Dobby can't." Harry made a grab for Dobby and he ran out of the door and down the stairs. As they followed, he looked back at Harry and Hermione with a mischievous grin. The large creamy dessert which Petunia had made suddenly began to rise from its plate and travel towards the Dursleys' guest. So far neither they, nor the Dursleys had noticed anything. Hermione took out her wand and quietly cast the Mobiliarbus spell on the dessert and it began to travel back to its plate. Luckily the man of the guests had said something intended to be funny at that point and the Dursleys had all laughed loudly, and falsely, so her spell wasn't heard by anyone. Dobby looked at Hermione in surprise and the dessert again began to move away from its plate. Hermione responded by putting more concentration into her own spell and the cake flew back towards her. Back and forth their magic warred until Dobby realized that he wasn't going to be able to do what he had planned. With a grin, Dobby disappeared. The sudden lack of his spell meant that the cake flew rapidly at Hermione's face as if it had been thrown, pushing her into the sitting room and splattering all over her, the floor and the tea table behind her. There she was left, sitting on the cake-covered tea table, in plain view from the dining table and gasping through a full face of whipped cream. "Harry Potter," Vernon screamed, assuming that Harry had thrown it at Hermione. "Get out of wherever you are hiding, clean that up and get back in your room." Vernon then turned to his guests to explain that they were temporarily looking after their nephew, who was rather disturbed, having hit his head in a car accident when he was a baby. Then he turned to Hermione, who had finished wiping the cream from her face and got up. "And you girl, weren't you supposed to be keeping him quiet upstairs?" Quote, "I tried, you know," Hermione replied, deciding to play along, for now, on Vernon's bullshit about Harry being subnormal. "Hard to do when we came in and saw that cake." Hermione ran upstairs after whispering to Harry a very quiet, "Play along." While Harry went to the cleaning cupboard, his old bedroom, for the things he needed clean up the mess, without magic, as the guests were still there. And he did play along, just to spite his uncle. Having read The Hobbit little more than a year ago, he decided to play a cheerful and watered-down Gollum while he cleaned. That night he insisted Hermione had to enter his mind and see the memory. They giggled for quite some time, reliving how Vernon tried to act like Harry's actions were normal while inwardly he was completely appalled. It only got worse for him when he noticed that the guests, a Mr. and Mrs. Mason, seemed to be far more entertained by watching Harry wiggle his fingers at the couch than by his best Japanese golfer joke. Still, nothing better than the memory of Vernon's face after Mrs. Mason gushed at Harry on her way out, or how Mr. Mason had stopped to ruffle his hair before turning to Vernon and cheerfully telling him, "Let's talk shop at your office tomorrow, but I think we have a deal." And having been quite a while since the last time they had shared a bed while feeling cheerful, they felt confident enough to do it again. After all, a victory on the Dursley front was quite a victory. In the following few weeks Hermione took them both to the British Museum, where they actually saw one of the remaining copies of the Magna Carta. Hermione insisted on stopping off in Diagon Alley to find a book on house elves. Other days they visited the Science Museum in Biggin Hill, the famous wartime air base. They also visited Epsom Racecourse and the All England Lawn Tennis Club at Wimbledon as well as Kew Gardens, to which Harry's only comment was, "Wouldn't Neville love it here?" Much to Hermione's amusement, Harry insisted on them visiting Wimbledon Common, just to see if the Wombles were real. They didn't find any. In mid-August they visited Diagon Alley and met up with the Weasleys again. Harry was annoyed at what he insisted on calling, that idiot Lockhart, who dragged him to the front in flourish and blots for a photo for the Daily Prophet. He was even more annoyed when, the idiot, announced that he was to be their new teacher for defense against the dark arts. What was even more irritating for Harry was that Hermione seemed to think he was quite nice, and went slightly pink when she said it. The last couple of weeks in August, they went several times to the seafront at Brighton. The first time they forgot their swimsuits, so Harry cheekily suggested that they go to the famous nude beach instead. Hermione's reaction was, "Harry Potter, if you think I'm parading up and down BTD in front of everyone." She stopped as she realized that Harry was laughing at her. "You," she muttered, as he led her into a clothes shop. Before their return to Hogwarts, Harry also insisted on one final visit to Thorpe Park in Chessington. Finally it was September the 1st and time to take the Hogwarts Express again. They went up to London early enough that they could quickly visit Mrs. Granger, even though it was really before the official visiting hours. Harry's wish hadn't come true, her condition hadn't changed a bit. Seeing their friends from Hufflepuff and Neville and the Weasleys again, especially Ginny's excitement as she boarded the train for the first time, cheered them up a lot. To their surprise, Harry and Hermione couldn't get onto the platform. Ron came back out to find out what was wrong and suggested they use the car his father had enchanted. "No way," said Hermione firmly. "You go back and tell your father. He'll know what to do." As Ron reluctantly returned to the platform, she added, "I wonder why we can't get through." She didn't have time to wonder for long as Arthur Weasley came back out. "The train has gone. You two come with me to the Leaky Cauldron and I'll speak to Professor Dumbledore from there." After a short flow call, Harry and Hermione flowed into Professor Dumbledore's office, the headmaster being as mystified as anyone else at their inability to access platform 9 3/4. He even made them cast a simple spell to check that they were still magical. They were. It was a strange lunch for Harry and Hermione, just them sitting with the teachers all at one table. Professor Snape glared at them and several times seemed about to make some sort of comment, but each time Professor Sprout turned her own glare on him. She and the other teachers seemed most interested in all they had done over the holidays. When the rest of the students arrived on the train, it came as no surprise to anyone that Ginny was sorted into Gryffindor, though Harry said she'd make a perfect Slytherin. Professor Lockhart was as useless in class as Harry had expected. Even Hermione admitted that she was disappointed in him and had already found quite a few inconsistencies between his books. As Hermione's birthday approached, she seemed to become sadder and would not tell Harry what was wrong. It was Susan Bones who finally pointed out to Harry, it's her first birthday ever without her parents. Harry felt bad that he hadn't thought of it himself, till Susan informed him that he was a boy. As Hermione said, most boys had the emotional range of a teaspoon. Hermione's birthday was on a Saturday, so Harry got permission to take Hermione to visit her mother at the hospital. They entered the sterile, quiet, semi-dark room as gently as they could. The pale yellow curtains which blocked out most of the mid-afternoon's light were almost completely closed. Holding Hermione's hand, Harry led them over to her mother's bedside near the window. Harry felt a powerful tug on his heart as he looked down at the woman he had called Mum for so long. She looked peaceful, but gaunt. Hermione noticed that the skin on her mother's face looked like it hadn't had a good facial in a very long while, nor felt the touch of her favorite lipstick for many, many months. Reaching down, Hermione took her mother's hand and pressed it against the side of her face. It was a small gesture, but it hurt Harry a very great deal. He knew how much Hermione loved and needed their mother. How long they stood holding their mother's hands, Harry was unsure. Eventually though, Harry sensed that Hermione needed some time alone with her mother, so he left them for a while. When he returned, Hermione had obviously been crying. She got up and left the room and went to the nearest toilet. Harry sat beside Mrs. Granger, almost as upset as Hermione was. He took her hand and said, "I'm so sorry." Feeling overcome with emotion, he started to get up, but felt his hand gripped. He turned back to see Mrs. Granger's eyes open and weakly looking up at him. Even though she was weak, he could see a flash of anger in her eyes. "No," she said in a barely audible hoarse voice. "What?" "No," she repeated. "Not your fault." She struggled to lift her head and suddenly the machine's alarm went off as her body began to convulse. A nurse came running to her and immediately called out, "Call the crash team." "Is she for Rhesus?" came the slightly surprised reply from the nurse at the desk. N2. Before the nurse could answer, Harry snapped, "Of course she is." He found himself pushed away as several other nurses and some doctors came rushing in. One of the nurses took him outside. "You don't need to see this," she said quietly. Harry pushed her away and ran headlong down the hall and around the corner, letting their bond help him find Hermione. Harry sat beside Mrs. Granger, almost as upset as Hermione was. He took her hand and said, "I'm so sorry." Feeling overcome with emotion, he started to get up, but felt his hand gripped. He turned back to see Mrs. Granger's eyes open and weakly looking up at him. Even though she was weak, he could see a flash of anger in her eyes. "No," she said in a barely audible hoarse voice. "What?" "No," she repeated. "Not your fault." She struggled to lift her head and suddenly the machine's alarm went off as her body began to convulse. A nurse came running to her and immediately called out, "Call the crash team." "Is she for Rhesus?" came the slightly surprised reply from the nurse at the desk. Before the nurse could answer, Harry snapped, "Of course she is." He found himself pushed away as several other nurses and some doctors came rushing in. One of the nurses took him outside. "You don't need to see this," she said quietly. Harry pushed her away and ran headlong down the hall and around the corner, letting their bond help him find Hermione. Harry found Hermione outside the hospital in the square. The moment she saw his stricken face, she asked, "What's happened?" Harry tried to explain, but no words would come out. Hermione ran past him into the hospital with Harry running after her. Ignoring the shouts of a hospital porter not to run inside the hospital, they ran up the stairs, quicker than waiting for the lift, and arrived quickly at Mrs. Granger's bedside. What they saw was just like a scene from Casualty, various people in white coats around her, all of whom seemed to be busy with something. "Clear," said a voice, then, "Someone, get those kids out of here." Harry and Hermione found themselves pushed back and heard again, "Clear." The next few minutes were a nightmare as instruction after instruction was called out in rapid succession. Despite all Hermione's reading on her mother's condition, nothing had prepared her for this. Harry and Hermione sat at the nurse's station holding hands, waiting for someone to bring them any news. A kindly volunteer asked if they'd like some tea, but neither Harry nor Hermione even heard her. By the time a man in a white coat came to see them, Hermione was sitting on Harry's lap and they were clinging to each other. "Are you Mrs. Granger's children?" he asked. Harry said, "Yes," while Hermione just nodded, not trusting herself to speak. "Is there anyone here with you?" "No." "Okay. Perhaps we should go somewhere more comfortable." "Just tell us," Hermione begged. "Your mother survived." Hermione felt her muscles relax and she almost fell off Harry's lap. "Do you know what a seizure is?" Hermione replied, "Yes." "Well, your mother had a strong seizure, strong enough to disrupt the signals that come from the brain to the heart. We managed to bring the convulsions under control and get the heart beating regularly again. As you saw for yourself, I won't pretend that it was easy, the convulsions she had were quite strong. Why did it happen? Hermione asked. We don't know. But it is not unheard of, especially after a brain injury. She was trying to talk, Harry said. She grabbed my hand. Hermione looked at him, partly with shock, but also with more than a little hurt that it had been Harry and not her that her mother had tried to talk to. She was angry with me, Harry explained. I said something that made her angry, he finished, guiltily. I'm sure that's not really true, the doctor said. The important thing is that she is peaceful now. She's under sedation for now. Can we see her? Hermione asked, standing up and looking anxious. Yes, of course. If she did have a reaction to something Harry said, Hermione asked, that's a good sign, isn't it? I don't want to get your hopes up, the doctor replied, but, yes, it's possibly a good sign. The nurse will take you to her now. They followed the nurse, who had been standing behind the doctor unnoticed by both Harry and Hermione, back to their mother's bed. She looked like she was just sleeping peacefully, no sign to show the drama that had just happened, apart from an increased number of machines attached to her and a drip running into one of her arms. Mum, said Hermione, even though she knew there could be no reply. After a few minutes sitting at their mother's bedside, Harry said, haltingly, I was saying I was sorry, he began. She told me it wasn't my fault. Hermione looked at Harry, a shocked look on her face. Of course it wasn't, she said firmly. Neither of them spoke anymore. They just sat beside the bed, each deep in their own thoughts until they were interrupted. Hermione, Harry, are you both all right? I came to find out why you hadn't returned and the nurse told me. Professor Sprout's words were cut off by Hermione flying at her and grasping her in a hug and crying over her. A rather surprised professor simply returned the hug and stroked Hermione's hair. I can bring you both back tomorrow if you like. Hermione nodded. Back at Hogwarts, the other Hufflepuffs had organized a birthday party for Hermione, as they did for everyone in their house. Ron had been heard to comment that with so many birthday parties and so much extra food for all the parties, he wished he'd been sorted into Hufflepuff. When Harry had, accidentally, let slip that the entrance to the kitchens was near to the Hufflepuff common room, Ron had almost demanded a resorting. Hermione forced herself to be sociable but couldn't really get into the party mood. She had come close to losing her mother today, she knew, but at the same time, it was a tremendous breakthrough. She could barely wait for what tomorrow might bring. Nobody was surprised when both she and Harry left the party early and each went to bed. The following morning found Harry and Hermione in the Hufflepuff common room, fast asleep on one of the big comfortable cushions, Harry's arms wrapped around Hermione. Neither of them had been able to sleep and shortly after midnight had come down to the common room. Immediately after breakfast, Professor Sprout walked over to Hermione. Tell me when you want to leave and we'll go. I would be honored if you will let me come with you. Hermione actually managed a smile. Thank you. And thank you for yesterday, in the hospital. You're welcome, the professor said with a smile. You may be an adult legally, but any Hufflepuff student is my child while you are here. She didn't mention that she still tended to think of Hufflepuff students as her children, long after they had left Hogwarts for the adult world. Will half an hour be okay? Hermione asked. Certainly. Meet me outside the headmaster's office. Half an hour later, Professor Dumbledore welcomed them into his office and for once in his life seemed unsure what to say. Good luck to you both. I hope. His voice drifted off to silence. Thank you, Headmaster, Hermione replied. The ward was busier on a Sunday, many relatives of long-term patients taking the opportunity of a day off from work to come to visit. All the additional machinery that had been installed the previous day was still there. The twins had given them their special biscuits, promising that they had labeled which was which correctly this time. Frequently during the summer they had, accidentally, mixed them up, but Harry decided that they'd leave the biscuits until the afternoon. Their mother's condition seemed the same as it always had. Mid-afternoon, one of the nurses came around to disconnect the extra equipment that had been left attached for 24 hours, observation, after her attack. I hoped that after yesterday, there might have been some change, Hermione said to her. The nurse smiled understandingly. She was given a lot of drugs to sedate her and prevent more convulsions. It will be a few days before they are completely out of her system. And then she'll be all right? Asked Harry, unable to keep the eagerness from his voice. The nurse's face gave them the answer she would verbalize. You really need to ask the doctors about that, she said. It was a new doctor, so he was hesitant to answer Hermione until Professor Sprout, who had loyally stayed with them on and off for most of the day, asked him to be frank with them. There's not a lot I can say, he admitted. The convulsions, and we don't really know what caused them, caused a rise in pressure inside her brain. That can cause coning, can't it? Asked Hermione. N2. The doctor looked very surprised at her knowledge. Yes, but as you can see from the fact that she's breathing without assistance, it didn't. But we don't know if it has caused any other damage. Isn't there any hope? Asked Harry, desperately. The doctor turned and smiled. Yes, there is some. While we won't know what damage might have been done until the sedatives are out of her system, I can say that her brain waves seem to show that there is more brain activity than before. Hermione looked thoughtful, while Professor Sprout was concerned to notice that Harry had that look which she had come to learn meant that he was blaming himself. Rather than returning directly to Hogwarts, Professor Sprout took them to the Leaky Cauldron for their evening meal, then to Fortescue's for some ice cream to try to cheer them up. It was clear that it was going to take more than a little work and an ice cream to get them back to a reasonable state of mind. As they were eating, the professor thought to herself that Hermione's birthday weekend hadn't been as happy as she would have liked, which was an understatement, and tried to think what she could do to try to ensure that the two children had at least as happy a Christmas as was possible under the circumstances. After flowing back to Hogwarts, Hermione and Harry were immediately accosted by Susan and Hannah in their common room asking how their mother was. The girls went to their dorm, Hannah giving Hermione a shoulder to cry on, leaving Harry in the common room. To his surprise, Ernie Macmillan came and sat near him. Harry mate," he began hesitantly. "I don't know much about Muggle hospitals and comas and stuff. Justin says it sounds like she could have died." Harry turned and snapped at him, "So?" Keeping his eyes down, Ernie replied. "Well, it's just I know how I'd feel if it was my mum." "No, you don't," Harry said angrily and loudly. "You have no idea." "Okay, I don't. But if you need anyone to talk to, like Hermione has Susan and Hannah." He turned to go. "Ernie, don't go," Harry called. "Sorry I shouted at you. I'm just so angry." "Sake mate. Better me than my own, right?" That brought a smile to Harry's face. "And better me being angry than Hermione if she hears you call her that." "You okay?" "I'm fine," Harry replied, knowing that Ernie would believe him even if those who knew him better would not. "I'm going to see if Ron wants a game of chess. You can't get in the G Tower, can you?" "The what?" "Justin calls it that, says it's like G-spot." "What a G-spot?" Ernie shrugged. "Dunno. He said something to do with girls." Harry made his way from the cellars towards the Gryffindor Tower, but passing the big front doors he thought he heard something. Hesitatingly, he crept out of the doors. "Is there anybody there?" he called. There was no answer. "Is there anybody there?" he called again, a little louder this time. Still no answer. He walked down the wide steps to look around. He saw nobody, so he turned to go back indoors. As he did so, in the corner between the doors and the nearest window, he saw someone. The person was small, smaller than average even for a first year. He or she was sitting silently with their arms wrapped around their knees and their head resting on their knees. Almost covered with a school cloak, but barefoot, and without a heavier outdoor coat of any kind, he or she was shaking with the cold. Harry was able to see the skin on the stranger's elbows and knees and wondered if he or she was even wearing a robe under the cloak. "Are you okay?" he asked, mentally kicking himself for asking something so silly. There was no reply, so he touched whoever it was on the shoulder. A young girl's head jerked up, long, blonde hair spilling out of the cloak's hood. Her face was dirty with tears and she looked frightened, ready to run. "I'm Harry," Harry said. "I'm not going to hurt you." He touched her cheek. It was cold. "You're freezing," he said. "We need to get you back inside." "I'm okay," the girl replied. "I like it out here." "What were you doing out here anyway?" "Just walking in the forest." "The forbidden forest. It's not all dangerous," the girl insisted, "if you know where to go." "But you've got no shoes on. Why did you go all that way?" "They took my clothes and shoes while I was having a bath. But I really wanted to see the Thestrals, so I took this cloak. I'll put it back later." "The what?" "Thestrals. They're like skinny horses, but they have skin like a reptile and they can fly and most people can't see them." "Why did you want to see them tonight?" "It's really cold tonight." I usually like to see them at the full moon. But tonight was the first night without clouds. Not sure what to make of this strange girl, Harry simply repeated, you ought to come inside. You'll catch your death. They don't like me inside, the girl replied. Why not? They think I'm weird, she said, sadly. For a moment Harry was very tempted to agree with whoever they were. You're really cold. Come inside. I can find Madame Pomfrey or a teacher and they can get you a hot drink to warm you up. He tried to pull the girl up, and in a heart-wrenching moment he confirmed his suspicions that the girl indeed wasn't wearing a stitch of clothing under the cloak. The girl pulled away from his arms, but didn't react adversely when he took off his own cloak and put it around her shoulders. Thank you, she said. But no staff. It'll only make things worse. Okay. No staff. I can get us in the kitchens. You ought to have a hot drink at least. I'm a bit hungry, the girl admitted. I couldn't find my clothes to go down for dinner. Do you think there'll be some pudding? Something about the way she asked that made Harry smile. I'm sure of it. To his surprise, on the kitchen table was a hot meal, including pudding and 2 large mugs of tea. The girl, he still hadn't found out her name, ate as though she was ravenous and Harry didn't like to interrupt her. Who was she? Obviously a first year, and a lonely one at that. Too bad the school cloaks don't come in house colors. Harry thought she might be another muggle born in Slytherin, but surely people would have noticed if that had happened. Anyhow, she'd set about going down to dinner, so that meant either Ravenclaw or Gryffindor. Thinking about how Hermione had been treated by the Claws, Harry knew which he'd put money on. He was still unable to ask her when she'd finished eating as the girl had fallen asleep, her head almost falling into the bowl in front of her. He couldn't leave her here in the kitchen to get into trouble, so, shaking her to try to wake her, he found that he couldn't wake her properly, she was slurring like someone drunk. He managed to help her to stand and half-walked, half-carried her to the Hufflepuff common room. Exhausted he sat her down in one of the couches facing the central fire and sat next to her. He'd just rest for a minute or two, then carry her to his dorm to sleep properly. He would then come back to sleep down here, and his dorm mates wouldn't tell on her. The girl was obviously as tired as he was as she'd gone right back to sleep. She had fallen against him, her face resting on his shoulder and an arm around him. The last thing Harry would remember of the night was thinking that he must get her up from here before everyone sees them. Very early Monday morning, Hannah heard Hermione quietly crying in her bed. What's up? I nearly lost her yesterday, Hermione sobbed. What if I had? I'd be all alone. Well, you didn't. And anyway, you've got Harry. Hermione's face brightened at the thought. I'm too awake to go back to sleep. I think I'll go and study for a while. Hannah smirked. Yeah, like you really need to. Pulling a face at her friend, Hermione quickly dressed and walked into the common room. Her cry of shock brought Hannah running, quickly followed by quite a few of the other Hufflepuffs. Harry was fast asleep on the sofa, but he wasn't alone. A.B. owned girl was laying with him, and the way both her and Harry's cloaks had slipped, it looked like she wasn't wearing much underneath. Harry jumped up, falling onto the floor, accidentally pulling the cloaks with him as he fell, confirming that the girl wasn't wearing anything at all underneath the cloaks. What are you doing? Hermione nearly screamed. Harry was frantically trying to untangle himself from the cloaks so he could cover the girl. I found her outside, last night. She was cold. Even Harry could realize how lame that sounded. So you brought her in like a stray dog? Hermione asked. Her initial shock and anger had turned to amusement as she saw the look of embarrassment rather than guilt on his face. Much to her growing annoyance, Harry still tended to think of her as a sister and she didn't think he took much notice of other girls in a romantic way either. She was determined not to show her amusement though. And what did you do with her clothes? Wire. The young girl, who seemed to have woken at Hermione's louder than necessary tone of voice said, I didn't have them. She casually wrapped one of the cloaks around her as Hermione looked her over. She didn't seem embarrassed in the slightest that so many of the Hufflepuffs had just seen her BPD. They stole her clothes, explained Harry. Who did? Hermione asked solicitously, and who are you? From behind Hermione a voice answered her. That's Loony Lovegood, said Justin. Her father runs that crazy paper The Quiver. One of the girls proceeded to elbow Justin in the ribs, muttering something about that not being nice. Quibbler, replied, Loony, and it's not crazy. The girl looked hurt at the nickname Justin had called her and his comment, so Hermione asked. What's your real name? Luna. Luna Lovegood. Who stole your clothes? They didn't really steal them, Luna replied. They just like to play jokes and hide them. It was nice of Harry to rescue me, almost like having a friend. She got up. I've got the wrong cloak. She slipped off the cloak she had around her and took the one from Harry and put it on, oblivious to the looks from the Hufflepuffs, especially the male Hufflepuffs. This time Hermione noticed how thin Luna was and was about to comment on it, when Luna said suddenly, I have to get back before they find out I've borrowed this. I expect I'll see you at breakfast. One of the boys called out, will we see more of you? That brought half a smile to Luna's face. You couldn't really see more of me, could you? At least, not until I grow a bit. And leaving the boy with a slightly red face, with that remark she left before Hermione or anyone else could ask her more questions. Harry was still worried about Hermione's reaction, but Hermione didn't seem angry. Her face looked haunted if anything. Susan also noticed the odd look on her friend's face. Are you all right? She asked. Hermione barely whispered, almost like having a friend. Susan thought for a second, then said, Hannah, Ernie, with me. No, Justin, you stay. Here. She stepped out through the door, a slightly bewildered Hannah and Ernie following her. Susan, what are we doing? Getting Luna, she replied in a determined voice, and bringing her back here. They were almost to the Great Hall when they caught up with her. Luna, wait, Susan called. The girl looked around but didn't say anything. Come back with us. At least let us lend you some clothes. It's okay, Luna relied almost tonelessly. I can manage. You have to come back, quipped Ernie. You wouldn't want your rescuer cross with us. The girl looked almost disappointed. Harry Potter sent you. Susan replied, no, but he knows we've come to get you. Okay, Luna said almost back in more usual dreamy voice. She followed them back to Hufflepuff. For a moment all conversation in the Great Hall stopped when Luna entered, following Harry and Hermione and flanked by Susan, Hannah, Ernie and Justin. Under the usual black cloak, but clearly visible, Luna was wearing one of the Hufflepuff yellow and black ties and around her neck was a Hufflepuff scarf. She was also absent-mindedly playing with her hair, which was tied up in pigtails with black and yellow ribbons interlaced into them. Harry and Hermione led her to the Hufflepuff table and made her sit down between them. There was a lot of loud whispering and they could all hear some of the Ravenclaws mutter the word, traitor. Draco Malfoy called out, another one who can't make it in their own house, so end up a puff as the puffs take any old rubbish. Harry began to get up to reply, but Luna took his arm and said, it doesn't matter. Harry strongly disagreed, but Luna seemed quite distressed at the thought of a confrontation that he gave in and sat back down, to much laughter from the Slytherins. Hermione got up and went to the staff table. Professor Dumbledore, could we see you when breakfast is over, in your office, please? Trying to hide his surprise, he said, just before lunch would be more convenient, if it's all the same to you. Realizing that it would be pushing it a bit to argue, she nodded. Perhaps Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout could join us too. She turned to Professor Flitwick with anger in her eyes. Just tell your eagles to keep their claws in until then. Professor Flitwick stood up and put his wand to his throat. At the end of this meal, all Ravenclaws will stay here, his voice boomed across the hall. Ending the spell he turned to Luna. That does not include you, Miss Lovegood. Please go with your friends. When breakfast was over, the Ravenclaws gathered around Professor Flitwick. I don't know what's going on, though I have a very good idea. I will be seeing Miss Lovegood later today. If I hear of anything happening to her this morning, I will have the whole house on detention every night for the rest of this term. Do I make myself clear? There was a mumbled response, so he spoke again. I said, do I make myself clear? Yes, Professor Flitwick, the Ravenclaws answered together. If Professor Dumbledore was surprised to see Harry, Hermione and Luna were accompanied by Susan, Hannah, Ernie and Justin when they arrived at his office shortly before lunch, he did a good job of hiding his surprise. He could see that the group of Hufflepuffs had apparently adopted the first-year Ravenclaw, Miss Lovegood. He could also see that she was very nervous at the thought of appearing before not just her head of house, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Sprout, head of Hufflepuff, but Professor McGonagall, who was there in her capacity of deputy headmistress, also responsible for discipline, and Professor Dumbledore himself. No need to be nervous, my dear, he said. Sherbet Lemo. He offered her a sweet from the bag in his hand. Thank you, she mumbled as she took one and popped it in her mouth. He went on to offer the others the same sweets. Harry reached out for one, but Hermione slapped his hand away. Now, I assume this is about Ms. Lovegood, so perhaps you, Professor Flitwick, would like to begin. Actually, Professor, Susan said quickly, this was our idea, not hers. Really? Asked Professor Sprout. We think Luna should be resorted, like Hermione was. And why is that? She's being bullied and harassed in Ravenclaw and it's not right. And she's got no friends there. Is that true, Miss Lovegood? Professor Flitwick asked. Luna attempted to speak, but could only mumble as her mouth was still full of the sherbet lemo. Luna, can you roll up your sleeve? Hermione asked. Luna looked embarrassed and didn't do so. She doesn't want to get anyone in trouble, Hermione explained. Luna, said Professor Flitwick, softly, please roll up your sleeve. She did as she was requested. She's that thin because she's hardly eaten in the 3 weeks we've been here. Why? Asked Professor McGonagall, obviously startled by the revelation. Because they keep hiding her clothes so she can't come down to meals. Luna finally managed to swallow what was left of the sweet. Is this true? Asked Professor Flitwick. Well, yes, but it's only a game, she answered. I get them back in time for class. That's not the point. I won't have anyone bullied. It's not bullying really, Luna replied. They just don't like me. Why's that, Luna? Her head of house asked. They think I'm weird. They call her Loony Lovegood, said Justin, conveniently forgetting that he had called her that only a few hours earlier. And Harry found her outside with nothing on last night, said Ernie. Well, apart from a cloak, he added, reluctantly. She was freezing, Harry said. They'd taken all her clothes while she was in the shower. She had to borrow a cloak. Why were you outside? Professor Sprout asked Luna. Well, I wanted to see the Thestrals. And, the professor asked, sensing that there was more to come. They didn't want me in the tower, Luna admitted quietly. Why not? The first and second years were playing hide and seek. They said I'd get in the way. This is intolerable, said Professor Sprout. Professor Flitwick looked somewhere between ready to explode and ready to cry. Hermione spoke up, almost in tears as well. She said that when Harry rescued her, it was almost like having a friend. Albus, I think we need another resorting, Professor McGonagall said firmly. I am inclined to agree, Professor Dumbledore said, sadly. He reached up and took down the sorting hat and put it on Luna's head. I've already sorted this one, the hat said. It appears that she must be resorted. She is being bullied in Ravenclaw, said Professor Dumbledore. That isn't my problem, the hat argued. That's for her head of house to sort out. She is clearly a Ravenclaw. Even though she doesn't fit in there. Snapped Harry, angrily. But then, that doesn't matter to you, does it? You put Hermione in Slytherin, even though there's no way Slytherin would ever have chosen a Muggleborn. I'll have you know that I wasn't enchanted by Slytherin. His time in the school was past by the time I was given life, the hat replied, somewhat aloof. When Godric took me from his head to cast the enchantments on me, he cast the character preferences of the 4 founders. He refused to instill what he called, the unmitigated bigotry of the 4th. Miss Granger fits the characteristics most desired by Slytherin. That is one of the reasons why I sorted her there. Then why can't anyone remember any other Muggleborns in Slytherin? Hermione countered. Are you trying to make us believe that no other Muggleborns have ever been ambitious? In almost 1,000 years, I have seen and forgotten more than even your headmaster, or his headmaster before him, so watch your tone with me, insolent girl. The hat snapped. But no, I hadn't sorted any Muggleborns into Slytherin. Until now, Muggleborns came here with no knowledge of our world, left their families for the first time to enter a totally new world to them. That required immense courage. That is why, unless they were exceptionally studious or loyal, I placed most of the Muggleborns in Gryffindor. You have lived with and studied our world for the last few years. It didn't require the same sort of courage for you to come here. You'd already changed things for other Muggleborns before you came here. You plan to work to improve the rights and position of yourself and other Muggleborns. To change the wizarding world like that is great ambition, and that is one reason I placed you in Slytherin. And refused to change her, even though she was being bullied. Just like you are now with Luna. Harry argued. Mr. Potter, you are under a misapprehension. I am not here to do what is best for the individual student, at least not only that. I have a responsibility to do what is best for Hogwarts. And that is the main reason for my decisions. How is letting someone get bullied best for Hogwarts? Susan retorted. The hat turned back towards Harry. I cannot truly see the future, but I know that danger is coming which will threaten the very existence of Hogwarts. It will only survive if the houses are united. You, Mr. Potter, are at the center of what is to come. You need allies in every house. Most of the others there looked at Harry in surprise at the hat's words. They were even more surprised to see that Harry and Hermione did not look surprised at all. If Harry needs me there, then I must stay in Ravenclaw, Luna said simply. This all sounds like divination to me, said Professor McGonagall with some disdain. She should be put in Hufflepuff or Gryffindor. No, thank you, Professor, replied Luna. I will stay where I am needed. Luna, said Professor Flitwick. I apologize for how you have been treated in my house. I should have noticed. Yes, relied Luna, back in her usual, more dreamy voice. You should. Harry added, especially after what happened to Hermione last year. I don't deny it, Professor Flitwick replied to Harry, before turning back to Luna to say, thank you for giving us another chance. But if it doesn't get better, we'll take her in Hufflepuff, said Harry. We should take her now, said Hannah. It's crazy sending her back to Ravenclaw now. It would seem that you now have some friends, Luna, said Professor Sprout. Hermione, Susan, Hannah, please make sure that Luna always knows the password to get into Hufflepuff. Luna, if things get bad in Ravenclaw, you can always come to Hufflepuff. Thank you, Professor, but I expect that I'll be all right. Can we go now? She asked the headmaster. Yes, Miss Lovegood, although I am sure your head of house will have more to say later. But for now, it is time for lunch. As the children left the office, only Hermione overheard Professor McGonagall say quietly, with courage like that, she should have been in Gryffindor. Harry and Hermione walked into the Great Hall with Luna between them. Behind them, in a small procession, were Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Ernie Macmillan and Justin Finch-Fletchley. As they walked towards the Hufflepuff table, Hermione gave Luna's hand a squeeze and she left the group and sat down at the Ravenclaw table. The Hufflepuffs remained standing, Harry in particular glaring at the Ravenclaw table where a fair bit of muttering had started. He took out his wand and as some of the Ravenclaws looked nervous, he merely passed it from one hand to the other. The bullying stops here, he said. The muttering quickly died down. From behind them, a voice called out, Hey, Fred. Do you think the Ravenclaws are intelligent enough to understand? I don't know, George. Perhaps we should explain it to them. Right. To anyone too stupid to get it, Luna Lovegood is now under Harry's protection. There was a snort of laughter from the Slytherin table, followed by a yell from Draco Malfoy. Big deal. If I were you, Malfoy, I'd remember what Harry did to your door without a wand, George yelled back. Yeah, shouted Fred, just as loudly. Hey George, how long did they take to put it back together? A month wasn't it? That's something I'd prefer to forget, Harry whispered to Hermione. They were just emphasizing that they should think about the strength of your magic before they do something rash, she replied. They could have been a bit more subtle about it, Harry Moe. Ned. Hermione snorted in a most unladylike way. The twins. Subtle. Never going to happen. While this brief conversation was going on, the Ravenclaws nearest Luna had slowly edged away from her, leaving her alone. To her surprise, Neville picked up his plate and walked over to sit next to her. Then, with a quick glance at each other, Ginny and Ron picked up their plates and went to sit on her other side. Seeing that, George and Fred picked up their plates and followed their younger siblings. They stood, one next to Ron, one next to Neville. Besides, Malfoy, if Harry doesn't get you, we will. And that goes for anyone else in Slytherin or Ravenclaw stupid enough not to get it, mess with her and you mess with us. That right, George. That's right, Fred. Anyone want a prank war? Somehow, George's comment, while underlining the intent, also lightened the atmosphere in the hall, which had rapidly become tense. Having made their point, Harry and Hermione sat down. Hermione hadn't trusted herself to say or do anything as she was still feeling hyped up and angry after their meeting with the headmaster. Harry could feel the tension from her, like static electricity running up his arms and down his spine. He could feel that she'd been ready to attack the first-year Ravenclaws who had moved away from Luna. Unknowingly, they'd pushed exactly the wrong button. Fortunately, Neville and the Weasleys had intervened before she could do anything, but he could still feel her frustration and rage, like a pressure cooker waiting to explode. Harry knew that he'd have to calm Hermione down, and soon, before she blew up at someone. As they sat and ate lunch, the tension between them was palpable. Even Hannah, who was sitting several seats away, was feeling its effects. Finally, Harry leaned close to his wife and whispered to her, "Hermione, you need to calm down. Luna's going to be safe now. You heard what Flitwick said. He's going to be watching out for her. We will be too. I'm not going to let her suffer anymore. And if they try anything, I'll set the twins on them. Or even scarier, Ginny." It was the last comment which finally brought a smile to Hermione's face. She squeezed Harry's hand, turned her head and at his cheek gently. It was a that lingered for just a moment. When she broke contact, she whispered, "Thank you, Harry." Harry felt himself blush at the intimate contact, but didn't pull away either. "When I saw her shivering last night, and the look in her eyes, I couldn't just leave her." Hermione heard his unspoken plea for her approval. "You did the right thing, bringing her to us." Hermione felt a bloom of love in her chest for her bondmate unlike anything she had ever felt before. The gentleness in his voice, his concern for her and the implicit desire for her support and understanding pulled at heartstrings that she didn't even know she had before. "I love you, Harry." For a moment, Harry looked embarrassed, then he quickly mumbled, "I love you too, Hermione," before turning away with a slightly red face and beginning to eat. Hannah had heard the exchange and grinned at Hermione and mouthed the word, "Boys." Ernie and Justin had also heard them, and Ernie turned to Justin and said, a little too loudly, "Whipped," only to be silenced by a glare from Susan, a glare which was toned down by the fact that her own amusement meant that she couldn't keep a grin from her face. Worse was to come for the Ravenclaws. Returning from the final lesson for the day, they found Professor Flitwick in their common room, where he had cleared the center of the room but for the desk he was sitting on, where he also had a child-sized chair and a tea table laden with sandwiches and a half-circle of conjured benches. Gone was his usual cheerful expression that always made you think that he would burst out laughing any minute. None of them had ever seen him so stern-faced. Rather than laughing, he had the look of someone who was trying very hard to resist the temptation to curse them all. As he continued to munch down the sandwiches, he met every new arrival with a glare, and then he just pointed at a space on the benches and glared until they sat down. Watching him eat, a stomach would groan every now and then. After waiting about a quarter hour, with all the currently present claws shuffling uncomfortably, he spoke up. "Is everybody here?" he asked. Stevenson, Jobs and McIntosh were going to the library, a seventh-year boy said. Williamson and Gates, too, a sixth-year said. Lovegood went with the Puffs, added a first-year girl. Grant's got detention with SN Professor Snape, the fifth-year boy's prefect said. "So I see. Luna can come and go as she wishes," the professor said, emphatically. Then he turned to the prefect who had spoken. "Go to Professor Snape and give him my compliments. Tell him that I need Grant here now. He can do his detention another day. Then round up the people from the library, too." When the prefect didn't move quickly enough, the now not-so-genial professor snapped, "I'm running out of sandwiches, so hurry now." Having watched him eat for almost a half hour, quite a few stomachs groaned. The diminutive professor's half-goblin ancestry was more than apparent. His teeth, more like fangs, were showing, and it made the young prefect almost wet himself with fear. He had never seen the professor's demeanor quite so angry. Rumor had it that when the professor had been a dueling champion, he was quite fearsome and scared off almost as many challengers as he defeated in combat. The students could now understand exactly how that could be true. The assembled students waited in silence, the expression on the professor's face continuously discouraging any conversation. About 5 minutes later Grant appeared. When the prefect arrived with the last missing students, the professor still made some more time as he polished the last sandwich, before he cleared his throat. "You will have guessed that this is about Luna Lovegood. I had a quick look around when I had a free period this afternoon, and I see that all her things have been returned to her. I see that you aren't all quite as stupid as I was beginning to think you were. Although you were stupid enough to bully a friend of Harry Potter and the Weasley twins. A very unwise third year called out, but we didn't know she was friends with them. The professor rounded on her. And that's your excuse for bullying her, is it? That you thought she'd have nobody to protect her. Except for the first years, the rest of you remember how we lost Hermione Potter, thanks to bullying in my house. I thought then that I could never be more ashamed of being a Ravenclaw. Today, you have exceeded that shame. There was no response apart from some shuffling. What is it Professor McGonagall always says to new first years before they are sorted? Your house will be like your family. After losing her mother a year or two ago, and having a father who coped with his grief by burying himself in his work, if there is a girl who needed you to be her family, it was Luna Lovegood. But instead of accepting her as one of your own, you didn't just ignore her and treat her as an outcast, you turned on her like a pack of hyenas. That girl wouldn't harm a fly. But she's weird. She believes in all sorts of rubbish and her father runs that crazy paper. The professor nodded. Yes, she's unusual. How many of you Muggle-borns were thought of as weird before you came here? It's not nice, is it? And as for her father, after the stories the prophet ran last year about your temporary fellow Ravenclaw, Hermione Potter, I'm beginning to think that maybe the Quibbler might be better for accurate news, or at least, no worse. The professor sat down on the desk. He had been standing up to that point. Now, what to do with you all? All of you either did the bullying or knew about it and did nothing. You are all equally guilty as far as I am concerned. After this meeting, I am closing the common room. You can all go to bed. But we haven't had supper yet. A first-year boy piped up. The professor raised the tension, not answering directly, but rather picking up his now empty platter of sandwiches, then raising it to his eyes as if he was examining it closely. Then he walked his platter to the edge of the desk and, very deliberately, dropped it on the floor. Quite a few claws recoiled as it shattered. I guess you will all be eating as much as Luna so frequently did. That's nice, isn't it? Nobody answered to that, other than a few more groaning stomachs. Now, as I was saying, what can I do with you all? Firstly, I'm taking all the 47 house points from you. I would take 100 or more from each of you if I could, but there aren't that many to take. Taking them all now when we are only 3 weeks into the year might make it too easy for you to catch up, so in addition, I will be giving no house points for your work for the rest of this term. However, if you all behave for the rest of the year, and work your socks off in the other classes, you might actually still have a chance for not having the worst result for Ravenclaws since 1915. Another glare silenced the murmuring. Secondly, you will all have a half-day detention every Saturday afternoon for the rest of this term. And yes, that does mean no Hogsmeade visits from now until the end of term. He glared at them again, as if daring them to object. Being Ravenclaws, none of them were stupid enough to do so. Now, as for our prefects. He paused as he looked around at each of them. Your main job was to be my eyes where I am not, to maintain order and look after the others when I cannot be here. Either you knew about the bullying and did nothing or you didn't know, in which case you were incompetent. Although I suspect that it was the former, in which case I would feel obliged to expel you, I will give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that it was just incompetence. As we can't have incompetent prefects in Ravenclaw, you can all return your prefects' badges to me at breakfast tomorrow. I wonder what the other houses will do with 2 more badges each. The professor stood up again. Luna Lovegood was invited to join. With Hufflepuff today, you might think that she would be better off there. After the way you have treated her, I am inclined to agree. However, the Sorting Hat made it clear that dangers are coming to Hogwarts and she needs to be here, not for her sake, but for Hogwarts. Sake, that is your sake. For that reason, she refused the transfer and agreed that if Hogwarts needs her in Ravenclaw, this is where she will stay. I'm telling you now, do not make her regret that decision. His tone of voice added what his words did not, or you will all regret it. This time there was no murmuring or shuffling. Finally, you may take it as read that having picked on a friend of the Weasley twins, you are likely to be victims of a few pranks in the days and weeks to come. You will take your medicine as Ravenclaws because quite frankly, if it weren't for the fact that I know that they will dream up some imaginative punishments for you, I would be racking my brains thinking of further ways to punish you all myself. His voice dropped a little in volume. I had hoped that after last year, I would never have to confront this house again due to bullying. You can all go to bed now. I am ashamed of you. When nobody moved, he raised his voice again and said simply, go. There was a lot of gossiping amongst the other tables when the Ravenclaws didn't come to eat that night, which grew even more when people saw the Ravenclaw points at 3 weeks into the term for the first time in their history, and further reinforced when on Saturday after lunch, the Ravenclaws all waited outside for Mr. Filch to give them tasks to do. Professor Flitwick was less cheerful in class for the next few weeks. Something of the joy of teaching had gone from him for a while. From his manner with his own Ravenclaws, it was obvious that he was not happy with them, and it was several weeks before the usual jovial professor returned. Harry had been convinced that all the actions by Professor Flitwick, whatever they were, and all the warnings wouldn't be enough, but to his surprise, Luna suffered no more bullying. The majority in Ravenclaw simply treated her like she didn't exist, except for a few that had discovered that by doing something kind to Luna when Professor Flitwick was around was the best way of earning points. Hermione had commented that she'd have been more impressed if they'd been nicer to Luna when Professor Flitwick wasn't there to reward them with points. To everyone else's surprise, the Ravenclaws made no complaints about frequently finding themselves with beaks and feathers or colored yellow for cowardice, or the time when their knives and forks chased them out of the Great Hall, forcing them to miss their breakfast. Even the few times when the food on their plates kept running away from them, forcing them to run and catch it before eating it, were met with stoic calm on the part of the Ravenclaws. The ironic part was that Luna would nearly always sit with her housemates even when her house's meal had been pranked. Contrary to showing the stoicism or anal retentiveness of her housemates, those meals were punctuated by her rather musical laughter, as she apparently loved to be the butt of a friendly joke. Harry couldn't help but laugh whenever she began laughing, not so much because of her fun, but by watching the appalled expressions of some of the upper-year claws. Hermione couldn't have explained it better. As far as the twins were concerned, the prank war was as much about making Luna happy as punishing the claws, so if she was so happy, then the pranks may as well never end. Although it was made clear by all the Hufflepuffs that Luna was welcome in Hufflepuff at any time, she chose to do most of her studying either in the Ravenclaw common room or in the library, much as she had done before. It made Harry and Hermione sad to see her put on her brave face every time she returned to Ravenclaw. One evening after Luna had left Hufflepuff to return to her own house, Hermione asked Harry, "What's the matter?" "It's my fault, isn't it?" he asked, rhetorically. "She only stays there for me, because I might need her there in the future." "No, Harry, it's not your fault," Hermione argued. "Even though prophecies and divination and stuff are very woolly disciplines, she made her own decision. It was not your fault." "It never is my fault, is it?" said Harry, morosely. "Getting my parents killed wasn't my fault. Getting your father killed wasn't my fault. Getting your mum and you tortured wasn't my fault. Killing Quirrell wasn't my fault. Your mum being in hospital wasn't my fault. None of it's my fault. I'm just a bloody jinx." Language, Harry. And well, it just isn't. No. It just keeps on happening to anyone close to me, doesn't it? "You'd all be better if I went away. Far away. You can't leave me and you know it," responded Hermione. "I know," he sighed. "And before you begin to think it isn't just the bond. I wouldn't leave you if I could." "Probably why you weren't smart enough for Ravenclaw," Harry murmured, still every bit as moody. Whether Hermione liked it or not, she knew that misplaced guilt was eating away at Harry and she didn't know how to tackle it. She just bit her lip, knowing that somewhere out there, Voldemort was still biding his time, getting ready to snipe at them again. Hermione went to bed that night worrying about Harry. She sighed in rather annoyed frustration. After all this time he still thinks everything is his fault. "Yeah, but he's cute," her own thoughts replied. Where did that thought come from? "At least I'm not hung up on that idiot Lockhart," she thought to herself, unlike most of the girls in school. I mean, even the Ravenclaws, who should know better, go all dreamy when he's around. "He is gorgeous looking though," came another thought. If I wasn't bonded with Hermione angrily stopped the traitorous thought, but a smile came to her face as she wondered if she'd be as bad as his Hogwarts fan club if she wasn't bonded to Harry. No, she decided. She couldn't be that stupid. He's an incompetent prat and half the stuff in his books contradicts itself. And she could never fancy a self-important big-headed twit like him anyway. If I did though, she admitted to herself, at least I bet he'd notice I'm a girl, unlike someone else I can think of. She got up and walked to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. Maybe if my hair wasn't such a mess and if my teeth didn't stick out so much. Although her parents had become much more comfortable with magic, being dentists they had still wanted her to get her teeth fixed the Muggle way, with a brace. Hermione had been tempted, with her mother in a coma, to take the easy way out and get Madame Pomfrey to correct them, but somehow it felt like betraying her parents, so she hadn't. It's not as if that would solve anything anyway, she thought. She had fat in all the wrong places, on her tummy and her thighs, and not enough where she wanted it. She looked down, irritated at her still small breasts. Although there was still plenty of time for them to grow, she knew, as her mother wasn't that big, she doubted that she would be. Suppose Harry liked big beeps. There were loads of girls here better endowed than she was. Ginny was almost as big as her and she was only in her first year. She was sure her mother would have had some advice, but she couldn't talk to her. She frowned. She really needed her mother so she could ask her something else too. Just how do you buy a bra? What size would she need? How do you take measurements? Her mum would know all this. I mean, her beeps might be too small, but they were there and she needed to buy something. Otherwise she might get attention she didn't want. Some hope, she thought, miserably, looking down at herself once more. As she raised her head again to look in the mirror, she snapped at herself. Really? Harry's blaming himself for everything bad that happens and I'm busy worrying about how I can get him to fancy me. Being fairly sure that Harry still sometimes had nightmares didn't help her to stop worrying, nor did the fact that she couldn't sense them as well as before. Were they just less powerful and therefore less important, or had it been a mistake to accept places in the dorms instead of demanding married quarters? Were they even drifting apart, she wondered, and if they were, what would happen? A few nights later her worries about their closeness, or lack of it, were brought home to Hermione vividly. They had been to the Death Day party, for Sir Nicholas, the house ghost for Gryffindor, as Harry had been foolish enough to get in a conversation with him and accept the invitation. On the way back, Harry had suddenly heard something. Did you hear that voice? What voice? It says it's going to kill. Harry, there's no voice. Let's go down and see if there's still some food we can actually eat. I heard it once before, at the beginning of term. You must be able to hear it. Harry, even in the wizarding world, hearing voices isn't a good sign, Hermione had begun to say, but Harry took off down the corridor. A slightly annoyed Hermione decided to follow him. Harry had skidded on a wet floor and bumped himself on the wall. Looking up, both he and Hermione saw vividly written over the wall the words, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air beware." "It looks like blood," said Hermione in a small voice, then gave a scream as she saw Filch's cat hanging from a hook in the wall. Filch was the rather unpleasant caretaker and the cat was equally unpleasant to everyone but him, but she still wouldn't want anyone to kill it. Harry turned to her angrily. "Hearing things, was I? Now do you believe me?" He turned to go, but at that moment a crowd came up from the Great Hall. Draco Malfoy was in front. "Enemies of the air beware." He looked directly at Hermione. "You'll be next, Mudblood." Neither of them had time to react as another voice broke through. "My cat. Someone's killed my cat." Filch pushed his way through the crowd. "Potter. I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Hermione didn't think that she'd ever been as pleased to see anyone as she was to see Professor Dumbledore at that moment. Apparently the cat wasn't dead, but petrified, and Madame Sprout would be able to provide mandrakes to cure it, once they were mature. Hermione had actually managed to make a history of magic lesson interesting by persuading Professor Binns to explain about the Chamber of Secrets. They learned that Slytherin had left a hidden chamber containing a terrible monster that could only be controlled by his heir, who would use it to eradicate Muggleborns from Hogwarts. Harry's reaction had been to insist that Hermione hardly leave his side outside of the Hufflepuff quarters, which Hermione refused to do, pointing out that she'd be perfectly safe in the library and did he really want to be forced to spend half his spare time there with her. The term got worse after that. Harry was seriously injured by a bludger in a game of Quidditch and Colin Creevey, an annoying first-year Gryffindor who showed up everywhere with his camera to take photos of Harry and Hermione, was also petrified. He had been taken to the hospital wing while Harry was still there recovering from his Quidditch injury and he learned that the chamber had been opened before. He also learned that the bludger had been hexed by the house elf Dobby, in an attempt to persuade Harry to leave Hogwarts for his own safety. The twins had thought that hilarious, commenting that, "Dobby's gonna kill you if he doesn't stop trying to save you." For once, Harry hadn't been amused at their comment. Hermione was so concerned that she went to tell Professor Dumbledore about it. Very interesting, he replied. You need not worry. No house elf would intentionally harm anyone. Ignoring her first reaction that it looked like Dobby was quite capable of injuring Harry without intending to, she asked, but what about what he said? About terrible things happening. He might be able to tell us something. I doubt that very much. I am quite surprised he was able to tell Harry that much. But if we can find out which family he works for, that might help. The professor replied, non-committally. Well, do let me know if you learn anything more. Hermione took that as a dismissal and left, rather annoyed at what seemed to her to be a rather cavalier attitude on the part of the headmaster. If Hermione thought that things couldn't get any worse, she was wrong. Professor Lockhart decided to run a dueling club, then, at Professor Snape's suggestion, picked Draco Malfoy to duel against Harry. Malfoy conjured a dangerous snake which looked like it was going to attack. To the shock of everyone there, Harry began to hiss like a snake. The snake reacted, looking between Harry and Justin, who was nearest to it. Just as the snake seemed to be about to launch itself at Justin, Professor Snape vaporized it with a spell. Justin turned to Harry and yelled, "What the hell do you think you were doing?" Afterwards Ron and Neville explained to Harry what a Parselmouth is, even though Hermione had already done so the previous summer, and that it looked like Harry had been encouraging the snake to attack. It had fallen to Hermione to explain to Harry that being able to speak Parseltongue was considered a dark gift because not only wasn't it common, but the only recorded Parselmouth in recent years was Voldemort. She also explained that the reason the symbol for Slytherin House was a snake was because Slytherin himself was a Parselmouth. She'd found all this out after reading up on Parselmouths after their experience in Chessington Zoo. As Neville pointed out, now everyone's going to think you're his great however many times grandson and you're controlling the monster. But they can't. Hermione had protested. He's bonded to a Muggleborn, everyone knows that. This lot are stupid, Ron had replied. Neville's right. They'll think you're the heir of Slytherin. Ron's pessimistic prediction proved to be correct. Even Harry's own housemates seemed wary of him, especially when Justin turned up petrified only a few days later. Honestly, a frustrated Hermione argued. He's bonded to a Muggleborn. How can he hate Muggleborns? Even their friend Susan disagreed with her. Perhaps you're the exception, she replied. After all, we know how much Colin annoyed him with his camera, and he had that argument with Justin. Seeing how upset Hermione was becoming, she added in a doubtful tone, perhaps he doesn't really know he's doing it. The twins of course, made light of it, choosing to escort Harry as often as possible, make way for the heir of Slytherin. Seriously wicked wizard coming through. They also conjured lots of little rubber snakes, which looked surprisingly realistic, especially when they twitched or moved on their own. When Hermione yelled at them for disrupting a whole day of history of magic classes, Fred explained, "We're practicing to become professors." Professors. She snorted. You too. Defense against boring lessons professors, George countered. That's not funny. And it's not fair, picking on Professor Binns like that. Come off it, Hermione. He didn't even notice. They probably helped people learn more, said Harry. How do you work that out? Hermione asked, incredulously. Well, the snakes kept them awake, so they heard more of old Binns droning than they usually do. Even Hermione couldn't think of a response to that. When some of the first years were overheard talking about Harry being the heir of Slytherin, George threatened to feed them to the Slytherin monster. You can't, one had responded. Only Harry can do that. Then we'll feed you to Fluffy. Fluffy. Who's Fluffy? Laughed the first year. Hagrid's vicious three-headed dog. How come we've never seen it? Well, it's only here sometimes, Fred explained. It was so vicious that the rest of the time Dumbledore has it transfigured into a lawyer and lets it work for a Scottish writer. You what? Don't worry, said George. He doesn't know what he's talking about either. If you want to know who Fluffy is, ask Hagrid. Before we feed you to it, added Fred. Otherwise you'll find out anyway. Not even an announcement to their house by Professor Sprout could stop the rumors that Harry was the heir of Slytherin, though the Hufflepuff students made sure not to say anything when the professor was around. Although the twins' pranks had concentrated on anything to do with snakes rather than on Ravenclaw for the latter part of term, they still had time for the occasional prank aimed at Ravenclaw. The most successful was the simplest. An official-looking sign on the door of the library saying, "Library out of order until further notice." Luna had ignored it and simply walked into the library anyway, but Hermione was furious. How can they close the library? She ranted, even more annoyed and frustrated than most of the Ravenclaws had been. Ron bursting out laughing didn't help her mood. It's not funny. We have to study and I was busy looking up a special potion as well. She put her hand to her mouth and looked around to make sure nobody else had heard. Of course, the twins had. Special potion? George asked. Can we help? Added Fred. Only if you can get me into the library. Might be possible. Depends on what the potion is for. You can't tell anyone. It's Polyjuice potion, to change us into some of Malfoy's friends. If anyone knows who the heir of Slytherin is, it'll be him. Maybe he is the heir of Slytherin, said Ron. He hates Muggleborns, calls them all well, you know what he calls them. Honestly, Ron, Malfoy, the heir of Slytherin, he's a joke. She turned to the twins. So are you going to help me get into the library? It's really easy, said Fred. Really easy, added George. At Hermione's annoyed expression he added, open the door. The notice is a fake we put there to annoy the Ravenclaws. It's not funny, fumed Hermione, picking up her books and heading for the library. It was, Ron assured the twins. They prepared the potion in the first-floor girls' bathroom, as it was haunted by a ghost called Ning Myrtle, so everyone avoided using it. That didn't stop the twins from calling out to any of the girls, if they were leaving a group to go to the toilet or to a shower, hey. Going to give Ning Myrtle an eyeful. The twins' pranks came to an abrupt end, or at least a pause when they were caught setting snakes in Professor McGonagall's classroom. Her reaction to Fred complaining that she shouldn't take things so seriously was to place them in detention every evening for the rest of term. Harry's suggestion that they should try telling Snape not to take himself so seriously was met with the reply from both the twins, even we're not that stupid. The Polyjuice was a disaster. It spoiled Christmas as Hermione accidentally added a cat hair instead of a hair from Millicent Bulstrode and partially turned herself into a cat, which took a month in the hospital wing to put right. She looked so funny that even Harry couldn't help laughing at her predicament. Not only that, but the only thing they learned was that Malfoy had no idea who the heir of Slytherin was either. The one thing it did mean was that there was no Hermione to tell the twins off for turning all the first years into different colors on Christmas Day and insisting that they were mobile Christmas decorations. Harry had to laugh because they had also turned Malfoy green and silver. When asked by Ron why they'd picked on him, not that he minded, Fred replied, well, he's as childish as a first year. When Harry told Hermione about Malfoy, even she couldn't resist laughing about it. After the embarrassment of a month looking like a cat, Hermione did most of her research alone. She was often spotted creeping around the castle holding a mirror, but wouldn't explain why. One evening in early February, Harry was walking through the Hufflepuff common room, which was filled with mostly first and second years studying, when he suddenly began to feel ill. Harry assured everyone that he didn't need to be taken to the hospital wing, he would just go to bed early. At that moment, Professor McGonagall entered the common room, a most unusual event. I'm afraid I've some bad news. Mrs. Potter has been petrified. Feeling weak or not, Harry ignored her shouts not to run in the corridors and ran as fast as he could to the hospital wing. Taking Hermione's hand, he found that she was cold as ice. A distraught Harry insisted on sitting by her for the next day, then, when Madame Pomfrey came to wake him in the morning, she found that he was as stone-like as his wife. Professor Flitwick was called and pronounced that it was the bond and that he probably wouldn't awaken until Hermione did. Susan Bones was beside herself. The following day straight after lunch, she met with Fred, George and Ron Weasley, Neville Longbottom and Luna Lovegood in an empty classroom. So why do you want us all here? Asked Fred, unable to keep a note of hostility out of his voice. Think one of us is behind it now. We need to do something now. Harry and Hermione are petrified, Susan replied. Why? Sneered George. I thought you were so sure it was Harry doing it. I was wrong, all right. Say what you like. Nothing you say can make me feel any worse about it. And I did say I was sure he wasn't doing it consciously. You were supposed to be their friend, Ron accused her. I know, she replied, sadly. There were just so many things which pointed to it being him. Before Ron could snap something back, Neville said, Susan is right. Look at it logically. Harry was always around when someone was found petrified and he was a Parseltongue. Parselmouth, Luna corrected. Sorry. A person who speaks Parseltongue is a Parselmouth, Luna explained. The Quibbler had an article on how Minister Fudge uses it to control invisible snakes to bite his enemies with cowardice venom. The others had become used to simply ignoring some of the more outrageous things Luna came up with, so Neville just answered, "Okay, Parselmouth. My point is that I can understand why she thought what she did. After all, so did almost everyone else. It would be stupid, though," said Ron. "The real heir wouldn't make himself so obvious. Coming from the one who thought it had to be Malfoy," George pointed out. "Well, I was wrong," Ron admitted easily, making his brothers look at him with surprise. "Where's Ginny?" asked Luna suddenly. "Why isn't she here with us?" "Not feeling well again," Fred explained. "We've threatened to tell Pomfrey if it keeps up," added George. "But Posy Percy the perfect prefect said to leave her be, she just needs to get used to being away from home." "Try saying that really quickly," said Fred. "Or when you've had a few fire whiskeys," added George. "Posy Percy the perfect prefect," said Fred, rapidly. "Posy Percy the perfect prefect," said George, even more quickly. "Posy Percy the perfect prefect," they both said together 3 times, finishing in a jumble. Susan sighed with exasperation. "The point is," she said, "nobody is doing anything. We're being kept in our houses, but nobody is trying to find out what it is, where it is, or who is controlling it." "She's right, you know," said Fred. "Glad she's right about something," replied George, still not quite ready to forgive Susan. "Enough," said Neville sharply, enough to make the others look at him with surprise. "This isn't helping Harry and Hermione. And if it isn't stopped, someone might be killed. It might even try to get to them and finish off the job." "I do hope not," said Luna. "Harry was my first friend. And Hermione's nice to me even if she isn't very good at hiding her opinion about me being unhinged." "I think we should start by asking Hagrid," said Susan. "If anyone knows anything about a monster here, it'll be him. Whatever it is, just don't offer to capture it or he'll want to keep it as a pet," Ron warned her. "He thinks dragons are cute. And how are you going to get to see him?" "We're not allowed out?" asked Fred, much to the amusement of the others, knowing that what Fred and George were allowed to do and what they actually did rarely had much to do with each other. "That's a problem," she admitted. "We might be able to help you there," said George, ignoring looks like daggers from his twin. "We don't have to show them," he added, to placate his twin. Using a piece of parchment the twins refused to show the others. It was easy to find a way out of the castle, although it was less easy to avoid the teachers and Filch, who seemed to be patrolling almost everywhere they went. Despite pleas from Ron and Susan, they refused to show them what they were looking at. Once outside of the castle, the twins left them and returned inside. "We'll meet you when you come back," they promised. It was decided that Susan and Luna would be the ones to approach Hagrid. Luna, with her affinity for creatures, would have the best chance of getting Hagrid to relax around them, while Susan would keep her on track, so to speak. Ron and Neville would go along, but wait outside, keeping guard on the girls. "We would have taken you ourselves," admitted Fred. "But the staff seemed to have this idea that we might get up to things," added George, sounding offended at the very thought. "Can't think why," Susan replied smoothly. "Exactly," said Fred, missing the irony in Susan's voice completely. "But they check on us a few times a night now. Or send that awful Filch to do it," added George with disgust. "And we can't even hex him," Fred said in an injured tone, "because the headmaster said if we did, he'd expel us, just like that." "Or worse," George finished. What the headmaster had actually threatened was not to expel them, but to tell their mother, which as far as the twins were concerned, was worse. So, leaving Ron and Neville on guard outside, Susan and Luna knocked on the big oak door to Hagrid's house. Hagrid opened it and pointed a crossbow out of the door, aimed far above their heads. With surprise, he looked down and noticed the 2 youngsters. "What you doing, heir? You should be in the castle, where it's safe." "It's not safe in the castle," Susan pointed out. "That's where all the attacks have been." Hagrid gave a grunt, which Susan took as agreement and, ignoring her manners for once, pushed her way into the house. "Look," said Hagrid, "we'll all be in trouble if you're found down here." "How are the Thestrals today?" asked Luna. Hagrid, always easy to distract when it came to His animals entered into a long discussion with Luna about the animals of the forest until Susan, flashing a glare at Luna, said, "Actually, it was about an animal we came to see you." "Oh, problem with an owl. Temperamental creatures owls, you have to understand them, you see." Before Hagrid could get going on how to treat owls, Susan interrupted him with, "No. We want to know about the monster of Slytherin. We thought you'd be bound to know about it." Hagrid looked suddenly angry. "Oh, you found out about that, have you? Well, I didn't do it last time though I was expelled fair it." To their surprise, Hagrid suddenly burst into tears. "Now I bet there's some at think it's me again." "But that's silly," exclaimed Susan. "You can't be the heir of Slytherin. You're half-blood. Try telling some Odem that," Hagrid said bitterly. The hurt and angry tone in his voice sounded so unusual coming from Hagrid that Susan actually forgot for a moment that they had come for information and just said, "We believe you, Hagrid." It was Luna who asked gently, "Can you tell us about it?" A short time later there was a sharp rap on the door. "Quick, hide," said Hagrid. Susan hid behind the huge chair Hagrid had been sitting in while Luna hid under Hagrid's bed and Hagrid opened the door. Susan knew the voice very well. "It's Fudge," she whispered to Luna. Luna nodded, understanding who he was, the Minister of Magic. "I'm sorry, Hagrid, that it's come to this," the minister began. "But attacking Harry Potter I had to do something. But I didn't do nothing. You tell, I am Professor. You know I didn't." "I know, Hagrid." Professor Dumbledore sounded unusually despondent. "Obviously," Susan thought, "he's fought this and lost." "I have no choice," the minister insisted. "Where you taking me?" "Not Azkaban. Your record speaks against you, I'm afraid." Susan could bear it no longer. She jumped up from her hiding place. "That's not true. Hagrid was expelled without any proper hearing. Just because that Tom Riddle said so. He'd been raising a monster in the school. Now I don't know what you're doing here. A giant spider. Tell me, headmaster. Before that girl was killed, how many were petrified?" "4, the headmaster answered. "That's it then. It couldn't have been Hagrid," said Susan, triumphantly. Minister Fudge looked puzzled. "Acromantulas." Susan said the word slowly making sure that she got it right. "Can kill, but they can't petrify. It can't have been Hagrid's giant spider. Anyway, he's not a pure blood. He couldn't be the heir of Slytherin. Nor is Harry Potter," said Luna, as she slipped out from underneath Hagrid's bed. Everyone looked at her, puzzled, as she calmly patted away dust from her robes. She seemed to take notice only after several seconds of staring. Not a pureblood. But everyone thought it was him too. "I think this might be a case for extreme caution," suggested Professor Dumbledore, "and not over hasty action." Fudge looked defeated for a moment, then there was a sharp tap on the door. Professor Dumbledore opened it. "What you doin', heir? Get out of my house." The newcomer, Lucius Malfoy, looked around and sniffed. "I am here to deliver this notice to the headmaster. Believe me, I do not want to spend any more time than I have to in your you call this a house." The headmaster still hadn't opened the letter. "You've been suspended. I'm afraid the governors think you've, shall we say, lost your touch." "How many governors did you threaten to get them to suspend Professor Dumbledore?" shouted Susan, angrily. "You can't take Dumbledore away. They'll be killings next." Hagrid cried out, frantically. Ignoring Hagrid completely, Malfoy said, "Obviously, education here is severely lacking if a student is allowed to talk to a member of the Board of Governors like that." "Fudge, I'm surprised you didn't put this half-human in Azkaban after the first attack. I may have to raise this in the Wizengamot." Fudge looked worried for the first time. Professor Dumbledore looked sternly at Susan and said, "You will show due respect, young lady." "Come on, Hagrid. Let's go," the minister insisted. Susan rounded on him. "You wait till my aunt hears about this." Hagrid never had a trial the first time either. Minister Fudge turned to Susan. "Your aunt is an employee of the ministry and will do her job." "Of course she will. The Wizengamot appointed her as the head of magical law enforcement 5 years ago and she will enforce the law, whether or not it is convenient for you." Fudge flustered about this, before a nasty smile returned to his face. "We'll see how well she does if he's already in Azkaban. Then we'll go to the Prophet. People need to know what's going on. The editor of the Prophet owes me quite a few favors. He won't let such article be published. Then we'll use the Quibbler. To make people realize what's going on, Susan said, gesturing at Luna by her. The quibbler. The minister laughed. That rag. Be my guests. After their last article about the supposed army of heliopaths, nobody will believe a word it says. He walked out with Hagrid, Dumbledore and Lucius behind him, not realizing that he had just made two very bad enemies. The professor stopped for a moment and turned back to the bushes near to Hagrid's front door. Boys, you can come out now. Please take Miss Bones and Miss Lovegood back to the castle safely. As the minister's party walked away, Ron said, how'd he know? I was sure nobody saw us there. My grandmother always says he knows everything, said Neville. Let's put down what we know, said Susan. Firstly, this has happened before and someone called Tom Riddle accused Hagrid and he was expelled. And the attacks stopped straight afterwards, added Luna. We know a girl was killed in a bathroom and 4 others were petrified before, just like this time. And that's it? Asked Fred. Susan nodded. Well, it's more than we knew before, George admitted, but it's not much. The girl who was killed was found in a bathroom, Susan mused. She stared at Luna for a moment. What if she's still there? I believe it's time we go and have an eyeful at Myrtle, Susan. Luna answered, calmly standing up and gathering her things. That would be nicer than the other way around. Not everyone was unhappy at the thought of Harry and Hermione being petrified. At breakfast the next morning Malfoy was strutting around looking so pleased with himself that if Susan hadn't known better, she'd have suspected him of being behind it. Best thing to happen to the mudblood, he crowed. And Potter always was a bit wooden. Fred retorted, is that the best you can come up with, Malfoy? A bit wooden. Even saying he's stoned would be better than that. That met with some slightly nervous laughter from the other Muggleborns there, but blank looks from most of the other witches or wizards. To everyone's surprise, it was Professor McGonagall who replied. Very droll, Mr. Weasley. Do we want to know why you are so familiar with Muggle slang about illegal drug use? Fred looked thoroughly embarrassed and a little worried until he saw a slight curve of amusement on the professor's strict face. Annoyed at having the limelight stolen from him, Malfoy couldn't resist commenting, that's what you get for allowing low-life mudbloods in Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall turned to him, coldly. That's the second time this morning you have used that word, Mr. Malfoy. Seeing as your head of house doesn't seem to be taking any action over it, I will deduct 5 points from Slytherin for the first time, and 10 for the second time. Malfoy looked towards Snape, whose face was rapidly contorting with anger and frustration at his colleague. That word is not acceptable in Hogwarts or anywhere else in civilized society. If you don't want to lose more than the 15 points you've already lost, Mr. Malfoy, I suggest you learn that, because I will double the penalty each time I hear it from you, is that understood? Malfoy remained silent. Mr. Malfoy, I am speaking to you. I asked you if you understood me. Yes, ma'am, he mumbled. I didn't quite hear you. Yes, ma'am, he said with an obvious sneer. Very well. And for your disrespect to me, you will serve detention tonight. At Malfoy's slight smirk as he glanced at Professor Snape, she added, and you will be serving it with me. As the professor sat back down, Professor Snape turned to her. Was that really necessary? Yes, Severus, it was, she said icily. I am tired of your students using foul, demeaning language towards those in other houses and I intend to put a stop to it. As she walked away, several of the students who had been close by during the acting headmistress confrontation with Malfoy formed a loose huddle and wondered whether this could mark the beginning of a new regime at the school. A little later, when the students entered the dungeon classroom, Professor Snape had charmed a piece of chalk to write the recipe for a potion on the blackboard. Any questions? He asked, in voice even more surly than usual. There were none. Of course not. The insufferable know-it-all isn't here. I'm sure we all miss her and her celebrity husband. He spat out the word, husband, as though it was something bad. Gather your ingredients and begin at once. Susan seethed but couldn't think of a suitable reply. At lunch, Fred and George quietly went around the group of friends, warning each of them, make sure you have witnesses where you are and what you are doing after lessons today until after dinner. You mean you're up to something? Susan asked. Us? Asked Fred, looking offended. Up to something? Asked George. Yes, Susan replied. What are you up to? No. Forget I asked. I don't want to know. Don't worry. They won't be able to prove it was us. And we've warned all of you. Except Harry and Hermione, added George. But they've got a rock-solid alibi, finished Fred. Susan groaned. Ouch. With jokes like that, you're not related to Malfoy, are you? Rather than looking hurt, Fred gave a decidedly Malfoyish sneer and replied, unfortunately, much as it pains us to admit it, we probably are, distantly. Not distantly enough, added George. At dinner there was some laughter from the Slytherin table and angry words between them. Professor Snape stood up and opened his mouth to speak. He began to breathe loudly as though he were wheezing. Finally, he managed to say, what is going on? Before wheezing again. It's Malfoy, Professor. He's speaking funny. Speaking funny, I am not, Malfoy protested in a rather squeaky voice. The professor wheezed again. I don't know what you are playing at, Mr. Malfoy. Wheeze. The professor was becoming more and more annoyed, especially as there was obvious giggling from 3 of the 4 tables, but you are already in enough trouble. Try to behave. There is no try, Malfoy replied. Detention with me, tomorrow, the professor wheezed. Help it, I cannot. My fault, it is not. By this point the entire Muggle-born population of the school burst out laughing while the others looked puzzled. Snape got up and stormed towards the twins, but was intercepted by Malfoy, who waved his hands in front of the professor and said, these are not the droids you are looking for. All of the Muggle-born students were quietly dying with laughter in their seats, having recognized the sound of the voice and the breathing immediately, as well as the bits of dialogue, as being from one of the most popular Muggle films of all time. Ron, struggling to speak from laughing so much, finally managed to say, I told Mum it was dangerous letting the twins watch all those Muggle films. Professor Dumbledore, who was quietly enjoying the discomfort of his potions professor, called out to him, saying, Professor Snape. Perhaps you'd better let Madame Pomfrey take a look at you. Then, as the angry professor stormed from the hall, Professor Dumbledore turned towards the twins with an amused expression on his face. After dinner Ernie went up to the twins and said, brilliant. First time I actually enjoyed listening to Malfoy. We thought Flitwick would look better in the part, but decided Malfoy deserved it, Fred replied. Just one thing. If you don't want to give Harry a heart attack on the spot, don't have Snape go up to him and say, Harry, I am your father. Afterwards, in the Gryffindor common room, Fred admitted, I kinda miss Hermione telling us off after a prank. It's just not the same. Hermione tell you off? Ron asked. Every time, said George. She said if the thought of a spell makes us giggle for more than 5 minutes, we aren't allowed to do it. Not that that stopped you, laughed Ron. Hey, she's Harry's ball and chain, not ours. So what you planning on next? Ron asked. Say, we can't, Fred replied smugly. Telling, that would be, added George, then tried to do a wheeze but ended up coughing. That evening, Susan and Luna crept down to Myrtle's bathroom. So, you don't know what it was that killed you, but it was in here, said Susan. That's right. Just that it had big yellow eyes. And Filch's cat was petrified just outside here. And Hermione wasn't far from here. Has anyone been in here lately? Nobody comes to see me, poor miserable Mo, ning Myrtle. Luna explained. Myrtle, I know what you mean. People used to pick on me too. But we think someone made the monster kill you. And someone is setting it loose again. Wouldn't you like to get revenge for whatever killed you? Are you sure nobody comes in here? Nobody ever comes to see me, she repeated mournfully. As they began to turn away, she added, even that girl. She never speaks to me. She just hisses and makes the sink open. Girl. What girl? I don't know who she is. But she's not very nice to me. She just ignores me. On further questioning, then learned that the girl was small, probably a first year, and that she had flame red hair. Susan and Luna looked at each other in disbelief. The next morning, when the group of friends went down to breakfast, some of the older Slytherins met them. Pulling out their wands, to attack, they rapidly dropped them when the wands lit up and began making buzzing noises. I added an electric shock, said Fred. Got the idea from a Muggle prank catalog. George had picked up the Slytherin wands and walked into the Great Hall. As George dumped the wands on the Slytherin table, Professor Sinestra stood up. What is going on here? Sorry, ma'am, he answered. But they tried to attack us and for some reason they dropped their wands outside. The moment any of the Slytherins tried to pick up their wands, they were immediately shocked again. Terrible. Can't even use a wand, cried George. Shocking. Fred agreed. When the Slytherins that had tried to attack the friends were still unable to use their wands for lessons that morning, Professor McGonagall found the twins between lessons and told them, "Professor Dumbledore wishes to see you in his office." "Now, Professor Dumbledore?" asked George. "He's still here?" asked Fred. Professor McGonagall smiled. "One of the privileges of being headmistress is that I can give permission for someone else to live in the castle and even use what is now officially my office." "That's brilliant, Professor," exclaimed Fred. "Thank you, Mr. Weasley. We might almost have to make you a marauder," said George. The professor rolled her eyes heavenward. "God forbid. Hurry, now, Professor Dumbledore is waiting." "Yes, Professor," the twins said together. Before Professor McGonagall could react, the twins skipped off quickly towards the headmaster's office, singing, "We're off to see the wizard," leaving her shaking her head. At lunch, the twins walked over towards the Slytherin table. The Slytherins looked nervous. "You know, Fred, they don't look very happy." "They don't, George. What can we do about it?" George walked up to one of the Slytherins and gave him a hug. To cheer them up, we'll say it's Hug a Slytherin Day. As the school laughed, he turned to the Slytherin and said, "You can pick up your wand now." The boy gingerly did so. Relieved when he didn't get a shock, he pocketed his wand. Others reached for their wands, but received a shock. "George told you. It's Hug a Slytherin Day. You have to be hugged by a Gryffindor first." Some of the Slytherins, desperate to use their wands again, went over to the Gryffindor table to receive hugs from the amused Gryffindors. Those who didn't shy away in disgust then returned for the wands. Others didn't move, so, seeing an opportunity to embarrass them, the Gryffindors moved towards them. Most were desperate enough to use their wands to allow themselves to be hugged, but as a group of first years ran towards Malfoy, he got up and ran out of the hall, crying out loudly, "Hugged, I will not be." Followed by the group of laughing first years. Much to everyone's disappointment, both Snape and Malfoy were back to normal by dinner time. If anything, Malfoy was more vicious than usual and the majority of the Slytherins were the same. After dinner, Susan and Luna met with Ron and the twins. Before Susan could open her mouth, Ron asked, "Well, what did you find out?" "We're trying to tell you," Susan replied. "Myrtle doesn't know much. Whatever killed her, it killed her in that bathroom, where nobody ever goes now, and all the attacks have been near that bathroom, so we think it's got something to do with it. And as I said, nobody ever goes there because of Myrtle, well, except one person." Myrtle said, "A girl, probably a first year, or I don't know how to say this." "Just say it," suggested George. I mean Myrtle says, well, she didn't accuse her, she hasn't worked it all out." Luna glared at Susan and said, "We think it's Ginny." "You're crazy," Ron almost shouted. "The only person who's been going there is a small girl, probably a first year, and she's a redhead. That doesn't prove anything, and Ginny wouldn't." "We're not accusing her. It sounds like it. She has been acting odd," admitted Fred. "Not feeling well, especially after the attacks," added George. "We thought she was just upset or scared." "I would not believe Ginevra to be scared by such issues," Luna said, seemingly speaking to the air. "I have yet to witness her being visited at all by either of the twins, Phobos or Deimos." "Who?" asked Ron. "What twins?" asked Fred. "The children of Ares, the gods of dread and terror. They are said to never really be that far away." Right," said Susan. "Anyway, we need to keep an eye on her somehow, to see if it is her. And if it isn't, we want to know what she's doing in Myrtle's bathroom," said George. "Apart from the obvious," added Fred, looking slightly embarrassed at the frank look Luna had just given them. "The best thing we can do is a rota," said Susan, "so she's less likely to notice one of us following her." "I still can't see how she won't know though." "I think we can solve that," said Fred, pulling a parchment from his pocket. "Fred!" cried George, as he took it out of Fred's hand and shoved it inside his own robes. Fred turned to George and said quietly, "This is Ginny we're talking about. We'll have to show them this time." A moment of silence passed until George nodded and pulled out the parchment again. "None of you breathe a word, understood?" George said, glaring at the younger people assembled. All of them nodded at once. Fred touched his wand and said, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," and the others stared as a map was slowly revealed. "It shows everyone where they are, all the time." "Wow!" Susan exclaimed. "Why didn't you show me this before?" asked Ron. "The secret of our success, that is," said George. That in our brilliant minds, added Fred. But you can't rely on it completely, George warned. It sometimes shows people who don't exist. What do you mean? Asked Ron. It's not important, said Fred, glaring at George for mentioning it. We can't watch it all the time. When she's in class we don't need to, Luna pointed out. Let's make a rota, suggested Susan. Afterwards, as they left the classroom, they ran into Malfoy and his cronies. Oh, it's the Mudblood Lovers Club. Lay off, Malfoy, said George menacingly. Malfoy and his goons pulled out their wands. To their surprise, they glowed along their full lengths, Crabbe's yellow, Goyle's green and Malfoy's pink. After a few seconds the glow faded to nothing. What have you done to our wands? Malfoy almost screamed. Ignoring Malfoy's question, Fred said with an air of announcing something important. George, the magic is weak in these three. Brother of mine, you were right. They pulled their own wands. They glowed bright red and a loud humming sound could be heard coming from them. That was enough for the Slytherins, who turned tail and ran. How did you do that? Susan asked. Should we tell her, George? No, Fred, we can't give away all our secrets. At breakfast, Malfoy shouted out, Loony. What were you and the other blood traitors doing in a deserted classroom last night? Studying now you don't have the... He looked at the teacher's table and saw McGonagall paying attention to him. Granger to help you. Professor McGonagall looked like she was going to say something, but Susan spoke before she could. At least we do study, Susan retorted. I mean, those two look like they've never read a book in their lives. And you only get by because of your father's money. Does he buy the exam papers for you to learn? Nonetheless, if you were implying that we were out after curfew, you would have necessarily been out too to find out about us. Luna breathed at him, her dream-like whisper carrying surprisingly far away. Unable to think of a quick retort, Malfoy spat out, blood traitors. And sat down. This time Professor McGonagall did speak out. That's 20 points from Slytherin, Mr. Malfoy. He looked like he was going to object, so she added. Unless you want to make it more. A minute or two later, Goyle turned to him and said, I read a book once. One of the Muggle-borns in Ravenclaw quickly quipped, Gween it was, imitating Goyle's pronunciation. Not understanding why almost every Muggle born in the hall burst out laughing, Goyle replied, it wasn't green, it was blue, only to be met with more laughter. At lunch, Draco suddenly turned red, literally, blood red. He's so obsessed with blood, we thought it would suit him, explained Fred. Over the next few days all Draco's insults backfired on him. When he turned up his nose at some smelly mudbloods, he spent the next day smelling so badly of something unmentionable that even Crabbe and Goyle were avoiding him. That was so successful that Fred and George tried to enchant all the portraits in the school to hold their noses and turn their back on him, but were unsuccessful when they discovered that the portraits in the school were controlled by the headmaster and the ambient magic of the school. They did, however, manage to convince quite a few of them to do so that Draco couldn't walk around the castle without at least one or two portraits turning their back on him. Snape had begun taking points from all non-Slytherins for things as minor as looking funny at him, or breathing too loudly. The next potions lesson, when someone asked him a question, he turned around and snapped out, I'm a potions master not an encyclopedia. That evening one of his own students asked him for advice and he replied, I'm a potions master not a counselor. At the following breakfast, Draco's breakfast bowl dumped itself on top of Draco's head, his porridge turning blood red as it ran down his face. Pansy Parkinson shouted at the twins, you'll get yours. Just you wait. Fred and George glared at her, all humor lost in their expressions. Give it. Fred began. Your best shot, Toad, George finished, emphasizing the word, Toad. Everyone else, even the Slytherins, laughed as Draco ran out of the hall followed by Pansy. Luna quietly got up and walked over to Fred and George. I think you should stop it with Draco now. What? They asked together. It's not very nice being picked on and laughed at all the time, she replied. I would know. But it's Malfoy. He deserves it, George objected. Fred was also about to snap out a retort when he saw the seriousness and the sadness and hurt in Luna's eyes. He sighed. All right. George looked at him like he was crazy. Just a change of tactics, that's all, he whispered to his brother. The following day many of the Slytherins appeared in class with small furry creatures on their hair or clothes. If you must keep such useless creatures, at least don't bring your puffskeins to my class, Professor Snape said angrily. We can't get rid of them, Professor. They're everywhere. Do you know what we can do? I'm a potions master, not a zoologist, he retorted, waving his wand across the room and vanishing the puffskeins. Over the next few days the Slytherins were being driven mad by the small furry creatures. Finally Professor Kettleburn, Care of Magical Creatures Professor, was called in to get rid of them. He lured them into the Forbidden Forest with a trail of spiders, but not before one more hilarious dinner when Snape walked into the Great Hall and as he swept around, puffskeins fell from his cloak. The following weekend, Neville went down to Hagrid's hut after breakfast to feed Fang. Hanging on the fence nearby were all the roosters, dead. Professor Kettleburn was there and commented, "Third time this year." Intending to say something about it to the others, Neville went back to the castle only to hear a booming voice proclaim, "All students to the Great Hall at once. All students to the Great Hall at once." All the chatter in the Great Hall stopped instantly as Professor McGonagall entered the hall looking like she'd been struck by lightning. She counted all her Gryffindors, breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss Weasley. I don't know what you have been up to, but when you leave this hall, go and have a shower and change your clothes." Ginny was filthy dirty and seemed out of breath. Professor McGonagall then went to the center table. The other heads of houses were also counting. "Where's Miss Bones?" Professor Sprout asked at the same moment as Professor Flitwick asked, "Where's Miss Lovegood?" The two missing girls came rushing into the hall. "Take your places," shouted Professor McGonagall. "Is everyone accounted for?" she asked the heads of houses. One of the Ravenclaw students shouted out, "Penelope Clearwater isn't here." Professor McGonagall looked across at Professor Flitwick, whose head was down and his shoulders hunched over the table, making him look even shorter. She took a deep breath. There is no easy way to say this. I am sorry to tell you that the monster has struck again. Miss Clearwater has been found dead in one of the hallways." Gasps, a scream and several sobs were heard, along with a loud whispered comment from somewhere on the Slytherin table, "Wait. Wasn't she a half-blood?" "Yes, but she was going out with a blood traitor." Murmuring grew louder and for a moment it looked as though fighting would break out, as wands were drawn. Professor Flitwick stood up and waved his wand at the space between the Slytherin table and the other tables. Without his saying a word, a glowing orange shield appeared between them. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Quite a few of the Ravenclaws and several of the Gryffindors looked angry. He spoke quietly, yet everyone heard him. "Miss Clearwater's memory is not best served by a riot. There will be a time for justice." His firm icy cold voice cut through the shouting and the students who had stood to do battle took their seats again. Professor McGonagall waited for the reaction to die down. "I have spoken to the minister and the head of the governors and they agree with me that it is best to close the school until the monster can be caught." "When will it reopen, Professor?" someone shouted out. "We don't know if it will reopen," the professor answered, her voice obviously strained. "Your heads of houses will take you to your common rooms and you are not to leave there until you go for the train tomorrow morning." Professors. Professor Snape looked like thunder and muttered loudly enough for everyone to hear, "I'm a potions master, not a bus conductor," but led his students out nevertheless. Percy was still sitting at his place, stunned that his girlfriend had been killed. Fred turned to George and said, "I hate that monster." Actually made me feel sorry for Percy. After they had been taken to their various common rooms, Luna quietly made her way down to Hufflepuff. Susan was already coming out of the door. "We have to see Professor Lockhart," Luna said. "That idiot. He is the professor for Dada." "Okay. We'll try him first. But I want to get the others." The fat lady wouldn't let them into Gryffindor, and said that she couldn't go inside and ask somebody out, so they had to wait impatiently until someone came out. To their surprise, it was Neville. "Where are you going?" asked Susan. "Tu was going to the library," he answered. "Someone's been killing Hagrid's roosters. I just think it might have something to do with it." "We saw the monster," said Susan. At Neville's shocked gasp, she explained, "We were watching Ginny on the map and when she went to Myrtle's bathroom, we followed her. That's when we saw it." Neville went pale and mumbled, "So it was her." "I never really believed." He seemed almost stunned, so Susan told him firmly, "You'll have to get the twins and Ron, okay?" Neville agreed. A few minutes later they were in their empty classroom. "Fred has brought his book for Care of Magical Creatures." "Nothing," they said in frustration. After sneaking down to Hagrid's hut, they knocked loudly on the door, just in case someone was there. After a few heartbeats, they pushed the door open and poured inside. "What are we doing here, again?" Neville said. "Hagrid must have a book on monsters." Susan replied. "I don't feel right, searching his things," said Neville. "If we can find out about the monster, he can be released from Azkaban." Neville handed her a large book, which tried to snap at him. Luna ran a finger down the spine of the book and it stopped trying to bite. The others looked at her with surprise. "My father has it. He says it's quite good, but missing a lot of creatures." Susan turned to the section on snakes. "I found it," she said after a few minutes. "This is it. Large snake, up to 60 feet long. Can kill with a glance. Spiders run away from it. Have you seen any spiders at all in the castle lately?" "No," replied Ron, "and I don't want to." "I thought the Puffskeins ate them all," said Neville. "The sound of a rooster can kill it." "That's why the roosters have been killed," Neville exclaimed. "To protect it. So what is it? A basilisk. Now we know what to tell Professor Lockhart." Susan turned to the twins. "Can you get some roosters from Hogsmeade? At this time of night?" asked Luna. "Why do you think I asked the twins?" "Fred, I think our reputation is on the line here." "So it seems, brother dear. I smell a challenge." "Right," said Susan. "We'll go to Lockhart's and meet you in Myrtle's bathroom." They quickly made their way to Professor Lockhart's quarters. "You shouldn't be here," he said. "What are you doing?" "Packing," asked Ron. "Urgent business. I have to go." "You're running away. But all those things you did. Never believe everything you read. You're a fraud." The professor pulled out his wand and began to speak. As he said, "Obliviate," Ron had dived at him, knocking his aim off from Susan's head, pushing him into a chair and landing on him as they toppled the chair. Seeing that the older man was weakly waving his wand, Neville kicked it out of his hand. "That was good, Ron," said Luna. "Brilliant. You too, Neville," said Susan. "Saw it on Muggle Telly. What's it? They do it in a game, can't remember what it's called, played with a funny-shaped ball." "You are really in trouble now," said a very angry Professor Lockhart. Luna took the professor's wand from Neville and pointed it at the professor and said calmly, "Obliviate." The professor looked at her, then at the others. "Who are you?" he asked. Ignoring him, they left his office, George locking the door. Susan said, "Let's see if we can find the entrance to the chamber." They spent an hour searching, using every revealing spell they could think of, but without success. "At least we know more now. We can tell McGonagall," Neville pointed out. "We can't," said Ron. "If she finds out it's Ginny." He left the rest unsaid. "Even if it is Ginny, I can't believe she's doing it willingly," said Susan. "Anyway, McGonagall won't do anything tonight," Ron pointed out. "And they're closing the school in the morning. We can't do anything more here," said Susan in a frustrated tone. "We've got no choice. We'll have to see McGonagall." Having been so hopeful, it was a very despondent group who turned to leave the bathroom. As they walked out of the door, they heard Myrtle say, "The little girl can open it." "She's right," Ron exclaimed. "One of you girls, come with me to get Ginny. The others can wait for the twins." "I'll go," Luna volunteered. "She's more likely to listen to me." Once they reached the fat lady, Ron let Luna into the common room and showed her the staircase to the girls' dorms. Ginny was on her bed, crying. Beside her was a diary. "Ginny," said Luna. Ginny looked up, her eyes red. "They've come to take me away, haven't they?" Luna was about to reply when Ginny continued. "It was me. But I didn't mean to do it. Tom made me." Tom Riddle. This was his diary. Luna reached for it. Ginny grabbed it quickly. "Don't touch it. It'll make you to do things too." "Bad things? What do you mean?" "At first I didn't realize, but when there was an attack, I suddenly woke up somewhere where I hadn't been before, near where the attack was. And I couldn't remember how I got there or what I'd been doing. And a couple of times, I woke up with blood on me. That was when the roosters were killed. I swear, I didn't know. Then, this last time, he said he controlled me enough that he didn't need to wipe my memory. I made it kill Percy's girlfriend. I watched and I couldn't do anything. I couldn't do." Ginny dissolved into distraught sobbing. Luna just held her in her arms. When the sobs subsided a little, she said, "Ginny, we know what the monster is and we're going to destroy it, but we need your help." "How?" "Tom says nothing can kill it. He made you kill Hagrid's roosters, didn't he?" Ginny nodded. That's because the cry of a rooster can kill it. But all the roosters are dead. Your brothers are getting more, right now. But only you can open the chamber. Everyone's going to hate me, even Percy. Then help us destroy it, Ginny. At Ginny's hesitation, Luna asked, wouldn't you like to help get rid of it? Slowly, Ginny got up. Luna took her hand. Come on, bring the diary with you. As soon as they arrived in Myrtle's bathroom, Susan explained her plan. The twins should be back soon with some roosters. Then Ginny can open the chamber and we send the roosters down there. Just remember everyone, don't look it in the eyes. But I don't know how. It was Tom, using Parseltongue. Ginny wailed. Well, can you tell us where the entrance is? Ron asked. That sink over there, she said, pointing at a lone one by the far wall. Tom? Susan asked. Tom Riddle, Luna explained. He's been controlling her through that diary somehow. Ron looked furious enough to foam. Ginny wasn't the only one not to be sure if he was angry at Ginny or angry at this, Tom, for controlling her. The twins are sure taking their time, said Neville. They'll be here, Ron said firmly. They waited for what seemed like hours, but was probably only a few minutes. Suddenly Ginny turned to one of the sinks and hissed at it in Parseltongue. Ginny. No, cried Susan. We don't have the roosters yet. But the sink had moved back and a large hole had been revealed. Ginny. Close it again, quickly, urged Ron. Instead, Ginny simply jumped down the hole and was gone. What do we do now? Asked Susan. I've got to go after her, Ron said darkly. That's not a good idea, Susan replied. You think I don't know that, Susan? He snapped back at her, the strain causing some of his old Weasley temper to show. I can't just stay here. She's my only sister and… Ron has to go, said Luna, cutting him off. Ginevra is his sister. Why you can't go alone, said Neville. He'll come with you. To everyone's surprise, Neville jumped down the hole. Ron quickly followed him, after shouting, you girls stay here to bring the twins. I think Ron might need help with Ginevra, said Luna. He's not very good with girls. She walked to the edge of the hole. You'd better stay here, Susan. With that she jumped down the hole as well. Ron had reached an inner door to the chamber just as it was closing. He quickly propped it open with some of the larger ones of the mass of bones that littered the floor. He walked nervously into the inner chamber and saw his sister, lying unconscious on the floor. Ah, the brave brother, a voice sneered. In reinforcements. Ron looked up to see a young man dressed in Hogwarts robes. What have you done to her? She is dying, and when she does, I shall return more powerful than ever. Even now, people are scared to speak my name. Tom Riddle, said Neville. Come in, come in. The more the merrier. And another foolish little girl too. How sweet. All to rescue poor little Ginny from the big bad man. Tell me, how do you expect to beat me if you are scared to even say my name? Tom Riddle, said Neville again. Never again. I used that name to fool this stupid little girl. When I left Hogwarts, I got rid of my foul Muggle father's name forever. I became a name people still fear to say. You're you-know-who? Asked Neville. No, said Luna. He's really just Tom Riddle. He just wanted to be known as you-know-who. It made him feel more powerful. Another stupid girl. Tom waved his hand and Ron's wand spun out of his hand and into Tom's. Then he waved the wand and wrote in a script of flames in the air, the name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Another swish of the wand and the letters rearranged themselves to read, I am Lord Voldemort. And so, announced Tom, proudly. I dumped my Muggle father's name and became the most powerful wizard in the world, who even now, most fear to speak my name. Neville turned to Ron and whispered, I'll try to distract him. You and Luna take Ginny. You foolish boy. Tom almost shrieked. You think that 3 pathetic children can defeat the most powerful wizard of all time? You're not the most powerful wizard of all time, Neville shouted back, his voice almost breaking with nerves. Dumbledore is. We'll see. Tom turned and hissed at another door at the back of the chamber. As it began to open, there was a screeching cry. A large bird flew down and dropped something at Neville's feet. The Sorting Hat. Dumbledore's defenders. An almost squib, an old hat and a songbird. Now see the might of Lord Voldemort. A huge snake began to slide out of the door Tom had opened. Susan said don't look at its eyes, Neville shouted as he looked down. He saw the hat at his feet and sticking out from it was something golden. He reached down and pulled it out. It was a sword. Tom laughed as Neville waved it around while his eyes were closed. His laughter stopped abruptly when the bird dived on the emerging basilisk and pecked out its eyes, blood spurting everywhere. Ron and Luna had begun to pull Ginny away from Tom as Neville stood in front of him. The basilisk launched itself at Neville and Neville tried to slash away at it. A lucky strike caused a large wound to open at the edge of the basilisk's mouth. The monster reared up in pain. It was now moving more slowly, giving Ron and Luna time to move further away with Ginny. "Kill him now!" Tom screamed at the monster. The basilisk raised itself to its full height and came down hard at Neville. Luckily for Neville, the full weight of it missed him, but the strike was close enough to knock the sword from his hand and open a large gash in his right arm with one of its fangs, which broke off as it lodged itself firmly between two bones in his arm. Then it raised itself again for the final kill. Luna screamed out, "Neville!" and picked up the sword and slashed at the basilisk, a loud clang resounding around the chamber. As the metal of the sword struck uselessly at the armor of the basilisk. The basilisk, having already been injured once by that sword, moved back slightly until Tom screamed again. "Kill them all!" As the basilisk raised itself up again, there were two cries which sound almost like war cries. Fred and George had arrived on their brooms, and flew in opposite directions around the basilisk. As they did so, they dropped the birds they had been carrying, who began to squawk in protest at the indignity. Everyone looked expectantly at the basilisk, but there was no reaction to the squawking. Just as they thought all was lost, one of the roosters began to crow. The crowing was quickly drowned out by a terrible roar of pain from the basilisk as it reared up one final time, then collapsed to the ground as Susan ran into the chamber. Having followed the twins, but not having a broom, she took very slightly longer to arrive. "Get Ginny out," Neville gasped. "It's too late," Tom gloated. "She can't be saved. As her life force dies, I return in my full strength to rule this time." "Destroy the diary," Susan shouted. Ron ran towards the sword, but Tom blocked him. Luna was by this time trying to remove the basilisk fang from Neville's arm. With a final heave it came out. Sensing the danger, Tom leapt towards her, but she dived out of the way in time. Reaching the diary, she plunged the fang into it, over and over again. Tom screamed in anger and pain as he vaporized into green smoke. Neville struggled to get up and crawled over to Ginny. She opened her eyes. "What's happened?" "The monster." "Tom." "Neville and Luna dealt with both of them," said Susan. "Hey, what about us?" said Fred in protest. "Yes, our roosters finished it off," said George. "You should have seen Neville fighting it though," said Ron. Then he added, "and Lord Voldemort, destroyed by a foolish little girl." "You know who was here?" Ginny asked. "Then, you said his name." "Tom Riddle was Lord Voldemort," Ron explained. At that point Neville finally collapsed to the ground. Ginny forced herself up. "Neville." She cradled his head in her arms. "It's all right, Ginny," Neville said, weakly. "He's dead now. But you. My family always said I wasn't worth much anyway." "Neville. Don't go to sleep," Ginny cried as she looked into his eyes and saw Neville's life slipping away. At that moment the great bird flew down and landed on Ginny's arm. Ginny tried to push it away until Luna cried out, "No, Ginny. It's a phoenix." "That's Dumbledore's phoenix," said George. "We've seen it in his office." The phoenix began to shed tears into Neville's wound, which quickly healed up, not even leaving a scar. "What's going on down here?" It was Professor McGonagall. She had the other heads of houses with her and, to the children's surprise, Professor Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore," said Susan. "Yes, Miss Bones. Professor McGonagall asked me to stay to help with the search for the chamber. It seems that I wasn't needed." He turned to his phoenix and said, "Fox. Someone must have shown me great loyalty for Fox to have come to you." "That was Neville," said Ron. "He told you know who that he wasn't the most powerful wizard." "You are." Professor Dumbledore smiled. Professor McGonagall gasped. "You know who was here." Then she looked at the body of the monster. "And this is the monster." "Is that what I think it is?" "It might be more correct to say was the monster," said Luna. "Neville fought it with that sword." Then Fred and George arrived with the roosters that finished it off. All the teachers looked at Neville in some disbelief as Fred said, "It was all Susan's idea." "That's nothing," said Neville, feeling embarrassed. "Luna killed. You know who." "Voldemort," said Ron. The others looked at him in surprise. "Or Tom Riddle. Either way, if a foolish little girl can kill him, I'm not going to call him you-know-who anymore." Professor McGonagall looked affronted. "You are telling me that you know who was here and Miss Lovegood killed him?" "That's right, Professor," said Fred. "Can this be true? Albus, does this mean he is gone for good this time?" "I fear not. But this gives us time once again. Tell that to his followers," George added. "Lord Moldy Short's killed by a foolish little girl. Why do you keep calling her that?" Professor McGonagall asked, obviously irritated at the phrase. "They don't mean anything by it," Luna explained. "That's what Tom called me when we got here. A mistake I doubt he will make again," mused Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore looked down at Ginny and smiled. "And what part did you play in this battle?" Ginny looked down, ashamed. "It was me all the time. I let the monster out. But Tom was controlling her through this diary," said Ron. "And she did help us defeat him by opening the chamber," said Susan. "Can I see the diary?" Professor Dumbledore asked. Ron handed it to him. The old professor looked at it for a moment. "Tom was using it to take Ginny's life force, he told us himself," explained Susan. "He's been controlling her all year through it. When Luna stabbed it with the basilisk fang, he disappeared and Ginny woke up." "It was Susan's idea," Luna admitted. "And where did you get this diary, Miss Weasley?" "In the bookshop." "You bought it in the bookshop?" "It was inside Ma Potion's book." "It wasn't when I put it in your basket," said Fred, firmly. "It must have been when Malfoy took it out," said George. "Draco Malfoy?" asked Professor Flitwick. "No, his father, Lucius," said Fred. "He was going on about how poor we were and he picked up Ginny's books and said something about them being secondhand." "Really?" said Professor Dumbledore in a voice like steel. "That was just before Dad belted him," said George proudly. "What will they do to me?" asked Ginny, in a frightened voice. "Will they send me to Azkaban or just let the Dementors have me?" "And why would they do that?" asked Professor McGonagall. "I killed that girl," wailed Ginny. "Even if it was Tom, I still did it. Ginevra Weasley, you did not kill Miss Clearwater. Tom Riddle did. Far older, wiser and more experienced witches and wizards than you have been fooled or controlled by Lord Voldemort. I still don't want to be around when you have to tell Mom, though," said Fred with a grimace. "Perhaps it might be better if I did the explanations," Professor Dumbledore said. "Now it's very late and time you were all in bed. And I believe that I have a train to cancel. Oh, before we go, someone please hand me that sword. I'd like to take a proper look at it in my office." Luna picked it up and handed it to him. "Thank you. Now, anyone who can't fit on a broom, just take hold of Fawkes' tail, when I send him back for you in a few moments." "Fawkes?" Ginny asked. "My phoenix. Fascinating creatures. Can lift immensely heavy loads and, as you've seen, they have amazing healing powers." With that, he and Professor McGonagall took hold of Fawkes' tail and were flown out of the chamber. There was an even greater than usual hum of conversation at breakfast the next morning, which grew even greater at the sight of several of the parents entering the hall after Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore tapped a fork on the glass in front of him. The magnified chime reverberated around the room until all the chatter had ceased. "I see that the usual Hogwarts rumor mill is already in full force after the events of last night. Would Susan Bones, Neville Longbottom, Luna Lovegood, Fred, George, Ginny and Ron Weasley all come up to the front please? Since September, this school has been the scene of a costly and terrible battle. We have had a monster terrorizing our halls, one of the most awful and horrifying legacies of Salazar Slytherin. Any of you who are tempted to think that following the dark path is glamorous should remember this year. On the one side, a massive, evil creature that preyed on defenseless children and murdered a beautiful young woman. On the other side, these brave young people you see before you." Professor Dumbledore held up the sword. "These 7 students found the entrance and entered the legendary Chamber of Secrets last night, where they did battle with and defeated a full-grown basilisk." He had to pause for the gasps and murmuring to die down. "I might add, breaking quite a number of school rules in the process." A titter of laughter went around the hall. The heir of Slytherin attempted to drain the life force from Miss Weasley, causing her brother Ron to go to rescue his sister. The others bravely went with him into the chamber. The plan to defeat the monster was worked out mainly by Miss Susan Bones. At the height of the battle, Mr. Neville Longbottom called forth this sword and used it to fight the basilisk. "Mr. Longbottom, please come and look at the sword more closely." Don't worry, I have cleaned it. When Neville approached to look at the sword, the professor continued, Mr. Longbottom, for the benefit of those who cannot see, please tell us all the name engraved on the sword. Godric Gryffindor. Neville mumbled, his nervousness barely allowing him to speak. Louder, please, Mr. Longbottom. You have to read this for the entire school. Godric Gryffindor, bellowed Neville, looking abashed almost immediately after being pushed so far into the spotlight. His voice echoed around the great hall, startling him, then the amused look on Professor Dumbledore's face told him that he had magically amplified Neville's voice. I thank you, Mr. Longbottom. For anyone who didn't hear that. He means anyone in Australia, George whispered loudly to Fred before being silenced by a look from the headmaster. For anyone who didn't hear that, this is indeed none other than the sword of Godric Gryffindor. Ignoring the gasps around the hall, he raised his voice slightly and said, Mr. Longbottom, you may return to the others, and if you ever doubt that you belong in Gryffindor House, remember that only a true Gryffindor could ever call forth this sword. 2 of our students went on an unauthorized visit to Hogsmeade last night, Fred and George Weasley. But I think we have to forgive them as the basilisk was finally killed by the crowing of the roosters they liberated there. There was a little laughter at his tactful use of the word liberated, but these were quickly silenced as he spoke again. But more than just a basilisk was defeated last night. The heir of Slytherin behind the attacks was none other than Voldemort, going by his true name of Tom Marvolo Riddle. Ignoring the reaction from the students, the headmaster held up the battered remains of a diary. Voldemort, or Tom, as we should call him, used this diary to attempt to come back. He very nearly succeeded. He was stopped by a quick-thinking young lady, Miss Luna Lovegood, who he had made the mistake of underestimating as a foolish little girl. Now, what should I do about all this unauthorized activity? For leaving the school without permission, Fred and George Weasley, I am deducting 20 points from Gryffindor for each of you. For the 7 of you breaking the curfew and entering the chamber, I am deducting 10 points for each of you, that is another 50 points from Gryffindor, and 10 points each from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. The twins looked almost ready to hex the headmaster, while Ron and Susan just looked stunned. Neville looked resigned to it, while Luna showed no reaction whatsoever. 3/4 of the rest of the student body began to murmur angrily. Professor Dumbledore's face, which had become stern, changed to a smile as he continued. For your bravery in tackling and defeating Slytherin's monster, I award to each of you 50 points. For outstanding courage in battling the basilisk single-handed, I award an additional 50 points to Mr. Longbottom. For solving the mystery of the monster which has been terrorizing us all year, and for quick thinking and unhesitating action in defeating Voldemort, I award an additional 50 points each to Miss Bones and Miss Lovegood. Professor McGonagall, do the honors, please. As Professor McGonagall stepped down to the 7 students, he continued, in recognition of your teamwork and your courage and selflessness, you are each awarded a special medal for services to the school. As the other students cheered, Professor McGonagall hung the medal around the neck of each of the 7. Suddenly Fred asked, have you got any more of these? More, Mr. Weasley. Don't the roosters get one each? After all, they actually killed the basilisk. Not to be outdone by his twin, George added, and they deserve points too. As we brought them, that's more points to Gryffindor. That resulted in cheers from the Gryffindor table and jeers from the others. Even the stern face of Professor McGonagall managed a smile. Professor Dumbledore cleared his throat loudly and the noise abated. As you all know, the school was going to be closed, so there is a train back to King's Cross which will leave at midday. Although the monster has been killed, given the tragic death of Miss Clearwater, the staff felt that it would be best to end this term early and allow you your time to grieve and reflect. As the school isn't closing, anyone who wishes to remain over the Easter holidays may do so. The rest of you will, I trust, return after Easter, eager to continue your learning and preparing for the end-of-year exams. Afterwards, Ginny went up to Professor Dumbledore and handed him her medal. I don't deserve this, she said. I should have known never to trust the diary. The professor thought for a moment and a look of indecision crossed his face. Finally, he said sadly, Miss Weasley. Older and more experienced witches and wizards than you have been tricked by Voldemort. Do not blame yourself, Miss Weasley. When the time was right, you tried to help despite your fears. As Ginny left to go with her parents, Professor McGonagall turned to the older man and said, Albus, I saw that look on your face. What's wrong? I fear that I have just caused that young lady a lot of heartache. What do you mean? Excuse me for a moment. I must catch Amelia Bones before she goes. He walked sprightly to where Amelia was talking with her niece, Susan. Miss Bones, Amelia. Amelia Bones looked suspicious. She knew that if Albus Dumbledore used your first name like this, it meant that he wanted a favor. How may I help you, Albus? I have no doubt that Susan will tell you everything that has happened, including who had been releasing the monster, if she hasn't already. Amelia looked stern. She has. I was about to go to speak to the Weasleys now. You intend to arrest young Miss Weasley. I have no choice, she said sadly. She did release the monster, and I might remind you that one of your other students is dead because of it. I need no reminding, Amelia. You know she was being controlled. So I understand. That will no doubt be her defense. But I can't just brush the death of a student under the carpet, Albus, you know that. And I would not dream of asking you to do so. Then what? I ask you to wait. There will be a meeting of the school governors the first day we are back. I am inviting you to that meeting. Please do nothing until then. I will speak to the Clearwaters this afternoon, but it is essential that nothing is done before the governor's meeting. You know something. He gave her a penetrating gaze, then gazed meaningfully to Susan and the people around. Then he looked back at her and spoke. Actually, there is one thing you can do. This is the second time Hagrid has been unjustly punished. The last time the monster was released and a student was killed, people acted too quickly and Hagrid was expelled. This time, Minister Fudge sent him to Azkaban. I believe he deserves to be released with a full pardon, 50 years late, so he may cease waving his broken wand. I'll see to Hagrid, Albus, but if I am to put my investigation on hold for that length of time, I will be with you when you meet with the Clearwaters. On the way you can explain to me what you know. Professor Dumbledore frowned for a moment, yet conceded with a nod. Then he turned to Susan. Susan, can I ask you and your friends not to reveal to anyone that you know who opened the chamber? Until the governor's meeting. Why, Professor? So that justice may be done and an innocent girl does not suffer any more than she has to. Susan nodded. Amelia. Very well, Albus. If, and only if, you can persuade the Clearwaters not to press charges before the meeting. But why isn't the meeting until next term? I would have thought it would be better to have it sooner. Yes, a certain one of the governors was demanding a meeting today. Fortunately, I had already persuaded the others to agree to the delay. Now, I must catch Mr. Longbottom and Miss Lovegood. He left, leaving Amelia to realize that he hadn't actually answered her question about why he wanted such a delay. The old coot can surely honeycoat his way out of an explanation, she thought to herself. Then the thought struck her. Honey-coated words, Malfoy. A chance to humiliate or even arrest him in public. I sure hope the Clearwaters are more politically adept than my impression of them. The headmaster found Neville with his grandmother. Good morning, Augusta. If it is not too much trouble, may I have a quick word with Neville? Of course. Neville, go with the headmaster. Thank you. When they were alone he asked Neville, how did your grandmother react? She said, Neville hesitated. She said, my parents would be proud of me. He sounded like he couldn't quite believe it. I am certain that they would, Mr. Longbottom. Now, I have a favor to ask of you. Yes, Professor. There will be a meeting of the school governors the first day back. Until then, I must ask you not to mention to anyone who had been opening the chamber. Neville, who had been feeling sorry for Ginny, already had no intention of doing so and he said so. Thank you, Mr. Longbottom. Let's go back to your grandmother. They walked back together. Augusta, I must say how proud I am of your grandson. Neville looked stunned as the professor walked away. He found Luna outside. Miss Lovegood. Not with your father. She smiled. He's busy discussing the animals in the Forbidden Forest with Professor Kettleburn. He'll be ours yet. I trust you aren't still having to avoid your housemates by coming out here. Luna gave him a broad grin, the happiest he had ever seen her look. In a way. Suddenly they're all glad I'm in Ravenclaw and wanting to be friends. They all want me to tell them everything. I came out here to get away from all the questions. And that is what I wanted to speak to you about. I must ask you not to reveal who had been opening the chamber until the meeting of the school governors the first day of next term. What will happen to Ginny now, Professor? There will have to be a formal investigation. Poor Ginny. Poor Ginny, indeed. And is not saying anything yet. It will help her. I hope so, Miss Lovegood. I hope so. Then I won't say anything. Thank you. Now, I must find the Weasleys. That will be easy, Luna replied. They were having a big row in one of the ground floor classrooms on the east wing. The headmaster frowned. Thank you. Luna had been correct. It did not take long to find the Weasleys. Percy was yelling at Ginny. Ron was yelling at Percy. Molly was just yelling while her husband looked shell-shocked. Ginny was crying. To his surprise, the only silent ones apart from Arthur were the twins, who both looked decidedly unhappy. Silencio, he said, waving a hand and magically quieting them all at once. Everyone turned to face the professor. If I remove the silencio, can I count on all of you to listen to what I have to say? Very well. When he removed the charm, the only sound was Ginny, who was still crying. From what I could hear, obviously you all know that Ginny has been opening the Chamber of Secrets all year. What will happen to her, Albus? Arthur asked. She wasn't responsible, claimed Molly. She killed Penny. Percy shouted. You care more for your girlfriend than your sister, Percy. Ron shouted at him. I asked you all to listen to me. I'm sorry, Albus, Arthur said. Young Miss Weasley here did indeed open the chamber, but she was being controlled. Most of the time, she was not even aware of doing it. Percy snorted angrily. Percy, there is more to this than you know. This was an attack on your father. On Dad. It was intended to discredit him and his Muggle legislation. It was also intended to tear your family apart. And it seems to be working, said Fred, bitterly. I must ask you all something very seriously. Do not mention to anyone that it was Ginny who was opening the chamber. Why? Asked Percy, with a petulant tone to his voice that drew an angry look from his mother. Before she could say anything to him, Professor Dumbledore answered, so the real culprit can be caught. Don't you want to know who was really behind the attacks on your family and the murder of Miss Clearwater? Of course I do. This time Molly did say something. Don't use that tone with the headmaster, she snapped. It's all right, Molly. It is perfectly understandable. Percy, may I have your word that you will say nothing until the meeting of the school governors on the first day of next term? Penny's parents have a right to know. Yes, they do. And I have a meeting with them this afternoon. They also have a right to see justice done, and if word about how the chamber was being opened gets out before I am ready, the real culprit will never be caught. Now, I must go. I have other things to attend to. We will be thinking of you this afternoon, Headmaster, said Molly. Thank you, Molly. Molly, Arthur, take care of your family. I implore you not to allow this to break you apart. We will try, Albus, thank you. Only those who had been petrified remained at the school over the Easter holiday, and a week after Easter, Madame Pomfrey was able to use the potion made from the harvested mandrakes to restore them. In her dreams, Hermione saw a giant snake-like creature with huge yellow eyes. It was chasing her down one of the corridors in Hogwarts. She ran so hard to get away, but it caught her and pounced, hissing at her, knocking her to the ground. It seemed to be shaking her somehow. Open your eyes. She tried to resist, but the voice continued, as did the shaking. Open your eyes. She opened them, to see another pair of eyes staring down at her, a very familiar pair of eyes. Mum. In her dreams, Hermione saw a giant snake-like creature with huge yellow eyes. It was chasing her down one of the corridors in Hogwarts. She ran so hard to get away, but it caught her and pounced, hissing at her, knocking her to the ground. It seemed to be shaking her somehow. Open your eyes. She tried to resist, but the voice continued, as did the shaking. Open your eyes. She opened them, to see another pair of eyes staring down at her, a very familiar pair of eyes. Mum. Hermione blinked hard, closing her eyes, then opened them again. Mum. She asked again. A hand shakily caressed her cheek, and the face in front of her warmed with a smile. Her mother's expression seemed somewhat crooked, but it was Mum. Yes, it's your mother, Hermione, said a familiar voice to the side. Miss Collier? Hermione asked, turning to the sound. Nice to see you awake, said the teacher, beaming at Hermione. I'm sure your mother would tell you the same if she could. Ah on eek, Hermione's mother said, her face showing her frustration. I don't understand. I think she said she can't speak yet, Miss Collier explained. Her recovery is astounding her doctors, and it seems that her brain's cognitive centers are mostly intact. A lot of her brain still seems to be virtually inactive, though. Her mother growled at Miss Collier. Miss Collier replied to Hermione. Last month she couldn't tell a spoon from a fork, but she's learning. Just not quickly enough to satisfy her. I found out where you get your, I want to know everything and be able to do everything right now, Jean. She so wanted to be able to say hello properly to you when you woke up. Don't worry about that, Mum, Hermione said, reaching up with her arms and noticing that they felt as heavy as lead. Just give me a hug, she pleaded. Her mother gave a cracking sound out of her throat and leaned into the bed. Her arms went around Hermione and pulled her into a feeble, shaky hug. Her mother mumbled something inarticulate into her ear. Hermione wept as, with all the strength she could currently muster, she weakly pulled herself into the hug. I love you too. After a while, they both let go. Her mother crashed down onto a wheelchair that Hermione hadn't noticed. Hermione turned to her former teacher and feebly reached for her. Miss Collier leaned in to receive her hug. Letting Miss Collier go, Hermione said suddenly, "Where's Harry? He went to the loo a few minutes ago. He woke up before you did, a few hours ago." That's a first, said Hermione with a laugh. I heard that. A voice protested. Harry. Hermione squealed, trying to get up. Give it an hour or so before you try to get up, Madame Pomfrey advised. She had come in behind Harry. The paralysis won't wear off fully for a few more days, though. Just take it slow and rest a bit. Are you all right? How long has Mum been here? How did Mum and Miss Collier get here? Will Mum never be able to speak properly again? When did? Madame Pomfrey, I congratulate you, said Miss Collier. I'd say Hermione is completely back to normal. Harry snorted as he stiffly eased himself beside Hermione on the bed. I just want to know what's been happening, Hermione whined. You first, said Harry to Miss Collier, as he slipped an arm around Hermione's shoulder. Molly and I continued to visit your mother, taking recordings of you both as well as her favorite music. Towards the end of last year, she started showing a response. Telling her about you turning yourself into a cat might have had something to do with it. Harry laughed while Hermione looked embarrassed. About a month ago, she began to open her eyes and tried to speak. That was probably when we told her that you'd been petrified. When we were informed that they'd be trying to revive you all, she insisted on coming. Professor Dumbledore was kind enough to bring both of us. Mum, I thought I'd never. Hermione burst into tears. Her mother reached across to put an arm over her daughter. When her tears subsided, Hermione asked, does she know about? Said her mother loudly. Sorry. Her mother repeated in a frustrated tone. Miss Collier handed her what looked out an oversized keyboard with a screen and placed a rod in her other hand. Mrs. Granger began to slowly tap on the keys until the words appeared on the screen with a beep, me. Ask me, then, yes, I know. She looked sad, then tapped another couple of keys. The screen beeped again and then showed the words, my turn. I definitely see where you get it from, Hermione. Your mother has that thing programmed with about 100 questions to ask you, maybe even 200. I'm not really sure. Mrs. Granger flashed a look of mild irritation at Miss Collier, then the screen beeped again. How was your Christmas without us? Hermione gasped. I never thought. I forgot. I can't believe. Harry explained. Hermione was so worked up about having turned herself into a cat that she actually forgot Christmas. He looked sad for a moment. As it was a year since Dadwell, I didn't want to remind her. Hermione looked startled that Harry had gone through the awful time of the first anniversary of losing their father alone because he hadn't wanted to bother her. She hugged his side and tried to look him in the eyes, while he tried to look aside. The screen beeped again. Why did you turn yourself into a cat? Harry was thankful to their mother for changing the subject as Hermione explained all about Polyjuice Potion, how it worked and why they made it. Then Hermione asked, did they catch the monster? I think it's a basilisk. I know, Harry replied. When I went to the loo, Ginny was outside. You'll never believe it, Neville fought the basilisk with a sword and Fred and George got some roosters to kill it, then Luna killed Voldemort. What? She's gone to get her family and she's promised they'll explain everything. With perfect timing, the relative peace of the hospital wing was shattered as Molly Weasley arrived, with Fred, George, Ron and Ginny. They had also brought Remus and Luna Lovegood with them. Neville and Susan send their love to you both, Ginny said. They said they'll see you when the holidays are over. Susan's family's involved in some ministry function and Neville's grandmother took him away for Easter as a treat. Hermione made them explain in full detail everything that had happened while she had been petrified. It took a long time as her mother all had a lot of questions, which took some time to type on her keyboard. When George slipped in what for Hermione was the stunning revelation that Harry had also been unconscious most of the time, Hermione gasped. But how did you know when Ginny was opening the chamber? You could hardly follow her all the time. Fred coughed. Sorry. That's a trade secret. George whispered to her, we'll tell you later. Molly looked annoyed. Suddenly Luna said almost wistfully, I really think you should ask Moony why your map didn't always work properly. Luna. Fred and George cried together. How did you know? Asked Remus. And what map? It was easy really, Luna explained. This was the Marauders' map. I asked Professor Flitwick if he knew who the Marauders were and he told me. You're a werewolf, hence, Moony. You have our map here. You're really one of the Marauders. Asked George, looking and sounding odd. What do you mean, Luna? Remus asked, that it didn't always work properly. Well, it kept showing someone called Peter Pettigrew near Ron, but there was nobody there, Luna explained. That's impossible, said Remus, paling visibly. Yeah, said Fred. I mean, who'd want to be near Ron? Except his smelly old rat he got from Percy, added George, to an angry look from his mother. And not even a whole rat, it's got one toe missing. Molly opened her mouth to shout at them, but was interrupted before she could even start her rant. I thought I might find you all here. Professor Dumbledore, said Hermione. Welcome back to the land of the living, Mrs. Potter. Professor. Remus gasped excitedly. Peter Pettigrew. Yes, the professor's voice hardened, I heard. Remus, there are too many powerful people who will not want the truth to come out. There is a governor's meeting on the first day back. Amelia Bones will be present and I think I will also ask Rita Skeeter from the Prophet. There was a howl of protest from the children present. She will never hide a story. And it would make a nice change for her to have something true to write. But just to be on the safe side, I will invite Xenophilius Lovegood as well. All of you will be asked to tell your stories of what happened. And Ron, please bring your rat. I assume it is at the burrow. That rat's been at the burrow all this time and I never knew. Exclaimed Remus. Mum would make me keep him in my room when you came for lessons, explained Ron. But why do you want it anyway? Mr. Weasley, I must ask that none of you mention this conversation in the presence of your rat. But why? This is critical, Mr. Weasley. A man's life depends on it. I promise you that you will understand at the meeting. Molly, can you cast an unbreakable charm on the rat's cage, and a locking charm so that it cannot escape, just in case someone lets something slip? A furious-looking Molly nodded vigorously before turning to Remus. I'm sorry, Remus. I never dreamed that. It's okay, Molly. I understand. With your permission, Headmaster, I think it's time everyone left now, apart from my patients. As they both took longer to wake up than the others, I want them to stay quiet a little longer. The headmaster nodded. Can Mum stay for a bit, Madame Pomfrey? Hermione asked. The Medowitch's stern face softened. For a bit. No excitement, mind you. When everyone else had left, Hermione turned to her mother and burst into tears. I'm so sorry. All those things I said, the day it happened I didn't mean any of it. Jean Granger typed, I know. It doesn't matter. But Daddy can't even tell him I'm sorry. Her mother responded. He knew. But he died thinking I don't know what he died thinking. He died protecting the family he loved. And the son and daughter he knew loved him. At Hermione's sad look, she added, we all say things we don't mean sometimes. It doesn't mean we don't love each other. And then I brought us back to Hogwarts. Harry tried to calm her down by adding, yeah, she dragged me here kicking and screaming. Their mother smiled. In your world you were adults. You had to do what you believed was right. And I took us back to the Dursleys. I know. I understand why, but I won't pretend I'm happy. We will talk another time. You and Harry need some time together. Harry, please call Miss Collier. Miss Collier followed Harry back into the room, told them that she would be back with their mother in a few days, then wheeled Mrs. Granger out of the hospital wing. Hermione. I'm sorry. What for? It was a type of snake. I should have been able to track it down and stop it before it got you. Don't be silly, Harry, Hermione said, in the bossiest voice she could manage. But you could have died. But I didn't. When you were petrified I couldn't feel you anymore. It was just awful. I don't ever want to be without you again. To Hermione's surprise and delight, he leaned over and kissed her full on the lips. I never want to lose you again, he said, his voice breaking with emotion. You won't, she assured him, then returned the key. Sitting here alone? Luna asked. It's better this way, Ginny replied, a world of misery in her voice. Nobody really wants me around. Luna looked at her for what seemed like an age to Ginny before finally saying, I don't think that's true. Percy still won't speak to me, he won't even be in the same room as me except when Mum makes him. He says I killed Penny. Even my mum and dad look at me funny now. Everyone's going to blame me, aren't they? They might, Luna admitted, honestly. I keep looking in the Prophet, but there's been nothing apart from a paragraph saying that a monster killed a student but was later caught and killed. I'm surprised they haven't said any more than that. They aren't allowed to, Luna explained. Until the investigation is complete, we can't print anything more either. There's an investigation. Ginny sounded frightened. Of course. There has to be. A girl was killed. Then everyone will know it was me that killed her. Just like Percy says and Mum and Dad think. Even the twins aren't the same with me as before. Is that so? Because they know I killed her. Because it's my fault. No, it isn't. Of course it is. If I pick up a hammer and kill someone with it, is it the hammer's fault? Don't be silly. Well, then, Tom used you like a hammer. Ah, there you are. It was Ron. Come on, the meeting's starting and we've got to be there to say what happened. Mr. Chairman, began Lucius Malfoy. I must protest at the delay in calling this meeting. It should have been held weeks ago. Professor Dumbledore assured me that the delay was necessary and he would explain why at the meeting. The old man looked at the headmaster with expectancy. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I intend to show you all, governors, parents and reporters alike, exactly what was stalking the halls of this school. That doesn't explain the delay, Albus. But it does. The monster is in the Chamber of Secrets. And Harry Potter is the only one available at this time who can open the Chamber of Secrets. He was unfortunately unconscious until a few days ago. So it was Harry Potter controlling the monster. Rita Skeeter asked. No, Miss Skeeter, it was not. But if only he can open. All will be explained. But first, we need to move this meeting to the chamber. With your permission, Mr. Chairman. Of course, Albus. Follow me everyone, please. When they reached Myrtle's bathroom, they found the chamber open with Professor McGonagall standing close to it. I asked Harry to open it for us, she explained. The students involved in this matter are all awaiting us, inside. Professor McGonagall handed a broom to each of them. Please take care, these are school brooms and as Madam Hooch is always reminding us, they are rather unstable as they haven't been replaced for over 30 years. And it's been nearly twice that time since I was on a broom, the chairman said ruefully. Don't worry. It's like riding a bike or falling off a log, Professor Dumbledore said with amusement. Falling off is what I am worried about, the chairman said, but the glint in his eyes gave away his enthusiasm. After you then, Albus. When they reached the inner part of the chamber, they found a couple of rows of chairs facing the huge body of the monster. There were gasps and many expressions of surprise as they took in for themselves the enormity of the basilisk. Amelia Bones, Arthur and Molly Weasley and Augusta Longbottom looked pale. Albus, I understood that students killed the monster, Rita Skeeter asked. Are you telling me that these students killed that? That is correct, Miss Skeeter. Her quill began writing rapidly while Augusta Longbottom looked in amazement at her grandson as if she was seeing him for the first time. Now I know you are all eager to hear about the monster, but there is another matter I would like to bring to your attention first. Right now, in this school, in this chamber, there is a killer present. A Death Eater. Mischievously, he gave a sideways glance at Lucius Malfoy, but then called out, Mr. Ronald Weasley, please bring us your rat. Ron walked out to him holding the cage, which he put on the floor in front of the headmaster. In a moment I will release the unbreakable charm placed on this cage, but in the few minutes we have been down here, I have had Harry close the entrance to the chamber. Nobody can escape. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Snape and Remus Lupin, you have been invited to this meeting to provide a firm and certain identification, but perhaps Mr. Malfoy, you can come and tell us if the rat has a toe missing. Hermione looked across at Remus with concern. He wasn't looking very well, but then she remembered that it was only 2 days to the full moon. Lucius got up and looked at the rat closely. I don't know what you're playing at, but yes, it does have a toe missing. Thank you, Lucius. Now this rat has been in the Weasley family for almost 12 years, first as the pet of Percy Weasley, then of his younger brother Ronald Weasley. Is that correct, Percy? Forgive me calling you Percy, but with so many Weasleys here today, Mr. Weasley is a little confusing. There was a smattering of laughter, while Lucius Malfoy merely looked annoyed. Yes, I found him in the garden over 11 years ago. A curiously long life for a rat, as Mr. Lupin pointed out to me. He pointed his wand at the cage and said, I have now removed the unbreakable charm and made the cage completely brittle. When he changes, it will break. He pointed his wand again and the rat began to grow and change until a short balding man was revealed. There were gasps of surprise all round, though Luna noted that Lucius Malfoy did not seem very surprised. That's Peter Pettigrew, said Professor Flitwick, astounded. Is that correct, Minerva? Yes, but how? We will come to that. Mr. Lupin, you were a close friend of Mr. Pettigrew. Can you confirm it is him? Remus looked like he wanted to leap at Peter. Yes, this is the bastard I once called a friend. I will see you suffer, Wormtail. Peter got up and tried to run, but Remus knocked him to the floor and held his wand against Peter's head. Peter cried out, Lucius, Severus, help me. The two men did nothing and showed no reaction whatsoever, their faces remaining passive, but Harry quickly plucked Remus' wand from his hand before the headmaster petrified both Remus and Peter. Releasing Remus, the headmaster said, there will be time for justice. Harry, Remus cried, you should have let me kill him. You know what he did. Yes, I know what he did. Madam Bones. I believe that in the reports made about the supposed murder of Peter Pettigrew by Sirius Black it said that all that was found of Pettigrew was a finger. Is that correct? It was before my time, but I believe so. Well, we seem to have found the rest of him. Yesterday, in my capacity as head of the Wizengamot, I was able to pay a visit to Mr. Black. He informs me that the Potters changed the secret keeper from Sirius Black to Peter Pettigrew. Mr. Black blamed himself for their deaths as it was his idea to make the change, believing that he was too obvious a choice. After the Potter's murder, he went looking for Pettigrew, but Pettigrew killed all those muggles and cut off his own finger before transforming into a rat to escape, presumably through the sewers. I understand that Mr. Black was never actually tried, so I trust that his release can be immediate. I will see to it as soon as I have this thing in ministry cells, Amelia said firmly. Now that is resolved, we will hear from Miss Susan Bones. Miss Bones, please tell us, in full, how you came to solve the mystery which had defeated all of us and then go on to kill the basilisk and the person behind it. Yes, Professor, she replied, but he interrupted her before she could begin. Oh, Miss Bones, while we do not need to know about the paperwork you were given to help you, apart from that, please be frank and complete. I can assure you that you will not help your young friend by trying to protect her. Susan looked worried, but not as worried as the Weasleys. At the end of her explanation, Mr. Malfoy stood up. This Weasley girl is responsible for attacks on Muggle-born students and the death of another student. Rather ironic that her father is trying to pass a law to protect Muggles, is it not? If he cannot protect them against his own daughter. You gave her that diary in flourish and blots, Fred cried. Alas, we cannot prove that, admitted Professor Dumbledore. And now we only have her word that something in the diary was controlling her, Lucius pointed out. Very convenient for a murderer. Almost as convenient as the Imperious Curse, Malfoy. Said Professor Flitwick in an unusual display of anger. It's funny you should say that, Phileas, because I have had the opportunity to examine the diary. While it is impossible to prove that it once held Tom Riddle, it does show the remains of a strong compulsion charm, almost as strong as an Imperious Curse. Certainly strong enough to compel a young girl to write in this diary. Young Miss Weasley never stood the slightest chance of resisting it. I am sure that the Ministry can trace spells so far back if they happen to have the wand which cast them. We can, Headmaster, Miss Bones confirmed. Mr. Malfoy, there is strong enough evidence to allow me to request to examine your wand, if you please. Lucius got up and began to run, but ran straight into Arthur Weasley's fist. While Arthur shook his hurt hand, Remus grabbed Malfoy's wand and took it to Madame Bones. The twins yelled out together, "Way to go, Dad!" Amelia waved her own wand over Malfoy's wand and over the remains of the diary. Everyone was silent as she watched intently for a full minute. She raised her head, her face revealing nothing. Then she said clearly and calmly, "Lucius Malfoy, you are under arrest for the illegal use of a dark object and for the murder of Penelope Clearwater." The Skeeter and Lovegood Quills were both writing furiously while the governors murmured. Lucius got up. "Dobby!" he screamed. Dobby the elf appeared. "Master!" "Dobby!" said Harry. "You work for the Malfoys." Dobby didn't have a chance to answer as he was kicked to the floor by Lucius Malfoy, who had pulled out a second, illegal, wand and was holding it towards the others. Remus pulled out his wand and looked ready to take him on, but Professor Dumbledore said quietly, "Remus, we don't want another battle with the children here." Lucius gave an evil smile, then said, "Dobby, take me away from here." While Dobby was still getting up from the floor, Harry walked across to Malfoy and said, "Take this with you. It's yours." He threw the diary at Malfoy, who was surprisingly agile and caught it. It was still covered with venom from the basilisk tooth, so he threw it down in disgust. Dobby caught it. "Leave that and get me out of here," Malfoy snarled. "Open it. Dobby. Open it," urged Harry. Dobby's curiosity overcame his instinct and training to obey his master and he opened the diary. "A sock," he cried with delight as he held up the aforementioned object. "Master has given Dobby clothes. Dobby is free." Lucius raised his wand to Harry, shouting in rage, "Avada," but Dobby, with a wave of his hand, made the wand sail from Lucius' hand. It was caught by Remus, who looked delighted as he broke it in two. "You will not harm Harry Potter," Dobby stated. Before he could react further, Lucius found himself stunned by Amelia Bones. "That's attempted murder and attempted use of an unforgivable curse to add to the charges. Now, unless there are any other prisoners you have for me today, I think I should take these now." Dumbledore nodded. "I quite agree. Harry, if you can go ahead of us and open the entrance, please. I think we are done here for today." "Not quite," Albus, the chairman of the Board of Governors said. "There is the small matter of what to do with the body of the basilisk. I imagine that your Professor Snape can advise us that it will be extremely valuable for potions ingredients." Extremely valuable is probably an understatement. The fangs and the poison alone will be worth well in excess of 1 million galleons. As for the rest, the scales perhaps 2 to 2.5 million. It's a pity the eyes were destroyed as they are extremely valuable just by themselves. "It isn't really a pity," Luna pointed out, interrupting him. "Otherwise we'd all be dead." Professor Snape nodded, acknowledging the truth of her statement. "In total, I'd estimate between 4 and 5 million galleons of known value, plus whatever can be made from the brain, blood, guts and bones, which have no known magical use. I wouldn't mind a pound or two of its liver for my own experiments." "And that belongs to the school, legally I mean?" asked the chairman. "After all, it was on school property." "I think you'll find that technically it belongs to those who killed it," said Professor Flitwick. "And if it didn't, given the possibility of claims against the school if it did belong to the school, I don't think it would be wise to attempt to make such a claim. Apart from looking extremely mercenary considering that a girl has lost her life." There was a general murmur of agreement. Professor Flitwick went on. "Can I suggest 50% be given to Miss Clearwater's family and the rest divided between those who took part in its destruction?" Professor Dumbledore pointed out, there was also the other girl killed by the monster, when Tom released it the first time, and others who have suffered because of it. Hagrid was wrongly expelled 50 years ago and wrongly imprisoned in Azkaban this time, and Miss Weasley, who was controlled by the diary most of this year and, I have no doubt, will take some considerable time to recover from the experience. Professor Flitwick suggested, then if those who killed it are in agreement, perhaps 1/4 to the family of Miss Clearwater, 1/4 to Myrtle's family if they can still be traced, 1/4 to be divided equally between the 7 who helped kill the beast, and the remaining quarter to be divided equally between Hagrid and Miss Weasley, with some taken out to compensate those who were petrified. Does everyone agree? 6 of the 7 murmured their agreement, but Ginny cried out, "I don't want any of it. I don't deserve a single Canute." "But Ginny," cried Fred, "you'd get about 500,000 galleons." Think what you could do with all that, added George. You'd never have to work or anything. I don't care, she said, miserably. If Miss Weasley doesn't want it, by the time the basilisk is broken up and sold there will be plenty of time for her to decide what to do with her share, Professor McGonagall pointed out. Fine, said the chairman with a distinct note of irritation in his voice. Then I declare this meeting closed. One of the unusual things about that summer term was that Professor Dumbledore allowed Miss Collier to bring Jean Granger to visit Hermione and Harry every weekend. Mrs. Granger had been very depressed facing what to her was the very recent loss of her husband, but her own condition as well. Being with her children helped her a lot, and Professor Dumbledore felt that the magical world owed it to her to do everything they could to help her recovery. Most weekends Harry or Hermione would be pushing her around outside, if it was warm enough. From the moment they had heard that her brain needed to learn how to speak again, they had been determined to help. Hermione asked Miss Collier to get her a book on speech therapy only to be handed one straight away. Miss Collier had looked very pleased with herself for guessing Hermione's reaction, though she rather pitied Mrs. Granger for having to put up with Hermione's speech training regime. Will you ever walk again? Hermione asked her mother one day. Learn, her mother answered. While Jean Granger was with her children, Miss Collier spent her time with her old students, including the Weasleys. Why are you still mad at Ginny? She asked Percy one day in the middle of May. I'm not. Percy sounded defensive. You shouldn't be. Professor Dumbledore says that anyone would have been taken over by the spells on it in that diary. I know that. Then why won't you even look at her? I do. No, you don't. I bet you haven't even spoken to her all week. Two can't. She thinks you blame her. But I don't. I did. But not now. Miss Collier waited silently. Finally Percy admitted. I can't look at her. If I do, I just keep thinking of her and the basilisk, and it killing Penny. You know in your head it wasn't her fault, but you still feel like it was. You're not the only one, you know. She still blames herself. If anything it's my fault, said Percy. I should have seen she was unhappy, should have known something was wrong. I've spoken to your parents, and if you agree, we'd like you and Ginny to see one of the parents of a Muggle born. She's a counselor. What's that? Well, among other things, she helps people work through problems, when things have happened that they can't cope with. You can see her separately to start with, but she'll probably want to see you together at some point. At his worried look, she added, it doesn't mean you're mad, reassuringly, but you've both had to deal with things nobody your age should have to cope with. Come to that, things nobody of any age should have to cope with. I'm going to suggest the same for those who were petrified as well. It won't just be you two. Percy nodded. I can't even sleep properly. I keep thinking about it. Hopefully this will help. Percy wasn't the only one struggling with what had happened. I should have been able to do something, Harry said in frustration for the umpteenth time. Previously it had been to Hermione, but this time it was in front of Luna. Why? It should have been me that got rid of Voldemort. Why? Because I can't say. In a way, you did. At his puzzled look she continued, get rid of him, I mean. You made us into a group, working together. Maybe you don't have to do everything yourself. But I could hear it. I'm a Parselmouth. I should have been able to stop it before. Before it killed Penelope, Luna finished for him. Did it tell you all its plans? Maybe it sneaked up to your dorm at night to tell you. You're being silly. That's two of us, she answered. Nargles must be catching. Daddy always says they aren't, but I think they must be. Harry laughed. Luna smiled. That's better. I haven't seen you laugh for ages. When did you get to be so clever? I am in Ravenclaw, she answered seriously. How are the claws now, by the way? With you, I mean. Some are okay, she replied. But most of them avoid me. I think they're scared of me, she added, sadly. Well, you did kill Voldemort, Harry answered her, smiling. They're probably hoping you don't want revenge for how they treated you. It was Luna's turn to laugh, though her laughter seemed a little hollow. Towards the end of term, Hermione noticed that Harry was getting morose and irritable. Not sure how to help him, she decided to ask her mother, once she managed to get her alone. Why you think? Her mother asked, slowly forcing the words out of her mouth rather than using her keyboard and neatly reflecting the question back at Hermione. I think it's the thought of going back to the Dursleys, Hermione admitted. Her mother raised an eyebrow. I took him there because it seemed like it was the only place we could be safe. And Harry felt so guilty about you and Dad, he still thinks we'd have been better without him. No, her mother said, forcefully. I know. I keep telling him. But he's right about one thing. Whoever we live with is in danger from Voldemort, except the Dursleys, and the way they treated him, still treat him. If they were in danger I wouldn't care. Oot. Her mother still had trouble pronouncing the letter B. You haven't seen them, Mom, or Harry when he's with them. I made us go out as much as possible last summer, but when we're alone with them, it's obvious they hate him. No, they aren't doing anything, they just look, and the way they ignore him as much as possible. They make me feel like something that crawled out of the sewer, and it's just horrible what it does to Harry. She gave a heavy, exasperated sigh. He only wanted them to love him, to accept him for who he is. Is that so much to ask? Her mother shook her head. I don't know what to do. We can't live anywhere else because it puts Harry and everyone in danger. But every minute he spends there, it's like he loses part of himself. It destroys him. I can't imagine how he even survived before we met him. It had been an odd few months for the Daily Prophet as well. Fearful of being scooped by the Quibbler, the Prophet had actually reported what had happened at the school more or less accurately. The emphasis was different though. While the Prophet highlighted the treacherous rat, Peter Pettigrew, the Quibbler treated Pettigrew as little more than a footnote to the story of Sirius Black, the innocent man who had spent so many years in Azkaban, calling for an inquiry into how high up the conspiracy to lock him away went. The fact that the minister at the time had retired soon afterwards and Barty Crouch, the one held primarily responsible, had been shunted off to a less important department well away from the issues of law and order meant that there was little appetite for further investigation. Susan suspected that Fudge was behind the lack of interest in the ministry and the Prophet. The Prophet moved on very rapidly to a series of stories on Lockhart. They had even sent a reporter to track down some of Professor Lockhart's claims and found them to be false. If he ever recovered his memory he would be put on trial for his frequent misuse of the obliviation spell. Some of those whose actions he had claimed for himself had already begun making claims against him and his publishers before the Wizengamot, all represented by the firm of lawyers used by the Prophet. Every week seemed to bring another claim against him, all of which made great headlines. Hermione pointed out that the Prophet failed to say how these claimants could even make a claim if they'd had their memories stolen, while Susan noted that the various cases against Lockhart had proved very convenient for the ministry, quickly wiping Sirius Black from the headlines. But if Lockhart was getting more headlines than he had ever managed before, he didn't have top billing to himself. The trial of Lucius Malfoy made headlines for over a week. The evidence of the diary, his friendship with Tom Riddle at school and his actions in front of witnesses in the Chamber of Secrets made those who would normally have supported him eager to condemn him quickly, before there was too much investigation into his associates. Minister Fudge had been the first to openly condemn his old friend and associate, and the others quickly followed. The one part the Prophet missed out on was that Tom Riddle was later known as Voldemort, though that was mentioned in the Quibbler. Ginny had refused to accept what she called blood money from the sale of the basilisk parts, but at Malfoy's trial, she was awarded 100,000 galleons from the Malfoy fortune for each month she had been controlled by the diary, totaling over 500,000 galleons. A similar monthly amount was awarded to those petrified and to Hagrid for his time in Azkaban. The rest of the Malfoy fortune was awarded to the family of Penelope Clearwater for their daughter's murder, and Malfoy Mansion was sold. Draco had been withdrawn from school within hours of his father's arrest, but came back shortly after the trial was concluded. He scowled even more than usual, and considering he'd just lost his father to Azkaban, his wealth and his mansion, Harry thought that he looked far too pleased with himself and he had to be planning something. Hermione thought it was just his pride and dismissed Harry's concerns while she concentrated on her studies. All term, Hermione was going crazy with catching up on her studying, and she was even crazier after the exams, certain that she had failed them all. One lunchtime, she was driving Harry and everyone else round the bend about the exams when the great hall door opened and a tall man entered. Unlike his photographs in the newspapers, he was clean-shaven, his hair brushed, and he was smartly dressed. He strode to the Hufflepuff table and said, "Harry. I recognized you at once. You look so much like your father, except for your eyes." "You have my mother's eyes." "I know." The man smiled. "You've heard that before. Sirius Black, at your service. They just let me out of St. Mungos. I had to come straight away and see my godson. His smile broadened into a grin, especially as I hear you're such a fast worker. Harry looked puzzled. It took your father till his 7th year to finally go out with your mother. And you're already married at what? 12 years old. Actually we were married when we were 8, Hermione pointed out. We just didn't know about it till last year. Sirius put out a hand. Mrs. Potter, I presume. The Potter men always did know how to pick 'em. Brains and beauty. Hermione actually blushed as she took his hand and Sirius lifted her hand and bent down to lightly key it. As he stood back up straight, the grin was lost. Harry, I failed you. I just wanted revenge on that rat. I should have taken care of you first. Of course I never dreamed that Dumbledore would put you with that bunch of unholy monsters. I would have insisted that you come and live with me, as your godfather. I will have words with your headmaster shortly. His smile returned as he said, but first, I want to meet this Luna I've heard so much about. I understand it's her I have to thank for my freedom. Harry eagerly led Sirius to the Ravenclaw table. Mr. Black, this is Luna Lovegood. Sirius, please. Mr. Black makes me feel old. Hello. Are you really Stubby Boardman? Luna said. At the look of total puzzlement on Sirius' face, she added, only Doris Perkey says you are. Sirius looked at Harry, who shrugged his shoulders, helplessly. No, but I want to thank you. Without you, I'd still be in Azkaban. His voice seemed to shiver as he said the word. Oh, it was Fred and George Weasley who showed me the map, Luna said. I want to meet them too. Harry took him to the Gryffindor table. This is the famous Weasley twins, Sirius finished for him. I hear you would give even us a run for our money. The twins both looked confused. Sirius Black, otherwise known as Padfoot, at your service. I understand you have a certain document of mine. Fred just looked stunned, while George reached into his bag, but Sirius exclaimed, no. Don't bring it out here. I'm just glad it has gone to some worthy successors. Harry and Hermione were allowed to skip lessons to spend the afternoon with Sirius, but it wasn't until later, when he had gone, that they learned something else. I just don't understand, Hermione had said, as the friends all talked together over dinner, why he didn't explain all this at his trial. My Gran said he never had a trial, Neville replied innocently. But how could they lock him away without a trial? Hermione exclaimed, outraged. I mean Professor Dumbledore was the head of the Wizengamot. Without saying a word, Harry pushed his plate away from him, got up and walked up to the staff table. Is it true? He demanded. Go and sit down, Potter, Snape ordered. Not until he answers me. Is it true? You never gave my godfather a trial. You have to understand the times. Professor Dumbledore tried to explain. Hermione had caught up with Harry and said, but you're head of the Wizengamot. It's your job to see things like that don't happen. But he said himself your parents' deaths were his fault, Professor Dumbledore replied, seeming unusually unsure of himself. He was saying that even as they transferred him down to the island. How dare you make accusations against the headmaster like that? Professor Snape snapped angrily at Harry. Shut up, Snape, Harry shouted. All conversation in the hall ceased at once. Dumbledore let my godfather go to Azkaban for 12 years without even a trial. His words made echoes in the silent hall, the students too shocked to react, until one of the Slytherins yelled out, Potter's gone potty. The laughter on the Slytherin table after that comment that broke the spell and suddenly everyone was talking at once. Harry continued, you sent him to Azkaban and me to the Flaming Dursleys. What the F.K. were you thinking? Professor Sprout reached across the table to take Harry's arm. Harry, you need to calm down. No, Harry retorted, his voice steady and controlled. I don't. I need to get out of here. Now. And I'm never coming back. With that he turned around and taking Hermione's hand, who kept looking back but didn't oppose him, Harry walked down the center aisle of the Great Hall out into the entrance hall and turned out of sight, literally pulling Hermione behind him. As the chatter in the hall resumed with a vengeance, Professor Dumbledore turned to Professor McGonagall and said sadly, I think I've lost him. No, Albus, she replied quietly. You lost him when you let them take his godfather away. Harry was brought to a sudden halt by Hermione almost screaming at him, Harry James Potter. Like husbands the world over, he knew he was in trouble when his wife used his full name like that. He quickly let go of her hand. How dare you drag me out like I was a child, or a piece of property? She leaned into the word, her tone of voice not disguising at all her emotional state. In fact, Harry didn't think he'd ever seen her so angry, at least not with him. And what am I supposed to do if you're leaving? She added. Come with me. You always said there are other schools. Disrupt our education because you're annoyed with Professor Dumbledore. Didn't you hear Sirius? If he hadn't been sent away, I'd have lived with him, not the Dursleys. But we have friends here, Hermione said pleadingly. Good friends. We can't just up and leave them. Seeing no response from Harry, she added in an angrier tone of voice, You're supposed to be a Hufflepuff. Where's your loyalty? You're supposed to be my wife, he retorted, raising his voice. Where's yours? I'm not expecting you to just drop everything you've worked for just because of a whim, she argued back, her voice also raised. Then stay. Harry, she answered in a quieter tone of voice, if you hadn't gone to the Dursleys, we might never have met. Good. I'm not loyal enough for you anyway. With that retort, seeing others coming out of the hall and wanting to avoid them, he turned and stomped away. By the time Neville came out of the Great Hall, Hermione was leaning against the wall, dissolved in tears. Are you all right? He asked, immediately wanting to kick himself for asking such a stupid question. Rather than answering, Hermione turned away and ran all the way to her dorm. Harry was still packing when Ernie came into their dorm. Professor Sprout wants to see you. I don't want to speak to any of them. I'm going and there's nothing they can do about it. Just because you're mad at Dumbledore, that's no reason to treat Sprout that way, Ernie answered him, angrily. She doesn't deserve that from you. Ernie turned and began to walk away. Ernie, Harry called. Yeah, you're right. Where is she? Greenhouse too. Okay. Harry walked into a quiet greenhouse. The greenhouse was big, but after walking just a bit he found his teacher, trying to appear cheery to her plants but with a somewhat mechanical feeling to her movements. He approached her, making sure not to be so quiet as for her not to notice him. Thank you for coming, Harry, Professor Sprout's voice sounded sad, as she looked up from the pots she was watering with her wand. Have you finished packing yet? Before Harry could answer, she added, speaking rather quickly, I'm going to miss you. You may never be the greatest herbologist, but you've been an important and welcome part of our house. Aren't you going to try to persuade me to stay? Harry asked, surprised, as he distractedly reached into a batch of seedlings and pulled a weed. I thought Dumbledore would have asked you to. That's still Professor Dumbledore, she replied, coolly, and, no, I am not going to try to persuade you to stay, I prefer to leave doing the impossible to you and your friends. Have you thought about where you will go? For tonight the Leaky Cauldron. Then I can get some money out tomorrow and sort out a new school. The only thing the headmaster asked me to do was to contact your godfather. He doesn't think it's safe for you to be wandering around on your own and I agree. So does Mr. Black. He wants you to stay here tonight. Harry looked like he was about to object. Hear me out, please, Mr. Potter. Mr. Black wants you stay tonight and he will come himself to collect you tomorrow, shortly before dinner time. May I tell him you agree to wait for him? Yes, Harry replied, obviously irritated. Very well. Look at it this way. At least you'll have time to make up with your wife. Harry just scowled. To Hermione it seemed that Harry did nothing but scowl most of the following day. She tried to speak to him, but each time he just turned and walked away. Mid-afternoon she found herself in the hospital wing. After panicking for a moment, she realized where she was and that Luna was sitting on a chair beside the bed. What happened? Hermione asked. I'm afraid you fainted in class, Luna replied. Madame Pomfrey thinks it probably the strain the bond is under. I feel awful, Hermione admitted. You need to speak to Harry, said Luna. I know that. I've been trying to all day. He won't stay in one place long enough for me to say anything. It isn't good for a bond to break, Luna warned. I know and I don't care what happens, Hermione replied, miserably. He's shut me out. I can't even sense him anymore. I miss him, you know. I love him and he doesn't want me anymore. I don't think that's true, Luna replied. I don't know what to do. Go with him, Luna answered, as if it was obvious. Hermione looked up. You thinks he's right. It really doesn't matter, you know. Whether he's right or not. He needs you. And you need him. Let's walk, Sirius said, bluntly and turned and walked out of the common room. Harry followed. Sirius appeared to ignore him as Harry almost had to run to keep up with Sirius' long strides until they were outside of the castle. I hear that was quite a scene last night. Your father always had a temper. Harry said nothing. But your father never did anything quite so rash. He was as mad as I was, but he usually thought first. I can't believe this, I'm trying to talk sense into a Potter. Me. That's supposed to be Remus' job. I'm surprised he didn't come, said Harry. He thought you'd be more likely to listen to me. You think I'm doing the wrong thing. It wasn't a question. As Remus is prone to say, that depends on why you're doing it. Dumbledore. He knew you were innocent. No, you're wrong. He never knew we changed secret keepers. You don't know me, Harry, or you'd know that I was always the rash one. If I thought Dumbledore deliberately left me in Azkaban knowing I was innocent, I wouldn't have been in the Great Hall shouting at him, I'd have killed him, or tried to. Harry studied Sirius' face for a moment and realized that for all of his genial manner and all the joking that he'd heard about, he realized that Sirius was a man you didn't want against you. But he knew you didn't get a trial. Yes, he did. And so did many others. You have to understand, Harry. Everyone was scared. People disappearing, being killed, some would be put under the Imperius and go home and kill their own families. A wife couldn't trust her husband and a husband couldn't trust his wife. Not much has changed then, Harry replied bitterly. That's not worthy of you, Harry. From what I've heard, that girl would die before she deliberately hurt you. You haven't even visited her in the hospital wing. Hospital? Harry gasped. She fainted. Madame Pomfrey thinks you cutting her off put the bond under too much strain, but Harry had gone, already running to the hospital wing. Sirius couldn't resist a smile as he deliberately walked very slowly back to the castle, knowing that Harry and Hermione needed a little time together before he could continue his conversation with his godson. Less than a minute later, he burst into the room where Hermione was lying. Hermione. Harry. I never meant to. He burst into tears and Hermione pulled him into her arms. I'm sorry too, Harry. Of course I'll go with you. By the time Sirius got to the hospital wing and managed to get past Madame Pomfrey, Harry and Hermione were dotting intensely. He couldn't resist teasing. He said loudly, James always said the best part of a fight with Lily was the making up afterwards. Harry and Hermione sprang away from each other as though they'd been burned, then they both looked at him, embarrassed. Although their kiss had seemed quite innocent, looking at Hermione's flushed face, Sirius realized that if Harry was anything like his father, they'd be entangled like eels before very long. He'd have to get Harry alone for the talk, and soon. He thought about roping Remus in for that job, but remembered when he'd been asked to be godfather. He'd been surprised that it had actually been Lily's idea that he be godfather, or dogfather as James had insisted on calling him. He and Lily had never seen eye to eye, so he'd been stunned when she'd been the one to ask him to be godfather. Why me? He'd asked her. I know we can trust you to look after him, no matter what happens, Lily had replied. In a moment of grief and madness he had betrayed her trust, sending him to Azkaban and Harry to his own version of hell, if all that he'd heard was true. No, he decided, he wouldn't pass this off to anyone else. He swore to himself that he'd never let Harry down again. His godson and his young wife were looking at him strangely and Sirius forced himself back to the present. I take it that Hermione's coming with you, then? He asked, with a grin. Hermione nodded. I thought you didn't want me to go, said Harry. I didn't say that. I was trying to make you understand how it was. Everyone was so relieved that Voldemort was gone, there were parties everywhere. And a lot of anger at whoever betrayed you. I blamed myself because it was my idea to change Secret Keeper. Before I realized what was happening, I was in Azkaban. They should still have given you a trial, Hermione insisted. I'm not going to argue with that, Sirius replied. I think everyone just wanted to forget. From what Remus tells me, when there were trials, they were quick and not exactly fair. Of course, Death Eaters never played fair either, so nobody cared much. They just wanted the war to be over. It was Dumbledore's job to see it was done properly, Hermione said, firmly. Yes, it was. Unfortunately, great men sometimes make great mistakes. Is that a reason to leave? Yes, Harry almost shouted. How can I trust him now? I think you can. He left Harry at the Dursleys and didn't even check on him, added Hermione. As it happens, I've been talking with Remus, and we both agree. It would be best if you and Harry leave the country. With the prophecy, you'll always be a target if Voldemort does manage to come back. You know about the prophecy. Professor Dumbledore said we shouldn't tell anyone, said Hermione, startled. Do you really think that James wouldn't have told his best friend? Harry's eyes darkened. Then Remus knew. All this time, he knew and never told us. No, Harry. We never told him. We knew there was a spy close to the Potters. James and I thought it was Remus. Lily told us we were wrong, but well, you know what happened. There hasn't been a day since then. I haven't wished we'd have listened to your mother. Sirius seemed deep in thought for almost a full minute. Remus didn't know until I told him today. That's when we decided. If you'll allow me, I'll go with you to America. When you're not in school, you'll live with me. Sirius gulped. Your parents wanted me to take care of you if anything happened to them. Instead I lost me temper and went running after Wormtail, and you know how that turned out. You want us to live with you? Harry asked, sure he must have misunderstood. If only you knew how much, Sirius thought to himself, but said, I know you'd prefer to be with Hermione's mother, but I'm afraid it's likely to be a long time before she can care for you. I'll come with you, if you'll have me. Do what I should have done years ago. Are you serious? Sirius grinned for a moment, but after looking at Harry's earnest face, decided not to make the obvious joke. Yes, he answered simply. When can we go? Harry asked eagerly. Tomorrow morning. Madame Pomfrey wants to keep Hermione here for a short while and thinks you should stay with her tonight. Hermione sighed. Harry, you should explain it to our friends. Tell them about the prophecy. But Dumbledore said it could be dangerous. I think the twins have already guessed, or close enough, she replied. Sirius grinned. The new Marauders. Worthy successors. Do you think I should tell them? Ron, Ginny, Luna, Neville, Susan I mean. I don't know them, Sirius admitted. Dumbledore likes secrets and he might be right. Hermione answered him, I'm just not sure that secrets between friends are good. They helped us before and they would want to know about the prophecy. I always hate it when I'm not told something, for my own good, said Harry. I'll tell them. They deserve to know why we're leaving them. I find this whole scenario slightly unappealing, actually. It's because of the whole magical USA stereotype. As soon as a Potter FIC goes across the pond, it seems like this la-la land of understanding and perfection inevitably rears its head, and not only is it not interesting, perfection rarely is, it's an annoying cliché. Magical USA, that's significantly more advanced and generally a more pleasant place than the bigoted backwater canon wizarding Britain comes across as could, with a bit of thought, be done well, but nobody who goes there seems to bother with that thought. I'm gonna turn this into a plea to anyone out there who's planning to take the Potter crew stateside in a FIC. Please, especially if you're American, sit back and ask yourself, what's F.Ket up about America, what don't I like about America, what about America beeps? Not because I want to bash the US of A, I owe you guys and your country a good turn, you lot came over here and saved the world back in the 1940s, but because, going by Wizarding Britain, what's F.Ket up about a mundane country will be even more F.Ket up about the magical part of it. Canon Wizarding Britain smacks of Thatcherism and Oxford Old Boys clubs turned up to 11 with a heaping helping of Victorian English snobbery and bigotry thrown in. Those are things that beep about real-life Britain, and I'm qualified to say so as I've lived here my entire life. The canon Potterverse is very British, and that includes the things that beep about it. The whole pureblood thing parallels to the currently ongoing crap about immigration here in the UK as easily as it does to Nazis or the KKK, it's old-fashioned race hate with a skull mask and magic wand. So, when you come to write your magical USA, start off by asking yourself what you think is really messed up about the USA. We're all a mixed bunch, every place on this ol' earth's got its upsides and its downsides. It's when a place is portrayed as having no downsides that it gets annoying. In the previous chapter, Harry and Hermione have a row. Luna and Sirius help them and they make up. They prepare to leave the country. The first person Harry found was Susan Bones. Hi, Susan, he said, suddenly feeling embarrassed about his outburst in the Great Hall the night before. We thought we should tell you why we're going. He was suddenly struck by the thought, what if they were all angry with him for leaving and abandoning them? Would they even be interested in what he had to say? Right, Susan replied. She was hesitating. Perhaps she didn't want to be his friend anymore. Harry, before you go, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for thinking it might be you behind the attacks. I should have known you better. After all, it was Ginny all the time. No, replied Harry, slightly louder than he had intended. It wasn't. It was Lucius Bloody Malfoy. And I hope he rots in Azkaban. Susan smiled. As Hermione's not here right now, should I tell you off for swearing? Though I think she might let you off when it comes to Malfoy. Harry laughed. If she was teasing him, she wasn't angry with him for going. I'm not sure how to say this, he began. Would it be easier if I got the others? Then you only have to tell us once. Charms classroom in 15 minutes. Harry smiled with relief. That would also give him time to try to work out what he wanted to say. Harry was trying to suppress the feeling that he was being an idiot standing in front of them like a teacher. I'm not sure where to begin, he began. Why not try, at the beginning? Suggested Luna. Fred and George looked at each other, and began, a long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away. It is a period of civil war, Fred continued. Rebel spaceships, striking from a hidden base, have won their first victory against the evil Galactic Empire. George added. This was met with laughter from Ron and Ginny, who knew the twins' obsession with Muggle sci-fi films, but puzzled looks from Neville, Susan and Luna. What's that? Susan asked. We'll tell you later, Ginny promised, glaring the twins into silence. I didn't know they had hips in space, Luna mused, causing more laughter. Go on, Harry, Ginny said. Yeah, go on, Harry, added Fred. Use the Force, Luke, intoned George. That's a good idea, said Luna. Using Luke as a secret name, for when you don't want to be the boy who lived. Ron by this time was laughing hysterically. Shut up, Ron, said George. Quiet for the boy whose name must be hyphenated and capitalized, Fred added. You're the ones making the noise, Ginny pointed out. She's right you know, Fred and George said together, then, as Harry finally opened his mouth to speak, added, the Force will be with you, always. By this time, Harry's nervousness had gone, which, Susan and Ginny realized, was the twins' intention. I've, been talking with Sirius, my godfather, Harry began, hesitantly. He and Remus were both friends of my parents and they think it's best that I leave the country. I mean we, Hermione and me. Is this because you're the one who has to kill you know who? Luna asked in her usual dreamy tone of voice. The boys all snorted with amusement, but Ginny looked at the startled expression on Harry's face and knew it was true. She's right, isn't she? Ginny asked him. How? Harry asked. Luna replied, it was easy really. He tried to kill you as a baby, but you stopped him instead. Then he tried to kill you and Hermione the Christmas before last, but you stopped him again. This year Ginny says that Tom Riddle seemed almost as obsessed with you as she is. That comment was met with grins from the other Weasleys and a red-faced, highly embarrassed glare from Ginny. And Dumbledore said that Tom Riddle was really you know who. Well, you're right, Harry admitted, though it might put you in danger knowing this, it's probably less dangerous than being with me. There was a prophecy, not long before I was born, that the one who can vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. It said he would be born as the 7th month dies to parents who had fought him 3 times. Dumbledore says that could have meant me, or Neville. Harry was interrupted at this point by a yelp from Neville. Me. Grinning slightly, Harry continued, but it also said that Voldemort would mark him as his equal. Harry pointed to his scar. There was almost complete silence for nearly half a minute, although it seemed much longer. It was finally brought to an end by Susan. That means you have to come back to finish the bastard off. Harry resisted the temptation to ask Susan if he should tell her off for swearing. How long will you be gone for? I don't know, Harry admitted. I haven't thought that far ahead. When I'm ready to defeat him, I suppose. Harry, Ginny began, in an unusually hesitant tone of voice for her. Does this prophecy say that you have to do it alone? Harry shook his head. Then we need to get some training, Ron said, firmly. So we're ready for when you come back. Harry sighed. I have to do this. I have to face him, I have no choice. If I don't kill him, one day he'll manage to kill me. I can't ask you to put yourselves in danger. I don't remember you asking, Luna pointed out. Sorry to tell you this Harry, said George, but we're with you, whether you ask or not. One for all, added Fred. All for one, George finished, which almost succeeded in bringing a smile to Harry's face. So while you're swanning off on holiday, said Susan, proving that she could tease as well as the twins any day. I'm not, Harry protested. Where are you going anyway? Ron asked. Sirius said something about America. Oh no, cried Fred. He'll come back and see the burrow and say, how quaint. And want to take photos all the time. And the last thing we need is another Colin Creevey, George added. Perhaps he'll come back with pistols and shoot you-know-who, suggested Ron. Voldemort, said Ginny. Or Tom Riddle. I'm not afraid to say his name. There once was a boy called Riddle. Who always wanted a piddle, began George. Susan coughed loudly. As I was saying, Harry, while you're swanning off on holiday, we need to find someone to train us properly. I really don't want. I know you don't, Susan replied. It's strange you're with Hermione, mused Luna. Why? Asked Harry. Well, you're not very bright, are you? She commented. If you think we'll let you face Tom Riddle alone. So we'll find someone to train us properly, said Ron. And if none of the adults will, the twins can look stuff up and train the rest of us, decided Susan. Ron laughed at that. The twins, looking stuff up. Just because they pretend not to study anything doesn't mean they don't, Susan pointed out. Where do you think they find out how to do all the charms and stuff they do in their pranks? They're in the library a lot, said Luna, but they always seem to hide in a corner. Shut up, you lot, said George. Yeah, you'll ruin our reputation, added Fred. It's decided, then, said Susan, in a voice that wouldn't allow any dispute. Harry and Hermione go to America to learn all they can there, while we train here. Why don't we go with them? Suggested Ron. Fred, George and Ginny laughed. Ginny finally said, if you can persuade Mum. We'll train here, Ron said. But Harry can bring us back some cowboy hats. White ones, only the baddies have black ones. Little bro had a good idea, Harry, said Fred. Send us some hats and we'll see what charms we can put on them. Getting into the spirit of things, Harry said, I'll just address them to Q, shall I? The twins laughed. I fancy being M myself, said Fred. Give out orders and get everyone else to do the work. Nah, George disagreed. Too much paperwork. I'm sure this makes sense to you three, said Susan, but are we agreed on what we're going to do? Yes, said Luna, and it seemed like she was speaking for all of them. Have we got everything? Asked Hermione for the third time. For the 50th time, yes, said Harry, becoming irritated. They finally made their way to Professor Sprout's office, where, to their surprise, considering it was lesson time, their friends were waiting. We had to say goodbye, Susan explained. To Harry's surprise, Luna gave him a hug. Goodbye, first friend, she said. You've got more friends now, Susan reassured her, before she went to hug Harry as Luna hugged Hermione. Ginny was next, then she went to Hermione and whispered, look after him. Hermione smiled. I will. Don't look at me, said Ron. I'm not hugging him. The twins grabbed Ron and almost crushed both him and Harry in a twin hug, until Ron finally managed to extract himself. Hermione. Help, cried Harry. Hermione was laughing too much. The twins finally let Harry go when they realized that Sirius had arrived and was also laughing at them. We have to go, Sirius said, then to the twins, I've given Remus your message. What message? Hermione asked. We could tell you, said Fred. But then we'd have to kill you, finished George. I'm beginning to regret introducing you two to television, said Hermione. Tumbling out of the flow at the leaky cauldron, Harry commented, I'll never get that right. Where now? Asked Hermione. We walk, replied Sirius. Luckily from the leaky cauldron it was only a short walk to Leicester Square Tube Station and they were quickly on a direct underground train to Heathrow Airport. We don't have our passports with us, Hermione pointed out, as they entered the main departures area. Sirius simply smiled and pointed. Hermione dropped her trunk and ran in the direction he was pointing, squealing, Mum. So loudly that many heads turned. Harry wasn't far behind her. Are you coming too? Hermione asked, excitedly. Her mother's grin dropped a little. Later, maybe. When I'm better. She handed Harry and Hermione their passports. Come on kids, let's check in, then you'll have time to spend with your mother. Unlike for most travelers, the time between checking in and being allowed to board their plane flew by for Harry and Hermione, even though their departure wasn't until late afternoon. Sirius having planned it so that they'd have as much time as possible with their mother. They went to one of the observation areas so that Harry could watch the planes land and take off. Even with the extra time together, there were a lot of tearful hugs when it was finally time to board, as Hermione realized that they didn't really know when they'd see her again. Both Harry and Hermione wanted to see everything as they took off, so they both fought over who should have the window seat. An irritated Sirius finally settled the matter by saying that Harry could have it for the takeoff and Hermione would have it for the landing. Then, on their second flight, as they had to change planes in New York, it would be the other way round. Harry and Hermione, having flown before, had a far better idea of what to do than Sirius, who was totally confused by the customs desks at New York's John F. Kennedy Airport. Sirius didn't want to leave the plane until they had their bags, and thought that Hermione was joking when she said they had to collect their bags from a different place. But why? He asked. Immigration and customs seemed to take forever, and Sirius bit back a sharp retort when the young man dealing with them flashed an obviously bored smile and said, "Have a great day." By the time they finally got through immigration and customs, they didn't have long to wait for their connecting flight to Boston's Logan International Airport. But it was still time enough for Hermione to buy some guidebooks for the Boston area, where they were going. Arriving in Boston, they bought some drinks, then someone helpfully directed them to the airport shuttle, which took them to the Blue Line on the subway, similar to London's Underground. Sirius was beginning to wonder if Americans were born telling their mothers to have a great day, and said so to Hermione and Harry, causing Harry to splutter the Coke he was drinking at the time. Hermione had already worked out their route, so a quick change onto the Orange Line and they arrived at North Station, where they were to get a commuter line train to Salem. Is Salem Witches Institute the only one in America? Hermione had asked after Sirius had had to reassure Harry that wizards could go too. No, Sirius replied, but it is the only one with a worldwide reputation, so most foreign students go there. By the time they arrived at Salem Station, it was already just gone noon and Hermione suggested they get something to eat as Sirius' stomach was rumbling enough, as she put it, to wake the dead. We've got time. I sent a message to their headmistress that I'd be visiting today and someone is going to meet us at 2 o'clock. Let's go up the street and see what we can find. They hadn't walked far from the downtown, 2 blocks at the most, when they arrived at a small, but very nice-looking hotel. Harry looked up and saw the sign which read, Hawthorne Hotel. This looks good, he said. Sirius opened the door and 3 walked in. Turning to their right, Sirius saw the reception desk. An extremely attractive, young brunette clerk looked up at him with eyes that seemed to drink him in and said, "May I help you?" "Yes, I think. I'm looking for the pub or whatever might be open for lunch." "Oh yes, yes of course. Well, if you follow around to the right, and then go down the hallway, you'll find the tavern. You can get sandwiches or anything else that you might want. We also have really good daily specials." Sirius' stomach rumbled and the young woman tittered with laughter. "I'd say you're more than ready." She leaned a bit closer to him and said in a low, conspiratorial voice, "I'd join you, but I'm on duty." It was outrageous flirting and even Harry, as clueless as he usually was about all things female, recognized it. Sirius' well-earned reputation for a large appetite was well known, and beyond that, neither Harry nor Hermione was going to miss such a great chance to tease Sirius about his getting chatted up by a pretty girl. "Come on you two," Sirius mock growled, "let's go eat. Have a good lunch," the young woman said with a bright smile as Sirius turned to guide Harry and Hermione down the hall. Once they were out of the young woman's hearing range, Harry said playfully, "Am I missing something or was she flirting with you?" Deciding that discretion is the better part of valor, Sirius chose not to answer. It was better, he thought, to let them entertain their speculations rather than having him come right out and confirm them. He knew that if he did the latter, he'd never, ever hear the end of it. The tavern turned out to be a spectacularly good choice for lunch. Not only did it have incredibly fresh seafood, a special treat for Sirius, but they also had more than a half-dozen kinds of burgers. Even Hermione's eyes grew wide when she took in the menu: chicken cordon bleu with sauce béarnaise and French fries, fresh, grilled Atlantic salmon served with baby arugula salad, blueberries, goat cheese, walnuts and balsamic vinaigrette. The list went on and on. She was in heaven. Finally, the 3 decided to order the mouth-watering fisherman's platter, split 3 ways: the salmon, and the Boston burger, a full half-pound burger cooked medium rare, thank you, with melted Havarti cheese, onion rings, sliced tomato, and a pickle. It was feast of epic proportions, and, as Hermione pointed out, for about a third of what they would have paid for the same meal in London given the exchange rate, taxes, and tips if they could have found anything even comparable. They pushed themselves away from the table, barely, 50 minutes later. Each thought that he or she would burst from the amount of food they had just consumed. They still had an hour or more yet, so Hermione suggested that they go for a bit of a walk. Grabbing a couple of brochures from the stand to the right of the hotel's main doors, Hermione handed one each to Sirius and Harry. After a couple of minutes' discussion, they decided to walk over to the Peabody Essex Museum. The young woman at the front desk smiled as broadly as she could at Sirius and said with a wink that the museum was quite wonderful, world-class in fact, and that afterwards he could always come back for a late afternoon drink. Flustered, Sirius mumbled his thanks and tried to get out before his two charges busted a gut laughing at his discomfort. Once outside, the three made good time in getting to the museum, if only because Sirius really didn't want to talk about getting hit on again by a woman who was clearly at least 12 years his junior, if not more. Not that he wasn't very interested, because Wendy, he remembered her name from her badge, was very pretty and seemed genuinely interested, but getting involved with her conflicted with his primary duty and he knew it. True to its word, the Peabody Essex Museum, which, Hermione read, was originally called the Peabody Academy of Science, after its greatest patron, George Peabody, was awesome. There was so much to take in that the three quickly decided that they'd see only the visiting collections and come back another time to see the permanent collections. Harry loved the way that things were explained at the museum, with the long and detailed placards next to each exhibit, and thought that this was one place he would come back to again and again. Hermione, for her part, found the bookshop and quickly lost herself amongst its shelves. There were books on so many topics that she had simply never thought about before that she was completely entranced. Sirius just let himself be happy in their presence and in all of their discoveries. It was like being a kid all over again for him. All too soon though, it was time to go and Sirius quietly asked both Harry and Hermione to finish up so that they could connect with the person or persons who would be escorting them to the Salem Academy. He didn't know exactly where they would be going, as the school was unplottable just like Hogwarts, but he didn't want to be late and have them make a bad first impression. The three had to make it to something called the Salem Willows, and the boat dock at its end. So Sirius flagged down a taxi, with the help of one of the local bobbies who was out, directing traffic. Harry and Hermione piled in first, which didn't leave much room for Sirius in the back, so he clambered into the front seat. The fellow driving looked like he had been around a while. "Where to?" "Salem Willows, please," Sirius said. "We've got to meet a boat coming in." "Right then." "No problem. That will be 5 even." There was a meter in the cab, just to the driver's right, and Sirius saw that it had defaulted back to $2.10. From his limited experience in the Muggle world in London, he knew that cabbies there charged a lot more. Silently, he wondered what other surprises they were going to run into in the States that he wasn't expecting. It was a quick ride over to the Salem Willows. On the way, they passed a massive power plant and the stench from it assailed his animagus-enhanced sense of smell. The driver looked over and must have caught the look on his face. "Stinks, doesn't it?" Sirius nodded. "How did they allow that so close to the town? Been here for years. Impossible to shut it down, though God knows, they've tried. It's particularly bad in the spring and summer." Another minute passed before the taxi slowed and driver said, "We're here. Just head down towards the water and you'll see the pier. There's just one slip, so it's not a problem knowing you're in the right place." Sirius paid the man happily and said, "Thanks, we really appreciate it. Have a great day." "You too. Hope you find what you're looking for." Ignoring the smirk from Hermione, Sirius nodded and then followed his charges, who had already turned towards the pier. As the taxi pulled away, Sirius could tell that the man's eyes were on Harry and Hermione, who were holding hands openly. When he reached them, Hermione said, "Have a great day." "Well," Sirius said, defensively, "if we're going to be here a while, I thought I'd get in some practice with American." "Thinking of practicing on a certain young lady, are you?" asked Harry, with a cheeky grin. But it was already 2 minutes to 2, so Sirius was rescued from having to answer as a boat silently appeared up and out of the water. Both Harry and Hermione could feel the palpable magic around it. A young woman, dressed in khaki trousers and a pale yellow polo shirt that had the Salem Academy logo over the B. East, walked up the gangplank. Undoing the lock magically with a flick of her wrist, she saw the three and said simply, "Welcome. There's 3 of you. Oh well, plenty of room. Please come with me." They followed her down the gangplank and onto the boat, taking care to step only where she told them that they could. The pilot of the boat was silent, but his movements were practiced and easy, and soon the boat had pushed back from the dock and was moving out into the harbor. The sudden sound of his voice caught Harry by surprise. "Ready when you are, ma'am." "Go ahead then, Roger," she said. The man, Roger, drew out his wand and tapped the wheel in a specific spot, and soon the whole boat was sinking into the water. It was extremely disconcerting, and both Harry and Hermione found themselves clinging to the other. The Welcome Witch saw their reaction and smiled a soft, knowing smile. Sirius, for his part, thought that the boat ride was interesting, and perhaps a bit unnerving. He liked running along the water's edge or swimming in the shallows, especially in his animagus form, but had little use and little interest in being in deep water. He didn't have to fight his discomfort for long though, because soon they were rising out of the water again and could see the bright sunshine and the rippling waves of a totally different body of water. "Where are we?" Sirius asked, once he had found his voice. "Great Wenham Lake." He looked all around the boat and couldn't even see the shore in any direction. "It's huge. Do the Muggles?" She laughed. "No. They think it's just a small lake, surrounded by woods and golf courses. They can't see how big it really is. It's one way we keep the Academy safe and secret." It wasn't until the Welcome Witch said they were quite close that they began to see an island, where previously they had only seen clear water. The witch brought the boat to the dock, where it seemed to stick itself to the side of the dock, so she didn't have to tie it up, Muggle style. "Welcome to the Salem Witches' Institute," she said formally. "Thank you," all 3 replied as they climbed out of the boat. "Just walk up that path through the trees," she explained. "It's not far." They left the trees behind them and were on a wide lawn, with an impressive-looking building in front of them. It reminded Hermione of a stately home back in England. Some way to their left they could see children playing. Hermione noticed that they seemed younger than Hogwarts, first years, and none of them wore robes or anything resembling a uniform. The great oak door opened as they approached and a voice from somewhere intoned, "Enter." They walked in slowly, until another voice called out, "Well, come in, then." They turned to the right and walked into what was obviously an office. "Mr. Black, I take it?" a harassed-looking wizard asked. "Yes. The principal will be back in a minute." "No, she won't. I'm back now," said a cheery voice. "Mr. Black." Sirius nodded. "Yes, ma'am. Please, number. Ma'am makes me feel like my grandmother. I hear congratulations are in order." Sirius looked puzzled. "Your freedom, of course. Freedom is very important to us here in America. Catherine Yoling at your service. Now what can I do for you? You didn't mention you'd be bringing someone with you. May I present Harry Potter and his bonded wife Hermione?" The principal's eyes flickered briefly to Harry's scar, then widened with surprise at the mention of bonded wife, but she recovered quickly and put out her hand. "Mr. and Mrs. Potter, welcome. Why don't you all take a seat?" Harry fought back the ridiculous thought of saying, "Where to?" And they sat down. "May I save you some time?" she asked. "If your intention is to enroll the Potters here, I'm afraid you've had a wasted journey." Sirius looked surprised. "It has always been our policy not to involve ourselves in wars back in Europe. We came here to get away from problems in Europe. That policy was made official by the ministry in 1918. We lost too many good American wizards in a war that was nothing to do with us." "But what about the Second World War?" asked Hermione. "You must be Muggle-born, I assume." Hermione nodded. "Muggle America decided to get involved in that war after being attacked by Muggle Japan. There was no attack on Wizarding America, so our policy remained unchanged, as it has to this day. We see no reason to change it, and, as of yesterday, a very good reason not to change it." She handed Sirius a piece of parchment. "That appears to have been sent to every wizarding school in America and Canada, and I suspect elsewhere too. As you can see for yourself, it basically threatens attacks on the staff and students of any school who takes in Harry Potter. Furthermore, it offers a reward to anyone who passes on information as to his whereabouts. And it's on British Ministry parchment, Sirius said, frowning. You say this went everywhere? She nodded. Everywhere. I'm sorry. There won't be a school that will risk taking them. It's one thing for the staff, but we can't put the other students at risk. Even if I would, the parents would never allow it. Putting it bluntly, it's not our war. Can you suggest anything we can do? Asked Sirius. You want my advice? Drop off the face of the earth. Go where they'd never think to look. You are welcome to stay here for tonight. That will give you a whole day to begin traveling tomorrow. Thank you, Sirius said. Now, if you turn left out of this office, and head up the main stairs, on the right-hand side is the library. Mr. Warner, our librarian, will help you with lists of other wizarding locations worldwide, though you might be better hiding in the Muggle world. It was with heavy hearts that they made their way up the stairs. Even a new library to explore couldn't cheer Hermione up. Harry, Hermione and Sirius had spent an unproductive hour discussing, or arguing, about where to go. At times, their somewhat heated discussion had attracted the disapproving glare of the librarian, Mr. Warner. Damn the ministry! Sirius exclaimed vehemently. Why can't they leave us alone? Are you sure it is the ministry? Hermione asked quietly. Oh, this is just like the ministry, they're all a bunch of. He stopped himself. Anyhow, it's on ministry paper. Couldn't someone else get hold of ministry paper? Hermione asked. This just doesn't make sense. Since when does anything the ministry does make sense? Sirius retorted bitterly. I know you've got reason to hate them, Hermione continued, her voice low, but is there any way to find out if this really did come from the ministry? Sirius looked almost as if Hermione had stunned him. I have to admit, this doesn't seem like Fudge's style. He's an idiot, but not a malicious idiot. Hermione looked relieved. That settles where to go, then, Sirius stated. If there's a way to check this out, and find out who's behind it, the American ministry is the best place to start. It was quite late that night and Harry and Hermione had gone to bed when Sirius knocked on Madame Yoling's door as she had asked him to do. The door swung open. Come in. Sit down. Have you decided what you are going to do yet? Not really. I thought about heading north, into Canada, but Hermione pointed out that was too obvious. She suggested doing what Muggles did, go west. Madame Yoling smiled at that. That was a long time ago. Yeah, well, Harry liked the idea. I think he thought he could become a cowboy or something. Of course, I told him there aren't any cowboys now. Oh, but there are. Not so romantic of course, they're more likely to round the cattle up using motorbikes or trucks, but they still exist. So you're going west? Not right away. I want to visit the ministry here. I assume you mean the international ministry. Sorry. Madame Yoling tried not to smile at his ignorance. We have two ministries. One, which deals with anything to do with Muggle relations or international matters, is in Washington, D.C. Our main domestic ministry is in Wichita, Kansas. I suppose I should try the international one first, said Sirius. Washington. Be careful. The southern states are, how shall I put it? Different. Dangerous for the kids. No, I don't mean that. Madame Yoling smiled. You'll find out. But can I give you a word of advice? Of course. Don't take the children with you to the ministry. You think they'll harm them? I don't think so, but you get a lot of strange people there and money talks. But I guess you know that, if your ministry is after them. Can I have a proper look at that letter? Sure. She opened her desk drawer and pulled out the parchment and handed it to him. What would your ministry want with Harry Potter? I thought he was a hero to all you Brits. And what he did, it's all years ago anyway. Why would they want him now? Sirius sighed. I'm not sure it is the ministry. The more he looked at the paper, the more he felt that Hermione was right. This didn't ring true. It's ministry parchment, Madame Yoling pointed out. If not the ministry, then who? I don't know. I'm hoping someone in your ministry can help me find out. It's none of my business, but if someone is out to get Harry, wouldn't he be safer back at Hogwarts, under Albus Dumbledore? Sirius' face darkened. Despite his attempt to calm Harry, Dumbledore, as the most senior judge in Britain, wasn't high on his list of favorite people. Trying to ignore his own feelings, he answered simply. Harry doesn't trust him. Madame Yoling hadn't missed the sudden change of expression, but, deciding not to pursue the matter further, she asked, "Do you know when you are leaving?" "Tomorrow morning, fairly early if possible." We have an out day tomorrow. You could easily leave with them." "An out day?" "Every other Saturday the students aged 13 and over can go into Salem or other nearby towns if they wish to do so. The younger ones can go as well if they can find a senior willing to take them. They go into a Muggle town. Sadly, the magical section of Salem isn't what it once was. Most of the students go into the Muggle areas. Some, if they have the money and time, catch the train and take it one stop north to downtown Beverly or head south to Lynn. It's like that in all American schools. Oh, no. Some have nothing to do with the Muggle world. One doesn't even let the students out at all. They have one day a term when magical traders can set up stalls on the school grounds instead. What do you know of our history? Not much, Sirius admitted. We've heard of the Salem witch trials, of course. Well, after that, the school moved here. Previously it was in the center of Salem, not far from where the train station is now. Shortly after that, the principal of the time decided to begin to reintroduce our students to the Muggle world. The idea was to build acceptance to ensure that nothing like it ever happened again. Isn't that illegal? Yes, she admitted cheerfully. Doesn't your ministry? She almost laughed. You're thinking like a Brit. Your ministry tries to control everything. Our ministry is a long way away, and that's the way we like it. You'll find we're almost like different countries here. There's us, in the Northeast, not so many of us now. Why's that? Even wizards like the sunshine, Mr. Black, she said, with a slightly rueful smile. Sorry, I interrupted you. No problem. There's us, in the Northeast. Let's just say we take what most of the international wizarding community say with a large pinch of salt. Then there's the Midwest. Like their Muggle neighbors, they're our farmers. They're also the most suspicious of outsiders, but that's where we almost had our biggest security breach of the century. Why? Ever tried explaining why your crops are green, when everyone else's are dust blowing in the wind? The Depression was quite a problem. My family moved east then. Then there's the South, stricter than the rest of us. They are also the nearest we have to your pureblood is superior philosophy. And finally, the West Coast, a mixture if there ever was one. So you see, you'd never get us all to agree on anything, so our ministry is impotent compared to yours. So, despite what your ministry says, you could help us, help Harry. Yes, she admitted, but I'm not Albus Dumbledore. If I put our children in danger like that, there'd be a new principal about 3 days after the first letter's home. I will ask one of our prefects to escort you to Boston, to see you all safely on the train to Washington. Is that for Harry's sake, or to make sure we go? Yes, she replied, enigmatically. Does anyone else here know where you plan to go? Only your Mr. Warner from the library. She held out her hand. Good luck, Mr. Black, she said. As he shook the woman's hand, she added, do tell the young lady not to think too badly of us. After all, even the wizards in Britain didn't get involved in the war against Grindelwald, until Dumbledore took him on. They also felt it was nothing to do with them, and they were a lot closer than we were. Sirius nodded. I'll be sure to point that out. Thank you for doing what you could. The small boat which had brought them to the Salem WI, as everyone called the school, the afternoon before, had grown. Previously the size of a small launch capable of carrying perhaps 8 or 10 passengers, it now looked more like a small cross-channel ferry, easily big enough for the 200 students planning on spending the day in Salem. Don't the Muggles say anything when it comes into port this big? Hermione asked. They don't notice, do they? Eugene replied as if stating the obvious. Eugene was the prefect who was with them and he gave the impression of being rather snobby and he obviously thought that Harry and Hermione couldn't be good enough for Salem or they would have been accepted there. The 3 English visitors decided not to explain the true reason. Their goodbyes back at the WI had been swift. Good luck, Harry Potter, Mrs. Potter, Mr. Black. Enjoy your train ride to Washington. Maybe we can meet again in happier times. Will it be a high-speed train, like in England? Harry asked, showing all the excitement of a schoolboy for once. No, she had replied. Muggle America doesn't have high-speed trains, although they are supposed to be building one, but I'm afraid you're a few years too early. As they'd boarded the boat, Sirius noticed Mr. Warner from the library standing watching them. He was presumably there to supervise the students, but Sirius couldn't help but notice that he seemed more interested in them, or more specifically, in Harry. If they'd managed to leave the institute without any fuss, that didn't last long. They had scarcely left the dock before a group of young girls came running up to Harry with notepads in their hands, begging him for autographs. For a second Hermione didn't know whether to be jealous or amused, but looking at the bewildered expression on Harry's face, and the fact that most of his admirers seemed to be about 9 or 10 years old, she decided on amused. Her amusement came to an abrupt end as both she and Harry were thrown to the ground by Sirius. A flash of red light passed closely above their heads as they fell and each could feel the heat of the dark curse. Someone was playing for keeps and both Harry and Hermione knew to keep their heads down. Hermione heard some of the younger ones screaming and turned to look. One of Harry's groupies hadn't been so lucky, and she was bleeding badly from a quickly blackening cut in her arm. Ignoring the risk to himself, Eugene had pushed the other children away and cast a spell to stop the bleeding. Sirius meanwhile, had cast a shield. Following his lead, Hermione took Harry's hand and together they cast a huge shield, big enough to cover the small group around them. Sirius dropped his own shield in amazement. "They told me, but," he muttered. A couple of prefects came running towards them, slightly out of breath. The girl, who appeared to be the elder of the two, said, "Whoever it was, they got away." Apparated. Eugene had picked up the girl who had been hurt, then turned to Sirius. "The Obliviators will be here any second," he said. "It might be best if you got these two out of here." Sirius nodded and then he looked at the girl. "Will she be? She'll be fine. Now go." He turned to Harry and Hermione and added, "That was some shield. I hope I never have to fight you." On the train back into Boston, all three were quiet. Hermione watched out the window as they slowly headed southwest. The train, which was 6 coaches long and pulled by a big, powerful-looking diesel engine, took 52 minutes as passed it out of Salem, into Swampscott, through the Linfield marshes, and made its way into Boston proper. She was saddened and a bit put off, though not surprised, by the amount of rubbish that had accumulated along the tracks, as well as under some of the seats in the coach they were sitting in, but she accepted it as one more of the things that just needed to be fixed in the world. Something told her that she'd not be happy living in the area, but she couldn't put her finger on exactly the reason why. It didn't matter though, because of the thrice-damned letter that the headmistress at the Salem Institute had received. The three shared some laughs as they changed from the orange line to the red line and ended up going in the wrong direction, but eventually, they did make it to South Station and onto an Amtrak train bound for Washington, D.C. They talked for some length about everything that had happened. "Do you think that girl will be all right?" Harry asked. "I'm sure she will." Their prefect seemed to know what he was doing. "She was right then, wasn't she?" Harry said morosely. "It's dangerous having me there." Desperate to change the subject, Hermione asked, "Sirius, how did you get Mum to agree to you bringing us here?" "I didn't," he replied, but before Hermione could question that, he added, "Miss Collier did. Your mother didn't like the idea of someone she didn't know taking you anywhere, especially someone like me." "What do you mean?" Hermione asked. She could see that I was still affected by my time in Azkaban. Even my pointing out that I was Harry's dogfather didn't seem to reassure her. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.